Are we live again? Interesting. It says we're still going for a 1-hour session. More router issues from Comcast. I don't know what the deal is. I'm not sure what the problem is exactly, but it seems like it has to kick us off for a little bit. And now it should be fine for the rest of the evening. However, because it kicked us off, there might be some weird desyncing, so I need to reload the game and all that. All that good jazz just to make sure everything is ready to go. You can see my chat, I think. No, you can't see it. Oh, the problems that I have to deal with. I will need just a moment. My apologies for the break in the programming. It's been so bad since we got this new router connected. It just stops producing a solid connection for some reason. Okay, let me see if I can't do what I need to do here. There we go. Well, I was fixing the player hand. Now to return us to the other things that I need to return us to. And then hopefully everything will be fine moving forward. So where were we? We were just getting started in a new set. I don't even remember who was playing. The Scuttle and the Majoring Hobo. We were about to get started with, and I believe a Majoring Hobo was player 1, so let me load in the match once more. Okay. Please, internet, just chill for like a few hours until I finish casting this. Actually, chill permanently. I don't deserve this shit. I need to sneeze real quick. You've been waiting on the deck screen for long enough. Why don't we switch over here? The player 2 hand is not displaying correctly. Give me a second. Hopefully I can fix that. Player 2 hand, not that. There you go. All fixied. How about we watch some Duelyst? Sound good to everybody? Sounds good to me. Damn, that was an instant replace, instant movement. I cannot wait until they incorporate, hopefully, some sort of self-synchronization on replays, or maybe in-game showing of hands. That would be oh so lovely. But anyway, we're getting in on game 1 here. If there are further issues, please feel free to let me know. Let us laugh at Comcast's expense for how incompetent they are as a company that provides stable internet. Double Rhythm Weaver coming out of Scuttle. Majoring Hobo opened with a Abyssal Crawler. We could have gone 2 and 3 if you wanted to. It looks like we're playing it slow, saving Nightstar Assassin for the more immediately pressing threats. Healing the Rhythm Weaver, maybe as a little gift before they terminate his life with a Void Pulse. And, taking it out. Not too worried about letting Scuttle have an extra card. I would have been more concerned about it personally, but Majoring Hobo is fine, allowing Scuttle to gain extra power here. Third Rhythm Weaver coming down. And then trading into the Healing Mystic. Using a Blood Tear to clear the Crawler. And we have a bunch of 2-1s going at it and 3-1s. The battle of the little guys. So Hobo held on to Nightstar Assassin on the previous turn. Probably looking for a better target to hit. I think it's fine to use it here. You don't want to fill up Scuttle's hand, and your alternative would just be the Dark Transform and Punch. At least you can set up your Crawler this way. I do like the position of the Crawler. It's kind of completing the cross still. Or a safety cross for Night Splitter to utilize later. The mana tile is left open for Scuttle to capitalize on though. Let's see, Chaos Elemental coming down. And then just a little trade with a Healing Mystic. Go Tatsu to claim the board. Board dominance. What an awesome skin. I do like that skin for the Chaos Elemental too. It is very sharp contrast with the blazingly blinding white on the shadowy body. Hobo has the option to set up a bunch of shadow creep. You could punch Chaos Elemental and hope it lands in the shadow creep tile. That would be pretty good. Odds are statistically unlikely. You could ignore the Chaos Elemental because the threat of taking 8 damage is probably greater. And just walking to the left a little bit. Leaving the central space open. They didn't have a choice because that's where the Healing Mystic was. Lightbender could be pretty good here. You don't need to do it right away though. Archon is an enticing setup while you're on curve for it. Some options on Scuttle's end here. You could Lightbender and hit your own Chaos Elemental so it no longer teleports, then heal it back up to 4. I think that'd be a fairly solid play, and that is what we might see. The Elemental has been dispelled. He is no longer chaotic, he is merely elemental. Just figuring out where do you want to place the healing mystic. You could, if you were a manly man, stand upon that shadow creep tile on the bottom left of where the Songhai General was, just to block it from the mana tile from Hobo accessing it, but probably not worth taking 3 damage over, right? A second Shadow Nova comes down, replenishes what the Lightbender took away. Good Archon turn again. We have a Spiral Technique in hand. I think Archon is a little bit better here. You can take the mana tile and also ramp out a Tempo Blood Tier Alchemist, if you so desire. Get an extra 4 damage in. Seems good to me. For Hobo, so you have Revenant access, but you have an Archon in your face. Dark Transform Archon, yep, slam it down. Archon is too scary to leave up. Very much a understandable insta DT. Revenant will have his time later. Ideally, he'll have more opportunities, considering Scuttle's deck is less likely to burst you from out of the blue, as it is a minion high. Healing Mystic blocking Shaddai from reaching. The Healing Mystic can be traded into from the Blood Tier and the General now. I think we might see a Juxta play though. Although, I'm not sure what Jux will achieve overall, like enable. I guess it lets your General hit face. I think we're gonna see a Lightbender. We are going to see a Lightbender. Mr. Janitor doing his due diligence, cleaning up all that creep. Unfortunately, he misses the tile directly underneath him, so he will die. For the greater good. If Hobo wanted to, they could have swapped with Jaxie or something to try and be cute about preserving him. I wouldn't recommend that unless you were blocking all ways of getting to the Jaxie, and that's just not happening. So for Hobo, your Healing Mystic has been left alone. It can trade in 2 damage face, and that's about it. You could set something up all the way over yonder. This positioning is really quite good from Scuttle. Even though there's only 1 tile, he's avoiding it. Avoiding a Night Splitter value. So Night Splitter, a bit of a weak play here. Likely Revenant is what we will see. No, Revenant is getting taken off the table. We might see... no, Night Splitter is off the table now too. We're just gonna punch this Jaxie. Spectral Blade will make sure you stay at 12 HP. Oh wait, you heal too. 13 HP. Yeah, we're back. I had to reset the router. It decided to just stop working. We get the well played from Scuttle. Spiral Technique and Tuskborer will be enough to close the game out. It was rough for Hobo. They had to pass on using Revenant numerous turns in a row. So Scuttle's progression of minions remained quite problematic. And that was good for Hobo. Okay, let's get the decks for those of you who like to see the decks, and then I will look into game 2. Scuttle likely will go first instead of second. Or no, Scuttle won. Hobo would likely go first instead of second, right? Scuttle. Yeah, hopefully the internet doesn't act up again. So, no faction change as far as I can tell. We are having a direct rematch as they are in the same positions as well. So I just need to find this game here. Okay. Let's load up game number 2 of Abyss v Songhai. Alright, last time Hobo, they had a lot of creep. Scuttle swept it all away. And not too much else happened. It was just steady pressure from Scuttle. The creep generation was good, but couldn't capitalize on the synergies after making the creep. We'll have to see if a similar situation plays out now. Starting with a new moon hex this time. Alright, let me hide the hand. Not a whole lot you can do about new moon hex, so you're just gonna have to endure the stinging pain of Abyssian's curses. Could double Jaxi or set up Chaos Elemental. I think either is fine. Double Jaxi does have its merits as it would survive removal better, but Chaos Elemental cannot be Demonic Lord into a Shadow Creep tile unless it has a really bad RNG roll. With Chaos on the field, Hobo decides to play very defensively. This is good too because it maximizes your Hex Charm if Scuttle can't trade into anything on this turn. Oh, excuse me. Burping here. In your sandboxing with this deck, you had 2 back-to-back Chaos Elementals get a 1 and 43 onto a creep tile. Suspicious. Really? A 1 in 43? Have you played the lottery in your country? That's astounding odds to hit. Alright, Hobo is just doing an assassin play on the Jaxi. So this, at the moment, seems to be a similar situation to last time. The Abyssian deck seems to just be having underwhelming early game, and this was a common problem with Abyssian before, was their early game, right? It was a critique of theirs. Like, you're able to remove things, but somehow it's just not as efficient as other factions. Especially when it comes to your proactive developments along with the removal, so you start to fall behind. Scuttle can capitalize on it by easily removing the Nightstar Assassin, and then we get a nice Keshrai here, which would prevent... I like the formation. They play in the Shadow Nova, but Keshrai prevents Shadow Nova from being a thing, so it doesn't even matter. And then on this turn, we have the same issue that we've been seeing. So if you're optimizing your mana, Nightstar Assassin and Spectral Blade is your optimal play. That's your 5 mana play. You're gonna clear one thing, which is probably the Jaxi. And then you leave the token up, I guess? Because you want a Spectral Blade something else? Or do you hit the mini Jaxi again just so it's not there pinging you? Yeah, overall, this is 2 cards and your general's attack action. So it's 3 game actions are being used to deal with 1 card. Granted, you know, Spectral Blade's just being equipped to try and mitigate some damage, but that's the sort of situation we're seeing play out here. And that kind of inefficiency is going to lead to you having a quick death as the Songhai player is doing many other things that you are not keeping up with. Damn, Scuttle is just brute forcing their way through. Something broke the replay. The artifact seems to still be on. But a flawless lethal. Exact damage, even through the healing of the artifact. I guess the replay just didn't break it yet because all the actions were queued up together, and it usually breaks after attack actions finish. Well played by Scuttle, though, and by Majoring Hobo. Unfortunately, they just couldn't do a lot of meaningful plays. It seemed like Abyssian was severely lacking there. So that game series wraps up 2-0 in Scuttle's favor. Here are the deck images again. I realized the... Let me see if I can fix that. Chat box is under the deck images. We'll put the chat up top. Turns out Thief is pretty good even if you have 0 spell synergy cards in your deck. I'm aware of how good Thief is. My eyes are not clouded to that card in any regard. I think I've made my stance on it very apparent. So I won't continue to talk about the thing. If I was in charge of designing a movement tool for Songhai in this game, it certainly wouldn't have as much leeway as Thief of Moments currently does. And that's all I'll say. Alright, we've made it to the final game of the winners' quarters. So the final 2 players of the top 8. We have Mezlji versus Zabiul. Let me go see what they're playing, as I do not know. And then I can bring you their decks so we can all get a good look at what was brought to ES4 for the finals. Where is... Oh damn. I have to go deep. Yeah, Mezlji's been busy. He's been gaming. Zabiul. Okay. Mezlji went second. Zabiul is not on my friends list, so it doesn't actually matter. I should have just stayed in there, but I forgot. So for this game, we will only have Mezlji's perspective, but at the very least, here, since it is the way it is, let me load up their... I need to get in and see what was being played. Zabiul. Alright, Kalios and Cassiva. Another Abyssian versus Songhai. So we'll have to see how these do. Zabiul is running this list. No Deathblighter in their list. Deathblighter, I didn't even see Deathblighter get drawn, so I can't make fun of it as being a primary issue for what we witnessed in the last game. Mezelgee's deck is this Duelyst. So, Mezelgee, I think, is using the same thing they used on day 1. They have the Owl Beasts in their list, so they go for the extra longevity or the power of sturdy bodies in their strategy. I forgot to unhide the game. There we go. There's a single lizard list on day 2, and it was Crabmar. So we won't see that game, actually. Abracadabra was the only lizard player for day 2, but they were technically not on day 2. Smarty and Abracadabra had an agreement to play the next day because they were tired. So they played the next day, but they were still in the day 1 brackets. So, by that technicality, there are actually no Magmars in day 2. 0 Magmars were played. And I don't have the exact breakdown, but yeah, no green in ES4 day 2. No green. There was lots of red and lots of purple, a little bit of yellow, and a spattering of blue and orange. If that is orange. But we are definitely in a red and purple meta. Now, whether or not purple's performance was what everyone thought it would be at, I think that would be a different topic of discussion. But we've seen some decent Abyssian games. I don't think they've gone terribly awry so far. But we've also seen a lot of Abyssians eliminated early on. Bath Smash will save us. I don't know about that one. So, Mezelgee had a nice turn 1 Tuskspore face with a Gotatsu to clear. Zabiel doing an interesting play. A Sphere of Darkness on the tile, letting the Tuskspore return to Mezelgee's hand. I don't know what they're trying to say with this move. Perhaps go on, take the center, and see what happens. Maybe that was just the best they could have done. You know, they could have sphered the boar if they wanted to, but here we are. We have what we have. I kind of like it. It's like a power move. Keep your boar. Fuck your mana ramp. Or something like that. So Mezelgee is probably more than happy to just throw the boar out again. And now we're gonna have to wait and see what Zabiel wants to do about this. Oh, my bad. Hit the button. I'm trying to look at Zabiel's list again. They do have Riftwalker access, so they can set up some solid removal on things. They could clear this entire board fairly easily. I'm actually kind of surprised Mezelgee didn't put the Chakri behind him or something to play around the Riftwalker. Alright, Zabiel's chosen to remove the Rhythm Weaver. It gives Mezelgee an extra card, and for the second turn in a row, he has allowed the Tuskspore back into Mezelgee's hand. I wonder if he's making a statement over Tuskspore. Because while he's doing this, he's continuing to set up the dreaded D-pad of Night Splitter. I've been calling the cross formation 12 healing in the center, the D-pad. I should probably call it the N pad, the Night Splitter pad. 5 mana for Mezzalgi. He can deal 8 damage if he wanted to. He actually could deal more than 8 damage. He could have dealt 11 damage. Going for a full board clear though. Gotatsus are very effective against Abyssian. The Tuskspore placement is fairly good. They're playing around Night Splitter. We are on the 5 mana turn. I'm a little surprised that Mezzalgi didn't opt to just stand in the middle. 9 damage is a lot, but he stops Zaviel from healing, and I think that would be worth more to you. Also, this play from Mezzalgi, his hand is full, so Zaviel is expertly Toro'd with the Red Bull cape, or the Matador cape. He is Matadored the crap out of these Tuskspores, and now they are dead. He didn't even lay a finger on them. Simply, maybe he's an animal lover. The boars were okay. Played a little rough, but nothing he couldn't handle. So we're moving on to Operation Albeast. We've got Kaido coming in to clear the Night Splitter. It's a pretty solid turn for Mezzalgi. I'm really curious how Zaviel will proceed. It's kind of fun to watch. And a very different approach to dealing with Songhai at the moment. Is kind of taking things on the chin and dealing with them in a, I don't know if I would call it eloquent way, because Mezzalgi kind of dealt with it himself. Just due to drawing up to a full hand. Alright, he's left his little spiky pit and is doing the Abyssian removal thing. Ramping up the 7 mana was a big deal there. Mezzalgi had the opportunity to deny that mana tile on the previous turn. I thought he did, but maybe I missaw what happened. Because I thought he summoned a Tuskspore like here, moved it up, and then summoned another one here. No, he didn't do that because he split them on a diagonal. Right, he had an opportunity to deny that tile earlier. Coming back to bite him in the butt a little bit. Granted, he avoided the Night Splitter killing his boars, but his hand was full, so I think denying the mana tile might have been the better way to go. FIFA moments established now with the 4 Winds Magus. We're gonna see some, you know, 4 Winds stuff. I'm gonna need a moment because I got a little. It's the spring season. I live in like the wooded area. The bugs are starting to come out, and their little flying bastards are finding their way in the house. Okay, that bug is now no more. They like to walk on my computer screen. Anyway. So far, Zaviel has, they've had some very entertaining means of dealing with Mezzalgi's stuff. I'm kind of curious to see what they do now. Revenant coming down and killing something, I think would be expected. I'm not sure what else they would want to do. It is Revenant. No, it should, no, they have, yeah, they do have the, never mind. I had a thought, but thought's irrelevant. Anyway. Zabiul slightly ahead in health to Mezel G. Currently, gonna see Phoenix Fire take out the scary Revenant monster. Kaido Assassin coming down. He's in the open area. He's not particularly protected from anything. He is avoiding the Night Splitter though with the positioning. Second Phoenix Fire being used. You don't want Zabiul to just drop a Night Sorrow Assassin on your Thief of Moments in the back. Make him work for it if he wants it. But that's 2 Phoenix Fires down, and 2 Tuskpores are down. I believe an Inner Focus is down as well. So if you're keeping track, a lot of Mezel G's burst is gone. They have 6 damage out of hand with a Tusky and a Phoenix Fire left. They have 2 Inner Focuses and I believe 2 Spirals. Let me look at his list. No, he only has the 1 Spiral. I think. It's hard for me to tell because when I'm looking at the list now, it's on a very, very, very tiny screen. So, I think it's 1. Most of his burst value is going to come from an Albi sticking and generating too much value. Perhaps a 4 Winds pinging with Thief Blink procs. Alright, opting to prioritize the Kaido Assassin over the Thief of Moments. We'll have to wait and see if that is the correct decision or not. This does further your goal of killing your opponent, but you leave this potential open. Mezel G is going to be looking for 0 mana spells to bolster his Thief of Moments. He does find a Jux. We get a Blink, and if you want to use a second Jux, you could use a second Jux. Just for the Albies to be healthier and healthier. He's content to leave it at 10 HP. And the most damage Abyss could do is probably about 10 if you have Spectral Blade and Revenant. 10 damage is about all you're gonna get, with the exception being the 12 damage hit from Night Splitter. This looks like a Dark Transformation though, so Zabiul is well equipped to deal with the Owl Beast. Reconsidering. Maybe it was a demonic lure. I think the Thief of Moments will go down. It leaves you at 13. You're probably going to want to play something to protect your general because a Spiral Technique and a general hit is problematic. Does play the DT, actually, okay, has a Rift Walker. I was gonna say, a little surprised they're walking away from a Thief of Moments, but this makes perfect sense. Going back 2 is really good. They're lined up with a sweet spot. They have a 12 heal potential coming up next turn. Mesolgy is likely going to be aware of it, but can they do anything about it? Or will they do anything about it? Alright, looks like he's just going to cash in as much damage as possible. That's going to be 8 damage from the board because of the 4 Winds Magus and the blinks and the inner focuses. I guess you can think of it as 7 damage from the boar. And then it's going to be 8, 9, possibly 10 total. Could go to 11 if you want to do a Jux play as well. There is a replace that is still available. You have no mana to spend, so I'm not sure what you would want to find on the replace. Your last tusk board just died. Maybe a Phoenix Fire to go with the Spiral. If I was Mesolgy here, I would have blinked the units in a way that they stop the heals from happening, I think. That might be a losing play, though. It's hard to say. 4 Winds will survive the Shadow Creep proccing by itself. Obviously, you wouldn't survive a Night Splitter going down, but I think the idea is to make sure Kessiva doesn't heal for 12 here. So if she heals for 12, she's going to be way out of range. A Spiral Technique, most of your gas is used up. And 4 Winds is not out of range of the Rift Walker right at the moment, so he is exceptionally vulnerable to going down. You only have 1 more of them left, too. Shadow, nope. That means we're not healing. Zabiel has chosen not to heal. They are going to die to the Spiral Technique. I suppose if they did heal, they did not have a Sphere of Darkness to help deal with these enemies. So in the end, Mesolgy made the right decisions. He will take game 1. Very well played. Bring up the decks again. I will load up game 2. And we'll see if any faction swapping goes down. No faction swapping. So we're sticking with the same 2. It's red and purple. That is the theme of ES4. Nothing wrong with that. Alright, game 2. Again, no Zabiel hand. I do not have them added in game. Feel free to add me Zabiel if you want. If you're hearing this, don't be shy now. We have a pretty sick set of options from Mesolgy for their turn 1 play. They're going with the tried and true 2-3 for 2. Could have also done the Tuskboar Rhythm Weaver, possibly. Although your opponent does have Rift Walkers, so that would have been a concern on where you place the Rhythm Weaver exactly. But nothing wrong with Kaido. Of course. Alright, crawler forward, taking tile, Rift Walker, going out, preemptively damaging the Kaido. Interesting choice in location. So Rift Walker here means if you want the Kaido to trade for free, you can't walk on to this mana tile. You can still benefit from it though. You can't put Rift Walker up here to hit since you play. I mean, you could have played it here and then played your crawler second, and then Kaido would block center and be vulnerable if he wants to benefit from it. Now Mezelji's taking an interesting line, not trading with Kaido or his face. He's setting up an Owl Beast and burning an Inner Focus now. Rhythm Weaver is an Arcanist, it gets the HP. And it cycles the Inner Focus as it draws the second one from Mezelji's deck. So he gets to maintain a decent hand size. He's actually over Zabiel. Al is probably the priority. That looked like a second Rift Walker. Second Rift Walker would be pretty good here. Yeah, you could get all three enemies instead of hitting Mezelji in the face with second Rift. We do see a second Rift Walker. I think Rift Walker was one of the only things that kind of punished Mezelji's play there, so pretty lucky Zabiel had that. I don't want to use the word lucky, but it's a welcome thing for Zabiel that he had that. And then just setting up another Abyssal Crawler. Mezelji was able to get another card out of that exchange, though. Do have an opportunity to make a rather big Chakri avatar. You could push him to 4 attack if you want to go all out, just so Assassin is not a thing. You spend a lot of spells doing this, so I'm not sure it's worth. And he did trade in the damage, so getting 4 damage in now. Your main concern against Zabiel is going to be a Dark Transformation. He only has 3 cards in hand, so there's no guarantee that he gets it. Since you attack, the Sphere of Darkness will also answer this Chakri avatar. Shadow Nova. Probably just as good as Sphere of Darkness. Zabiel also moving up 1. He will not be able to get hit by Mezelji unless he walks on a creep. Going for... This does set up a great Night Splitter, yes, as a consequence of just clearing the Chakri avatar. You can recover 2 practically full HP. I think it will be. It is full HP. You can recover the full with this setup. Mezelji has another Chakri out, and Chakri might be a bit more of a priority, so likely a Demonic Lord here or a Sphere of Darkness. I'm curious to see if Zabiel will ignore the boar again, like they did in the first game. Okay, Shadow Nova is going down. So even though you need to heal, respecting the killing power of Chakri, walking back 1 means Tuskboar will have a harder time hitting you and not standing on creep, at least for the next turn with this positioning. Mezelji could continue trying to set up threats before cashing in on this Heaven's Eclipse that's in their hand. actually replacing the 4 winds. You can play Rhythm Weaver forward, and then you can get your Tusk Borers in the back. I might have sacrificed one of the Tusk Borers on the center tile. We have that same situation I mentioned in the first game. This time it might actually come to fruition. Zabiel is given the Arjun Lionar forehead emote. This is a very good Night Splitter right here. A very, very good Night Splitter. Mezelji will draw 1 card for this, but he will lose 2 boars and he has 12 more HP to go through. Just like that, Zabiel's back at 20. A new Rune Hex to top it off, and there's a 5/4 on the board, which is no slouch in terms of stats. If you were willing to sack a boar, the same situation would have played out, but Zabiel would have only been able to heal 6 HP at best instead of 12, which is a significant difference. We won't know if that would have changed fate or not, but this is the situation we have now. Mezelji is completing a second Diamond of Death here with their positioning. They are protecting their minions, and the minions are out of range of a second Night Splitter. For now, but on the next turn, once the Hex Charm procs and creates a Shadow Creep, it could be a little problematic moving forward. Now, hard to say what Zabiel will do here. I would think a Revenant would suffice, and it would be quite destructive to Mezelji, honestly. This looks like a Dark Transform, possibly, or Demonic Lure. It's a Dark Terminus. Yeah, I keep calling this the old name. I just have not adopted the new name lexicon into my utterances yet. Nightstar Assassin with a DT is pretty clean removal. Surrounding Mezelji with stuff while removing things, considering not hitting. This right here is the hesitation of respecting Songhai's potential to kill you. It's like, yeah, I'm at 20 HP, but if Zabiel was really concerned, they could have stayed away from Mezelji with their general. They didn't have to walk forward with the general. Mezelji forced to do some minion control here. He will heal 3, and we did see a swing go off, so he will also break the Hex Charm. This could have been another reason to stay up top. He would have dissuaded Mezelji from breaking the Hex Charm, or I'm sure he would have punched the Wraith thing. So it might not have mattered. Duck transform, except ducks are now a vet thing. Are you just saying we should see some duck transforming? We need more chickens. I wonder what other kinds of cuddly animals we may see in the future of Duelyst. I'll take a moment to adjust myself here. I think Revenant would be my best guess of Zabiel's play. Revenant Sphere would be very strong here. You can keep the Wraith thing around just as a nuisance to Mezelji. This is the first time there are no chickens in day 2. Oh. You mean no Zuriels, right? I don't have all the deck lists memorized. I did download them for this cast, but that's all I did. I just looked at them and downloaded them. But, did we not see a Zuriel in the list? Didn't Duelyst have a Zuriel in his thing? I think Duelyst had a Zuriel. Yeah, leave it to Duelyst to ruin something. But you're right. There's a lot less Zuriel. He had been a huge thing. He seems to have fallen off in favor currently. I don't think Zuriel is bad per se. I think people are just trying different stuff out. Since the patch, Zuriel is probably as good as he was, and he likely will return in popularity at a point. That would be my prediction. What's this? 6 cards into 6 cards in hand? Alright, I said I wouldn't. I said I would not. Blue and Magic the Gathering wishes it was Songhai. They wish they drew cards this easily. We got a Night Splitter going down. Another 12 HP heal for Zabiul. That is fairly critical. Mezelji has gone through a lot of his damage. There's only 9 cards left in his deck. And, Keeper of the Veil on Night Splitter. You hate to see that. You know there's an inevitable 12 HP heal coming. Again. Mezelji's only hope is going to be sticking an Owl and a 4 Winds that just go unanswered. But with only 9 cards left in the deck, I think 1 Thief of Moments, he's going to have the Thief remain alive, or he'll run out of spellcast and he will not be able to kill Zabiul. There's the last Thief of Moments, I think. Mezelji only runs 2 of those in his list. No, I think, okay, it looks like 3. He's got 3 thieves. So now I don't know if there's one more in there. So I wasn't paying attention if this is the 2nd or 3rd. I thought it was 2. Zabiul just has to hold on for a little bit longer. The Owl Beast value could be very useful. One of them is dealt with. Alright, and Revenant has just taken out the second one. We're on the face damage plan now. This is not a bad idea. Three HP left for Mezelji. He needs to avoid spikes at all costs. One Tusky Bori. Do you honorable seppuku in this situation? The problem is the Revenant. There's only 1 card in Mezelji's hand that deals with the Revenant without it killing him back. Otherwise, he has 12, 15 damage on Zabiul, not quite lethal. Tuskboar Spiral. And it looks like we might see some Thief of Moments stuff. If you get at least 2 blinks off, you will have enough HP to survive the Revenant hitting you for 4. And then it all comes down to what's in Zabiel's hand. Being Abyssian, they have plenty of ways of getting to you. I'm not sure if Mesolgy gets enough blinks if he punches that Shroud. Yeah, he doesn't. So you only get the 2. 3 with Tusky. So I guess that situation wasn't going to work out no matter what. Zabiel takes game 2. Duelyst resets the daily quests once again. And let's get the deck lists up while I load game number 3. I believe there was no faction switch or deck switch, so it will be a one more once. Zabiel v Mesolgy. However, as Mesolgy has been defeated, and yes, as expected, as if ES4 is teaching us anything, it's that Songhai wants to play as player 1. Mesolgy is taking the player 1 slot for game 3. Can Zabiel keep him at bay? In this final game of the top 8 winners bracket, an amazing hand for Mesolgy to start with. Once again, he has options. We're going with Kaido. Interestingly, playing around Riftwalker this time. He did not like that Riftwalker response in the last game, I guess. I mean, ultimately, I suppose the early game plays did lead to the end game turnout, and Zabiel did come out ahead, so... Sphere of Darkness going down with a Tempo Shroud. I'm a little surprised to see the Tempo Shroud, but Zabiel's proven he has the tools he needs to deal with Songhai's stuff, so maybe going down 1 Shroud isn't so bad. Still a precious Dispel being, I wouldn't say thrown away, because, you know, Tuskboard doesn't really want to run into a Shroud. They would rather hit a juicier target. In Abyssian, I guess Shroud is the juicier target currently, because their other minions tend to have 3 attack power. Alright, with 3 cards in hand, Zabiel gets to make some interesting decisions on what do you remove. Expectedly, we would see Night Sorrow or another Sphere or Lore hit the Kaido, and then you punch the Tuskboar. However, Zabiel has been avoiding hitting Tuskboars in these games. He's actually letting them return the hand so far. We'll see if that changes here or not. If he was thinking about moving towards Kaido, I would say he's considering ignoring the Tuskboar again. We'll see though. Could be an NSA. That is not an NSA, that is a healing mystic. Ooh. I would say a lot weaker of a turn. I would be very curious what the idea is behind not killing Tuskboars. Maybe the idea is to have Songhai pay that 2 mana fee over and over again. I do think it's worth taking the 3 damage personally, but I would be curious to hear Zabiel's thoughts on why he's leaving Tuskboars alive. I could see the idea, this is just a theory craft, and it's not something I've thought about until just now. But if you don't kill the tusk boar, and Mesolgy replaces the tusk boar too. If you're not killing the boars, you're filling the Songhai player's hand up, and maybe filling their hand up early makes it easier to deal with the boars later. Interestingly enough. Maybe I'll try leaving some tusk boars alive on ladder later and see how I feel about it. So I usually kill them without a second thought, but it might be an interesting experiment to just embrace the insane amount of card draw Songhai has. If you accept the fact they're always at 6, maybe you can take advantage of it in some small ways. Dark Transformation on the Owl Beast as expected. It's a good turn from Zabiul. Rhythm Weaver will get a little bit of extra value here as it trades into the Wraithling and draws a spell for Mesolgy to use. And it looks like 4 wins. I imagine Mana Vortex. I thought it would be cycled out for an extra card draw. Maybe because you're at full HP, you don't want to waste the ping just for damage now. Mana Vortex is useful in making some powerful swingy turns. Alright, we're highlighting the 4 Winds Magus as he holds his hands up in various intimidating positions. Contemplating what to... 6 mana from Zabiul, hard to tell what they'll play. Looks like a Shroud on the Weaver that will kill it. It's basically a 2 mana kill spell. And a Jaxi and a Healing Mystic. We're going Swarm strats with an interesting spread of units. Healing Mystic being offered to the 4 Winds Magus as a trade to possibly encourage it to come in closer, maybe. Mesolgy's got the burn hand. He's feeling the fiery spirit of Songhai. The question is, will he capitalize on it or will he remain reserved? He could punch first to get the healing benefits. He could also play the Kaido. He doesn't want to put it near the 4 Winds. You don't want to incentivize Shadow Nova, right? Okay, we're going in a little hard. Not as hard as he could have gone. Removing the Shroud so Kaido isn't dead on board to just hit trading. If Mesolgy wanted to, they could have played Kaido before moving forward and hitting. That would have been the only, I guess, upgrade to the turn. But I think he thought about the hit afterwards, so I understand why he ended up following this line of play. But you could have played Kaido first and then moved in. Zabiul doesn't have Spectral Blade in their deck though, so it's not like it's a huge mistake. If they're going to remove the Kaido anyway, having it back one more slot wasn't going to change anything. Sphere Darkness going in the middle. We're at 7 mana. You know what that means. There's that little scorpion thing. Night Splitter. It's not a significant Night Splitter. It did not gain any healing either. But since it's on the board, it's a Keeper of the Veil target now. So Mezelgi may want to consider doing something about it rather than leaving it to linger. I imagine he's going to take 5 and hit it with his face in Phoenix Fire. Now he's gonna send it into the corner instead. Zabiel gives a smile. It's time to go in and do that Songhai thing. Mezelgi is all in. You will have 3 cards at the end of this. The Well Played is issued. And Zabiel taps out, so Mezelgi made the right decision there. Even though the Night Splitter is up and it probably could have been copied, Zabiel did not have enough creep on the board yet to capitalize on out-sustaining there. They probably had too inefficient of a turn. Here are their deck lists one more time, and that wraps up the quarterfinals matches. So before we go to the winners semifinals, we will bounce over to the losers round 6 brackets. So the players we just watched that have fallen in the losers, we will see who proceeds. And I said I would do a quick little overview of their opponents. So first, let me get up their decks. We're going to have a Majoring Hobo featured against Andreas. Excuse me. Refund later, please. Did that not work? I refund you later, bro. Don't worry. Hold up. We had internet issues earlier. Let me rerun the bot. Because it is up, but because of the disconnect of the router earlier, it probably stopped working. Alright, what do we have? Andreas is player 1, so let me load him in. We had Callius, Ziran. I'm going to get their decks for you guys to look at the upcoming decks. Alright, we have a Majoring Hobo on the left with their Ziran list. They have Harvard, I believe, an iteration of it, although they're more of Albonk with Harvard as backup. Harvard being infinite resonator pinging to death. Andreas has a Kallios list. They are doing the Mezelgi thing, sort of, almost to a T. Almost to a T. They have some number differences on the minions, right? I did pick the right list. I did pick the right list, so... Jack just replaced Albach. Alright, let me load up the game. And I guess while the early turns of the game are going, that's when I'll talk about the pathing of the other players. So we've been following the winners bracket. Right now we're going to be witnessing games that the people who just lost, the ones we just watched, were on that tier. And their opponents, I'm going to explain who they went through real quick to get to where they are. Losers round 6 is quite a way. Quite a way to go, so they had some very impressive wins going on. Winning streaks to make it so far. depending on how early they were eliminated or not. Andreos. Okay. Let's load up the game for all of you to see. Here we are with the opening hands. We'll get it synchronized and then I will, quick bracket tech. So, full mulligan from Hobo, looking for a better opener. One thing about using these kinds of crazy combo decks, it can be awkward on your earliest turns to have the ideal, since your deck is focused on doing its combo thing. Andreas has some options. I feel like Rhythm Weaver is the more popular opener now because you don't care if it's answered. Andreas is going with the Chakri though. And before I continue commentating, Andreas, he has made it through PKP in the previous losers round. He had to overcome 0_OU as well in the fourth round. He made it up to round 3. Yeah, he made it up to round 3. He was defeated by Kolos earlier, so this is his game against Hobo now to make it into the losers semifinals. Not semifinals, the losers 8th bracket. We got to see a magnetized response to answer Chakri. I think that's the second time we saw Majoring Hobo use magnetize to remove a turn 1 threat. Such a fun removal card, the one mana magnetize. No development though on their end. Andreas only has a Rhythm Weaver to play as well. They have drawn too much of their mid-game stuff. There's a Thief of Moments now. So a little bit of a slow start from Andreas, but we'll see if that becomes problematic to him or not later. Now, Hobo in an earlier game was able to pull off a turn 3 victory with the Owl Bonk. I really wanted them to punish, I believe it was, I forget who it was, someone playing Magmar. I wanted them to pull off a turn 2 Owl Bonk as they were disrespected, but then they were disrespected again on turn 3, and they did it on turn 3, and they pulled off glorious lethal damages. Quite a sight to witness. Okay, we have an owl set up with Lionheart's Blessing for anyone who isn't aware of this spell. As long as you're in Zeal range, the minion that is buffed, it will draw you a card when it deals damage. Keyword dealing damage, not attacking. It is the linchpin piece of the combo. I also support the bullying the lizards. It's okay, I play as the lizards. So for some twist of logic, that makes it fine. Give me a second here. Okay. We have an Owl Wars today. Sending in his own Owl Beast via juxtaposition. Ooh, that looks like a rope. That is not good. Also, I think the Tuskboar, I didn't see if it was just spawned there, or no, the owl was spawned on tile. Andreas need to trade in General Hit and Rhythm Weaver to remove that. This is very precarious for him. However, on the flip side, a majoring Hobo also cannot answer the other Owl Beast. Either a rope or decide not to do it. I think it was a rope because they highlighted the Rhythm Weaver at the end there. And then the turn ended immediately. It could have been that they decided not to do it, but I think they roped. Whatever the case may be, these Owl Beasts are likely going to be here to stay. Hobo could attempt to make something happen. You're 1 mana off from trying for the infinity. You need 7 to go for it. Interesting. And when I'm done here, I was lazy about it yesterday, but I see the bots have some new key phrases that need to be put into the banned phrase list so they don't show up like a virus they adapt. So this play I think makes a lot of sense. It sets you up for your potential OTK. The only thing I'm surprised about is they played the other drawing card instead of holding it. They did that so there's more HP on Mana Forger and Owl Beast, making them much more difficult to remove. This does put Andreas in an extremely awkward position. Yeah, I do think it's worth it. I do think it's worth it. Instead of trying to greed for the OTK thing to happen, protecting your Mana Forger could be a worthwhile venture. And your main win con is to Owlbonk anyway. Andreas's best play was to just deal 4 damage to the Mana Forger. That is really rough. Didn't get an opportunity to spend the blinks. They fizzled out as well. Could have bolstered his Owl Beast. His Owl Beast also didn't move in. That turn seemed to go by fast. Yeah, it was a rope. It was a rope. For sure. It just seemed to go by so quickly. I don't know if Andreas had like internet issues or if he was just taking too long thinking. But that's pretty devastating. This Martyrdom is gonna deal with that Owl Beast. And depending on the draw of this card, there could be a lot of damage going into Andreas right here. This match is pretty much done and dusted. Unfortunately for Andreas, you might want to move on to round 2. Beam Shock as well. He cannot move. He gets to just stand there. The Divine Bond has been drawn. So the next turn is going to be extraordinarily lethal, and Andreas says they don't have anything. They can develop some minions and throw a Gotatsu out. Thief dying from a Mana Forger on 3 attacks and counterattacks. That's new. The thief had a plan in his mind. His boss told him to go assassinate the forger, but he was not prepared for the job. He stumbled all over. He lost his blinks. We live in Duely-based times. Alright, let's see how big this owl gets. You know Hobo's gonna pump it as much as they can. We do not switch the scene until they are done doing their bolstering and land that final blow. What does Mez have here? Mez is it's not Mez, it's Andreas. But the deck looks like Mez's because they're very similar to each other. Alright, game one. Game one goes to Hobo. They are able to just get way too out of control. So game number two, I imagine that Andreas wants to go first still. They are extremely similar decks. Their main differences are just a few, like a few 3-ofs became 2-ofs and vice versa. That's pretty much it. Where is the game I'm looking for? I do not know. It wasn't 4 days ago. There it is. Okay, we have a faction swap. I need to see who's faction swapping here. Interesting. I was incorrect. So Andreas has chosen to go second. And we have a faction swap. So let me load in this one game first, and then I will switch the deck. Very excited. Thank you for the copy pasta. Do enjoy that one. It's always fun to read. Right, so let me swap the deck here. Andreas is the number 2. They are switching to their second list. They're playing a Lilith. So we can add Andreas into the Zurael tally. They brought Zurael in their list. They're running Ghoster's deck, apparently. I did re-enable the bot, yes. Feel free to satisfy your quiz-infused urges. Okay, I think we are good for a scene switch here. So, trying out Abyssian instead of the Mesolgi Songhai list. We'll have to see how they do here. Hopefully, Andreo shakes off whatever was troubling him in the first game. They seem to rope on multiple turns in the last one. There's a Zurael. The orange chicken in all his glory. Flipping off my bot. You worked hard on that. Okay, we have a turn 1 stun with Ether Master. It's a pretty good opening for a majoring hobo. Andreas. Oh man, you can't even demonic lure this thing. which might be for the best. I don't know if you want to demonic lore the magma ether master. You have other priorities you would probably like to deal with. Just playing a Riftwalker. Curiously in range of Ethermaster to trade, so offering that trade, you go down in tempo, but you do solve a problem, I suppose. Alright, Hobo plays Forger, free Augury. Gonna have to see what he draws. And then, it's an Owl Beast, so I guess we're replacing the Forger. Okay, you replaced into an Aerial Rift, so redrew an Augury into the deck, and now it's in hand. Andreas has the tools. They have the second Rifty. It's a pretty good answer. If they want to, they could use Sphere of Darkness and Demonic Lore. I feel like second Riftwalker will be the most likely. Most likely choice for Andreas. Sorry, I kind of left that one hanging there. Takes the mana tile. You can Sphere of Darkness your opponent's face if you want. Setting up Sphere is a pretty good idea. You might need that 3 damage to help you deal with Al in the following turn. You don't know it's coming yet, but we do. Now, if Hobo wants to Augury to bolster the Owl with that Lionheart Blessing, he will have to take the mana tile, and the Owl will be exposed to enemy minions hitting it in the face. So maybe just move down 1 and play it safe. Or you could move back 1 too and concede the mana tile. We're thinking Divine Bond got the boot, another 0 mana spell. Does Andreas have Dark Transformation? Yes, he does. So, unfortunately, without Aegis Barrier, going all in on your Albies could be a losing decision. But we're going to go all in on this Albeast. Andreas does not have the DT in hand. It's going to be a 4/10 Albeast. That draws 2 cards per hit. Oh no, one of them was replaced. Never mind, I thought it got casted. So we did not go all in on this Albeast. We only did the 1 Lionheart's Blessing. I mean, it's kind of all in on the Albeast. 8 HP, Demonic Lord does 1, Spikes do 3 for 4, and you have your General and the Riftwalker, so it can be answered. 8 HP will not be enough. Unfortunately for Hobo, they'll have to try to set up the second Owl monster in a future turn. Fortunately for Hobo, Andreas isn't developing a whole lot here, just putting a second sphere down. Now the spheres are connected, so there is a little bit of a Night Splitter zone being generated here. Oh, that's nice. You love to see your stun, your stalling tool, the Beam Shockaroo. Alright, Albeast is being held on for a later turn. Just gonna cycle with Ether Master. Could develop a Forger now, or you could play the second Ether Master. Beam Shock. If these two Arcanists stick, then Andreas has the spells, so they probably don't want a Cataclysm. But he has the spells to work with Albeast. At least one. He'll get some replaces though. Do you see the NSA in hand for Hobo? Not Hobo, for Andreas. So Mana Forger likely getting targeted here. And that's all Andreas can do, as he is stunned. Thinking about a second replace, Magnetize gets the boot. Psionic Resonator is in hand. Look at that Prismatic Cataclysm. It is quite shiny over there as that comet travels through space. Alright, we're going Resonator. Resonator with Lionheart's Blessing to draw a card. Resonator is susceptible to another Nightstar Assassin. It's also sort of susceptible to the Demonic Lure. Definitely susceptible to the Revenant. I think Revenant is the most likely thing we'll see. Probably... I don't think you want to play Night Splitter as it gains no real value here, so you don't want a Demonic Lure and Punch. You could, I guess, but this should be a no-brainer Revenant play. As for where you end up putting the Revenant, I think just leaving it, yeah, right behind Zoran is fine. Interestingly enough, Andreas is running away. He does not want to die to an out-of-hand infinite by chance, and at 7 mana it can happen, so feel free to share your copy pastas about playing around Harvard. Granted, it's a lot less likely to happen in this particular list because there's a lot of junky cards along with the combo pieces. I'd say this list is definitely more catered towards the Albonk strat. Likely Martyrdom here. I think just setting up Albeast would be okay. You could do a Cataclysm play if you wanted to just, you know, play your Cataclysm for some reason. Oh, we are doing a Cataclysm play. This might be fine since you wanted to heal. Sure, right? Why not? Your Mana Forger is barely hanging in there. Your Albeast is severely injured and is now susceptible. I don't like this play. I like it because it's humorous. I don't like it, mostly the positioning. Your Shadow Nova. Shadow Nova is a card that Andreas has in his deck. But shout outs to Cataclysm getting some screen time in ES4. Definitely appreciate seeing it used, even if it's being used highly greedily. Because you also burned a martyrdom to pull that off. What would you do about a second revenant right now? Andreas is just gonna respond with the only play he has available, basically. Yeah, Andreas has Zuriels too. I guess they're relegated to Abyssian creep lists and Sarlacc lists currently. I'm not sure why Night Splitter is so far away from Hobo. You're only giving Hobo time to find their powerful combos and stuff. Guess it doesn't matter here. As Martyr goes down. I need to look at Andreas's list. I think that Martyrdom did not need to be played. Probably was played so Albies gains 2 extra HP, but you set up an Aegis barrier, so it's pretty... yeah, you don't want it to die to Revenant. I get it. I do feel like the Martyrdom is a bit wasteful. There's no Keepers of the Veil in Andreas's list, so... he's not going to copy the thing, and it wasn't going to do anything on the next turn. But I can understand playing around Revenant. Andreas is miles away. Decides he's going to set up the chicken and get his scorpion back. It's Farmhouse Abyss, that's what this is. Got bugs, bird dragons. Any third strike nerds thinking Aegis Reflector? Yeah, I can get behind some Aegis Reflector. I never played serious third strike, but I did get some third striking in back in college. Used to play as Remy, even though he's really bad. Buff 12. Alright, Zuriel can clear the owl. So that's 2 owls down. I'd say you're 66% of the way to ensuring you can't possibly lose. If I include the calculators in, then you're 50% of the way to ensuring you can't possibly lose. If Hobo kills the Zuriel, or we should say when he kills the Zuriel, it will be revived, so... Third Strike's OST is phenomenal. Elite Chun. Do any of you guys follow, Ugh. Name's escaping me at the moment. Moment 53 dude. Perry Boy. He uploaded some more Third Strike stuff. Was Hobo's deck size? I will take a look. Hobo has 15 cards left in their deck. Jay Wong, yeah, Justin Wong, thank you. He had some funny tweets not even a week ago about somebody doing a full parry on him again. With the Chun-Li situation and with the other character, whose name I forget. The tall dude in the trench coat. Anyway. Nobody is allowed to have anything in this game. Resonator doing a clear with Martyrdom helping out and a bunch of other stuff. Hobo is down. to right, still 9 cards in the deck. Q, yes, thank you. Most of the third strike I see comes from, and I'd have to look at it because it's not on the top of my mind, but let me take a look-see. I follow a Japanese arcade. I follow a couple Japanese arcades. I think it's D4 for a BAS, D4 for Boss. And they do a lot of third strike on Twitch, as well as a bunch of other fighting games. They're playing King of Fighters 2K2 right now. D4 for Boss. I do recommend their stream if you guys like fighting games. And we've got some chicken slaughter happening here. Excuse me, but Hobo is running out of cards. Well, at least we got to see Resonator do something. And then man-moding, 9 damage. Spectral Revenant. Night Splitter, that's 11. And unfortunately, Hobo will be taken out. They could have positioned slightly differently at the end there, just so Night Splitter didn't hit them, but you know, this is where it is. Alright, let's transition back to the decks. So we're on to game 3, we're 1-1. I imagine Hobo wants to go first, maybe? Andreas wanted to go second. Interestingly enough. We do have another faction switch, so Hobo has decided they've had their fill. We are going to have Purple Mirror, so let me load in that deck for you guys to see. It's going to be Cassie v Lilith here. Their deck's a little small, but we just saw it earlier. It's they're the Deathblighter variant on Creep Abyss. I'm very curious if Deathblighter will gain any value in this game, as it can deny Night Splitter. Outside of Night Splitter and maybe the Stray Healing Mystic, though, it's just the giant 6/8 for 6. Big Hulking body. Okay, should be set up correctly here, hopefully. I thought, for a split second, I thought I was seeing the same hand twice, because Shadow Nova is in both of their hands on the right side, but no, they're different. Let's get this match started. He was hyped for the singular blighter scene. I mean, I was excited too, just because exotic things or things that you don't see all the time, or we're going to have to wait for player 2 to sync up here. We have a turn 1 pass on player 1's end. But yeah, it's fun to see different stuff, even if it's just one card. It's difference. Okay, that should sync it a little bit. So game 3, turn 1 pass. The upset Songhai emote is dropped. Unfortunate for Hobo is even this Creep Abyss list that's been around, they don't like to skip their turn one. They definitely rather set something up, even if you're just Sphere Darknessing the tile or something. Andreas decides to pass too, however. I'm surprised he didn't Sphere the center or face. Get some early damage in. Hobo equipping an artifact and then fearlessly taking center. Andreas, it's your move. He could break the artifact if he wants to. You could use Void Pulse Sphere. Make sure you hit first and then Void Pulse. Get your HPs back. Otherwise, he has nothing else to do. This is, you know. I was going to make a joke about girls fighting, but I'll pass. That's some pretty good damage. 2 cards, 6 damage. Break the artifact. It's not a bad turn 2. We want the joke. It's too late. It's out of my mind. It's gone. Alright, Rejuvenator coming down. We have a tie game. Board advantage, Hobo. Andreas, do you Dark Transform or Dark Transform? But he could also Dark Transform, and I think Dark Transformation might be his strongest play this turn, given the options. In some twisted other reality, he could Sphere Darkness Void Pulse, but I think Dark Transformation might be the play. Considering Juggernauts later in the game, maybe you save the Dark Transform, but the Sphere Darkness can overwrite an opposing creep tile, so I really think you Dark Transform here. It's an awkward hand to have for Andreas. Definitely would prefer having additional options like Hobo has access to at the moment. Well, I'll be a son of a gun. We are saving the Dark Transformations for later. I will say this does give you a health lead and a creep lead. However, your 2 creep tiles are next to each other to be overwritten. But it seems like Hobo doesn't care. They're going to go for the damage. So only overwriting one of the shadow creep tiles. I wouldn't be able to say if it's preferred to put the shadow creep like up here instead of next to your opponents, but I'm not sure. I guess down here makes sense because you keep them away from this tile. Oh, so they're gonna want to be away from their Night Splitter. Now, back for Andreas. Revenant Face seems pretty good, but he can't reach a mana tile due to his positioning. May have been better on the previous turn if he took center. Because on this turn, you could pass. Tempo Riftwalker seems pretty alright considering what's available. It's not what you want to do, but Sometimes we don't get to do what we want to do, and that is reality. Alright, Hobo can do much. If he wants to keep up the pressure, equipping the artifact and hitting face is an option. And then you could Night Sorrow the Riftwalker while developing a Juggernaut. Night Sorrow was just replaced, so... Never mind what I said. Also, they were 1 mana off from doing that entire turn anyway. Demonic Lure and Juggernaut might be the play. Juggernaut and Spectral Blade. He's so cute. Look at that 5/5. Alright, Andreas could Shadow Nova Hobo's creep tiles and then punch the Juggernaut, which would turn into a 1/1. Could Revenant and then punch face and take off the blade. You'll be at 10 HP, which is safe. Abyss without a board. These creep lists can only do 8 max with the Revenant out of hand and general hit. So you will not die going to 10. And if you're the first to play the Revenant, you're usually advantaged. Could DT, but you can't do anything else with the DT besides Shroud, so it doesn't seem very good. Second Nova drawn. Feel a little bad for Andreas. His hands have been extremely stacked with duplicates. I feel like sometimes you do want your duplicates, but not your entire hand to just be duplicates and whatnot. Your options become very limited then. We do see the Revenant play, and then we're playing around Macantor War Beast as one should at all times. Hobo is looking to heal and probably Demonic Lure. It looks like they swung face there, so bringing Andreas down to 10. Alright, given this situation, second Revenant. Although when you do it, make sure it's not above the enemy Casiva. You can move out of the way and then put it where you're standing. You just want to not play into a second Night Splitter. If he had a Demonic Lure, you could Demonic Lure and Shadow Nova, but we do not have access to that. NSA doesn't work here. Shroud doesn't do much here. So Revenant looks like it's the play. You could add this Grass Spawn, so it'll be 7 damage to your opponent. Bringing them down to 8 swings things in your favor. If you stay next to them, you could kill them next turn. Depending on your draws. And their draws, of course. Ooh, Zuriel's pretty good. Deathblighter gets the immediate replace. Hobo in a bit of an awkward situation. Do you ignore that Revenant? You could ignore that Revenant, play your own to the backside of Andreas and hit Andreas in the face. Risky, but an idea. Looks like we're going to DT the Spectral Rev. This is the safer play. heal up a little bit, get a rusty out. Andreas is respecting any potential of death, so getting out of range of Andreas's general. With only 10 HP, there's 6 damage on board. That is very scary. You drop this dragon down, you're rolling the dice. There is a dead zone where the Revenant isn't doing anything, and if he's in range of the enemy general, that's not good enough for you. He would need to kill a minion. So I'm not sure you rely on Zerael here. You could Shadow Nova the 2 things next to you and then punch the Wraithling, heal up 2 HP, and you don't even have to punch the Wraithling if you're gonna Shadow Nova. I guess you punch the Wraithling. Okay, more healing identified. Now you could NSA the Mystic. Or just Nova Rejuvenator. Yeah, Nova Rejuve seems good. Blocking the Wraithling instead of hitting it. So going to 14. I might have preferred to play Rejuve on the bottom right and then hitting the Wraithling, splitting away from enemy Nova of some sort. Hobo's been conservative up to this point, but oh, they're still holding on. I'm astounded they don't just throw Revenant now on this turn. You may as well just do Rev. Rev it up. Nope. Shadow Nova wins over Revenant. I feel like Revenant spamming would be the superior way to go, but they have a different plan. We'll see where it takes them. 11 to 10 HP. Summoning Zerael could be very good. Hobo is in a position where he can't reach the top right corner with the Revenant, so I would Zerael. It's a 9 attack flying dragon. I would definitely just play Zerael. You get your Rejuvenator back in some random spot as a bonus. There's not a ton Abyss can do with that 10th mana, so I wouldn't worry about denying the mana tile. And you're kinda on the hope they don't have 9 healing incoming plan anyway. It looks like we're denying the mana tile. Alright, if you're doing Riftwalker, then Shadow Nova, yeah. Shadow Nova's fine. And Healing Mystic to stop him from walking up. This play is good too. The Zerael play is kind of like a YOLO. Hope they don't have it. This play is if you have the splitter, I'm gonna make sure you don't heal from the splitter. The only thing about this play is they don't really have a finisher to it. Although Andreas does. If Hobo doesn't heal. But Hobo has the Void Pulse. Andreas did have Sphere Riftwalker for 5 damage. 7 HP is gonna be slightly out of range. And now you're back to asking yourself the question, do I just slap it down? If you slap down the dragon now, you're putting minions out for this Revenant to hit, which means you will die to a second Revenant. So now Zerael cannot be played. I think you might want to just Demonic Lure. Yeah, Zerael gets replaced straight up. think Demonic Lure, Riftwalker, Healing Mystic, Sphere of Darkness. 9 mana. All in. Hope for the best. Capitalizing on Riftwalker's damage, you gotta make sure the Revenant definitely goes down to the Shadow Creep. This is a very technical gameplay here. These two have been teetering at low health values for a while now. They're having a complete ranged warfare to the best of their abilities. Andreas has a slight advantage in that he owns Riftwalkers. Hobo does not. However, he is down Revenants and Hobo has 2 left. Does this kill you or no? Alright, we're healing first. I think you would die if you hit that before you get the heal off. Yeah, as soon as you hit 0 HP, I'm pretty sure you die. Advanced dropping broken glass on the floor masterclass. I know a song. Trying to think of some of the lyrics for it, but it's something. What would I give for a crash of broken glass? Just a crash of broken glass. What do you do as Andreas? You kind of have a dead turn. You could heal for 3 HP. You walk closer to your opponent. I don't think there's any reason to preemptively Grasp of Agony unless... Okay, Grasp DT. Hells yeah. You know, off the top of my head, because I was never huge into wrestling, I watched a little bit of it as a kid when the family was, but I don't remember Stone Cold's theme. Damn. Revenant being used to clear a 1-1 Wraithling. Void Pulse going down just to bolster your HP back to 5. These gamers they're at moderate hand sizes. They're running low on options. They're having a wizard battle right now. Second DT coming out. I think Andreas is out of options for dealing with the third Revenant. They've gone through the Dark Transforms and their creep stuff. Tempo Night Splitter getting no healing benefits. A Majoring Hobo issues the well played because he can use his Revenant to do 4 damage, and Sphere of Darkness will do a guaranteed 3, so this game is over. The correct play on that turn would have been to make no play at all. That was a long one, but it was interesting to see the little toe-to-toe bout there between those two players. Alright, so Majoring Hobo takes it 2-1. Congrats. They will move up in the losers bracket. We'll move on to the next game. So for the next game, we have Zabiul and Smarty. So let me see what lists they were playing. Zabiul I do not have, so we will only see this from Smarty's perspective. Okay. Raise your red banners, for we are switching from the Abyss Mirror to the Songhai Mirror. I have a feeling we're going to watch a lot of red and purple mirrors today. Okay, let's edit these deck images. So, Zabiul, Viva, Eurasian J tribute for Zabiul's side, Smarty's side. I need to see what general Smarty's playing. Viva. Smarty brought 2 red decks for this second day in the tournament. Alright, there are the deck lists. I need to switch which player is player... Or no, right, we're just looking at Smarty's perspective. I don't have to switch anything. So, what do we have? While the deck list is on, you guys can see the deck list. I do want to just give the little battle path. So Smarty made it all the way up to winners round 3. Where was Smarty on this list? Finding people in the bracket is not easy work. I'm blind. I found her. And Smarty had a bye. And she went down round 1. Okay, so Smarty had to overcome a vast length of battles in the losers bracket to reach this redemption chance against Zabiul here. There's Smarty. So she overcame Citizen Vader, Thibodeau, Demi, Remy, Abracadani, and now has to overcome Zabiul for a shot at redemption. So we can get the game up here, and let's see some Songhai v Songhai, the fiery dance that is board removal to the highest degree. For Smarty, she has oh wow, they both have Hammonds, they both have Keshrais too, they both have Archons, they both have Sloths. Their lists are practically identical. I didn't even realize that. Smarty has Blood Tier Alchemists and a Flame Wreath. Not Eurasian Dre, that's the name of the deck. Zabiul does not have Blood Tier Alchemists or Flame Wreath. So that's the main difference, and then there's some number variations on how many copies of things they each have. Smarty also has a Lightbender. So they're both minion highs currently. Alright, Tuskboar removal with a Kaido on the front line. Tempo Kaido. Kaido has to be on the front line here because Smarty played in the center tile. which I have to keep bringing up because we have seen the destructive power of starting diagonally against the player 2 Songhai, which, by the way, continues the trend of always having Tuskboar in their opening hand for some reason in this tournament. And I'm trying to remember in the Mezelji match that we just watched if that was the case too, and I'm pretty sure it was. There were Tuskboars in the player 2 turn 1 plays. Get to see orange Chaos Elemental. This Chaos Elemental has more skins than many other more utilized cards. And they look really good. He's just a nice sprite. Alright, Zabiul is probably going face. Yeah, I figured. I think that adheres more to his playstyle. Could have removed the Chaos Elemental there, but just get a huge health lead instead. Why not? It's a pretty decent turn for Smarty though. Can clear the board, go Tatsu will help with the board. Rejuvenator, nice 4/4 body, and he'll offset some of the damage he took. He's basically removing the killing edge from that turn, sans the fact that it drew Zabiul a card. So, in an unusual twist, I thought for sure this would be another display of board controlliness, but Zabiul has a much more aggressive agenda than we've seen in all the other Songhai mirrors so far. Lock guard Lotharius. Alright, slowing things down a little bit. Sloth will be an issue, I think. With an inner focus, just so we can... Alright, we're back to board control. We had our burst turn, now we're back on board control. But yeah, since this is Minion High versus Minion High, Sloth being 6 HP is a slightly problematic thing. Smarty might be stuck for a while. Now, she could set up her own Sloth here if she wants. Tuskboar can help deal with this thing, but maybe you want to save it for the next turn or so. I'm going Healer Mystic. Jaxi Rhythm Weaver, it looked like. Yeah, so developing board on this round. Take that 1 damage, tax to bring Sloth to a more manageable HP threshold. You really can't sit on it. There are a lot of times where players will just leave the provoked minion alone if you can't cleanly remove it right away. I think usually against Lionar people do that, since Holy Immolation is a thing. You don't want to take extra damage for nothing. Can't afford to do that here though. Zabiul is thinking. Seem a little unsure about putting Sloth over there. Okay, he is going down there. I wonder if we're back on the Faces the Place plan. We are. Catch Try Fan Blade being used to limit Smarty's spell options. 6 damage face. Actually, did that not add up correctly? Wasn't Smarty at 14? Shouldn't they be at less than 10 right now? Sloth didn't hit. Sloth didn't hit. So it's only 5 damage face. I was being inattentive. Yeah, here comes Smarty, Sloth, Ruby Tile on the Keshrai. It's pretty cool to see the dual aura for a few moments. Nice usage of the Sapphire Tile, so Jaxi makes a favorable trade. A Rhythm Weaver goes down as well. Second one, there's a bit of a cluster happening here. Now, maybe somewhat unfortunate, although it might have been necessary, the Sloth of Smarties is on a red tile, so that Tusk Borer will be able to help remove it. But its Provoke should be enough to protect you from death for the next turn. I guess it depends on what all Zabiul has. We're going for more blood. That's a killing edge. So that's going to be 5, 8, 10. Oh, that is 11? Oh, inner focus. Also, it shouldn't have been 10 because General's provoked. Alright, Zabiul finds his way through. Interesting little cluster there of minions. I will load up game 2. I can tell you all that this is a red mirror match all the way through, so I have to get in the game to see if there's a general swap. We are Riva v Riva, so I do not think there's a deck switch. This is just round 2 of the mirror. The actual minion high mirror, which is kind of funny to think about. Jaxi turn 1 opener, you like to see it? We are playing on the diagonal here, but because it's a 3 attack minion, it'll kill the Tusk Borer if Zabiul sends it in, so you don't care as much that it's on the diagonal. Another reason to consider running Jaxi. She is good at hitting a Tusk Borer. And we see a Tusk Borer. Excuse me. Probably going face. Took the center mana tile, so I expect another 2-drop here. Zabiul plays their own Jaxi in a very defensive position. Aw. I'm a little bit surprised. Okay, because we're going for the heal ramp. I feel like I would have done Oh, I guess it depends on how aggressive you want to be. Chaos Elemental Boar is decent, but if you're not in a rush to push the face damage of your own, just a Rejuvenator is fine, although that was a replace. I might have held the Chaos Elemental at least. Rejuvenator up top. Prismatically shining Jaxi on the bottom. Or chromatic Jaxi, or I'm not sure what the name of the skin is actually. Zabiel going in for a face trade. Undeterred. Healing Mystic coming out. Along with a Kaido Assassin. The Kaido is being offered for free to the Jaxi. It's a little bit bizarre. Tuskboar is going to be handy now. Zabiel also played their Jaxi back in a very defensive position. So they're holding on to it for some reason. Well, they were trying to. Smarty has the blood tier that can remove it, and then the Rejuvenator can finish it off. So we have a commanding board presence from Smarty, even able to protect their own Jaxi, or mini Jax. With 3 cards in hand and the fact that you are running minion high, there are no Swords of Mechazor, so it is a lot more difficult to reclaim a ton of board space. Kaido Killing Edge. You draw an extra card for that, you get a nice 6/5. Do you hit the boar? Or do we ignore the boar? We are hitting the boar. So the immediate play that comes to mind is to slam your own Killing Edge on your mini Jax, send it to the right a bunch, and snipe the enemy Kaido Assassin. Before you snipe the enemy Kaido, you could juxta your Rejuvenator in and then bring on a rather significant 6 damage to their general. And then Healing Mystic your Rejuvenator as well. That seems like a fairly competent turn to me. If you don't care about their Kaido Assassin, you could throw the 5 damage from Mini Jax into their face. And then do the exact same play anyway. Okay, holding off on the juxtaposition. I was gonna say with the Hammond replace, you could have made a juxta with the Blood Tier Alchemist. Dropped Hammond. And then trade in your Rejuvenator and have the Mini Jax shoot at the Kaido. To take care of that. And then you would have an 8/8 on the field right now. This play is fine too. It gets answered by a Phoenix Fire, but Zabiel with the hello. And the crying face. They do not have an answer for the 5/3 range Dominion. They do have an Archon Spellbinder though. Alright. Looks like we're dealing with the Archon. Yeah, the question is, do you take 6? I would take 6. I would take 6 and develop my own. I would take 6. It's not spell high. It kind of sucks that this Jux costs 1 whole mana. Oh boy, that's just too expensive for Songhai. Playing Keshrai is pretty good too though. So we do have lethal on board, 14 damage exact. You would, I think taking 6 would have been acceptable there. With an Archon established, you deny the spiral. No combination of increased mana costed Songhai spells were going to wipe you out, especially not from a minion high list. Okay, Zabiul thankfully finds a solution to this mini jack, so they can try to hold on a little bit longer. Unfortunately, this is Songhai. We have the spiral techniques, 8 damage, 7 mana, plus a Keshrai to finish them off. Game 2, going to Smarty. So we're moving on to game 3. There's the decks once more. I think game 3 is going to be one more mirror match. No opponent will shift their stance, or neither contender will sway from their beliefs. Only one Songhai can remain. It's red versus red once more. And here we are, 3 games in a row. Tuskboar as player 2. Zabiul does take the player 1 advantage, or perceived advantage, since they can choose. And I guess if your opening hand is capable of having Blood Tier Alchemist, then that is a reason why you should not play Jaxi in the corner. Because now it suddenly is a problem. I can't believe we have seen Songhai capitalize on this situation as much as we have in this tournament. Because I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's just a handful of games. It's so crazy to me that it's this consistently occurring. I don't understand. It must be the Songhai buff, secret Songhai buff. So yeah, Zabiul has to choose, do they want to ramp or get rid of this boar? Can't do both. They choose to eliminate the boar. They do play their own though, so they can ramp. Using their Kaido to block the mana tile. Smarty doesn't mind that though. Good idea. I was about to dispel the boar and Kaido, but dispelling the boar was unnecessary if you're gonna kill it. May as well eliminate the mana tile so your opponent cannot advance to 5. 5 is kind of significant for these players. That is a Hammond Blade Seeker or a Sloth Guard Lotharius, so being able to do it first is usually stronger than doing it second, especially when you don't have Onyx Bear Seals, so that 8/8 Hammond is a huge pool of health to burn through the hard way. Now, with that in mind, the Lightbender itself isn't particularly a strong play. So, I think Zaviel will be able to seemingly get ahead here. So they could push some face damage if they want, and they have their own developments to make. We're playing conservatively with the Dispelled Kaido. I can absolutely do that, Calvin. No problem. Jaxie body blocking for the two minions up top. I'm surprised the Mystic is up front like that, but it is what it is. The Sloth is going to be a pretty decent answer. Ruby Tile has to go to the Jaxie for optimal removal. I think I like Sloth above Smarty. It could be under Zabiel though. You could put the Sapphire Tile under Kaido instead of on Kaido. It's not ideal because then, yeah, your Lightbender would have to stand on it, but it was an option. I think I like Sloth under Zabiel. Just because it provokes him. So even if the Mystic could trade into Lightbender for free. Ooh, Zabiel's backing off. Hammond Blade Seekers on the board. It's time to panic. Or to smash face. Make the biggest provoke unit you can and smash face. Lightbender being used to take out the Mystic at least. You know what? I would protect your Sloth. Why not? Why not? Oh, I think the healing Mystic should be below Zabiel. So there's two ways you could take this turn. You could do what Smarty's doing, right? You just apply the pressure, you play it safe for your health, and Sloth will put 5 damage into Hammond, making it much easier to remove, right? If you opted to protect the Sloth though, and you could have even stuck your own neck out, the Hammond is dealing damage to Zabiel 2 at the start of each of their turns, so they're at 17 now. On the next turn, if your Sloth stayed alive, you have a lot of burst damage coming. And with the Rhythm Weaver giving you a spell, you really only need like a Tuskboar and a Killing Edge to finish the job from this point. Assuming the Hammond takes out one thing. This looks like a Juxta play. So Sloth is going to be sent to the back. Since you chose to stand on the Sapphire Tile, you're not going to retaliate against Hammond if it decides to just hit you in the face here. Which might be a huge misplay. And an Archon Spellbinder does make things a little more awkward. Smarty is in trouble. Checking what spell we're gaining from the Rhythm Weaver. That Gotatsu should cost 2 mana. The replay is bugged on the card draw there. Huh. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Smarty missed lethal. And if Smarty had played the Thief of Moments first, because you have 7 mana, if you played the Thief of Moments first and then the Tuskboar, that's 5, you have 2 blinks available, and you only needed 2 blinks to get all of your minions in the hit. So I think we have our 6 missed lethal, even with the Archon up. I think it was 17 exact damage with Tuskboar, and then 8 from Sloth Tuskboar, 10 with General, 14 with Rhythm Weaver Blood Tear, and 17 with Lightbender hitting. You only needed 2 blinks for them all to reach. You also had an extra damage if you used the red tile on the bottom. That was a tough lethal to see though. Very tough. Zabiul is gonna be looking to clear the board as much as possible. There's still a dangerous health threshold. They do have the Archon advantage though, and that Sloth play is pretty devastating. Smarty's in trouble now. Missed opportunity to go on. Can't efficiently get rid of the Sloth, so in range of the Archon. Gonna have to hope your minions somehow survive. Can't remove the Tuskboar either, so Zabiel's going to have access to that, which means the Healing Mystic up there isn't going to stay up there. Or they could just, they could just punch Smarty's Tuskboar and Archon has access. So they have at least 9 damage. That was a lot of healing though. 17 HP might be enough to save Smarty. The well played is uttered though. If they have a killing edge, that's 13. If they have 2 killing edges, that will be lethal. The extra 1 damage from this tile, Tuskboar will die on it, so Archon can fit in. That would be an extra 2 damage. Looks like they're double checking their math. No, they don't have it, or is this a juxta? Oops. Oh, we've miscalculated. Can't tell if they have it or not because I can't see their hand. Gonna have to go in the board clear plan. Tuskboar taking out Thief of Moments. They chose to walk on Sapphire tile for the efficient board clear. It's a nice Keshrai fan blade and a Rhythm Weaver. Smarty has access to 4 damage, needs to find a spiral technique, and takes this game. Does not replace into the spiral. That is a confirmed skill issue. I am joking. This game will go on. We're gonna have to be on the board removal plan as well. Not sure how exactly you want to do things here. This Rhythm Weaver drawing a spell card. It would kill the Tuskboar. I would draw the card. Smarty's gonna dispel though. I mean, a spiral technique alone wouldn't kill you if it draws them a juxta, spiral, and jux. Say the Archon hits you for 6. You don't die to spiral and Archon reaching alone. They would need something else. But now they have a Tusky in hand. And a Tusky with inner focuses could be death. So we'll see what happens. Damn, this is an intense game. It could have ended 3 turns ago, though. Wild. The power of the Thief of Moments. It looks like Zabiel still doesn't quite have it. So just removing things. Walking away. Second Archon coming down. It's going to be pretty crippling. Now the problem with the Archons isn't even the increased cost of spells at this point. It's the fact that they have 9 HP and there is no hard removal in these lists. So these big-bodied things require big-bodied things to take them out. Nice teleport. Wait. Instead of protecting yourself, you could go hyper offensive with that Chaos Elemental spot. You don't die to a 6 damage hit spiral again. And you just took out the boar. Deciding not to drop Hammond. Hammond would be a risk because you do take 2 damage. So I guess you couldn't really afford to play Hammond here. Third Tuskspore finds an inner focus and then a Phoenix Fire. I take it. It would have had to been 2 Phoenix Fires. Oh, Spiral Technique. Unfortunate. The third Tuskspore seals the deal with inner focus. For the lethal, Smarty gets taken out. GG to Zabiul. Alright, let's we'll bring up the decks one more time for anyone who's interested, and we will move on to the next game. Let's keep things going here. We have Estari versus Basilikovikai. So let me load up their decks. Oh wait, I have to see what they're playing. Estari. We will be able to see both players' hands this time around. Basilikovikai. Okay. I'm laughing for a reason, but I don't want to spoil why I'm laughing. So, Estari is another Songhai player. They have this list for day 2. I think it's similar to the day 1 list, if not identical. Basilikovikai is... Alright, he's got this paper, so we can see both of his decks here, which is fine. This is what his thing was. So, if we are going to see the creep list on the left first, Creep Pog, as they call it. I just need a moment to load up the game on the second player slot. Estari. Okay. Once I get this one started, I need a quick moment. I brought up my pitcher. I just need to refill my drink, but we'll get the game loaded first, and while it's going, here we are. We, of course, let me sync it. Get it going. I do want to go over the histories. So, Basilicovici, or was it Astari? Astari was just knocked out in the top 8 round. We saw their history. Basilico, I wanted to go through theirs. Okay. So Basilicovici was knocked out just in the previous round. They made it to... Or were they both in the previous round? Yeah, Starry was knocked out top deck Timmy. Basilicovici was knocked out to Zabiul, who we just watched overcome Smarty. So that is their histories. The brackets, they both did very well. And while the early game stuff is going, I'm just gonna refill my drink real quick. I'll be right back. Decided to use the bathroom while I was at it. I heard a lot of things dying. Yes, Tuspor I see has been KO'd, a Crawler has been KO'd, and a Chakri has been KO'd. All the things. So, throughout the tournament in this matchup, the Songhais and the Abyssians, I think... the Songhai seem to have an advantage. We've seen the Abyssians survive them before, but they have to have their powerful healing turns with Night Splitter. Otherwise, they tend to get rolled over on. We can see that Basilica does not have an answer for this 4-win, so it will stick around for a turn. Just gonna set up some more creep. Again, creating that 4-tile formation. The hilarious consequence of the Night Splitter card existing is you just want to set up that pattern if possible. I didn't see the earliest turns. I'm not sure how intentional it was for the first 2 creeps to be where they are, but I guess it worked out that way. Ooh, Astari is going for an aggressive play. Flame Reef moving only 1 up. It's not gonna kill the Crawler, but it does play around the creep tile, which I think is the main point. They had to go Tatsu, I didn't realize. Gotatsu will answer. Everything is going in. Maximum pressure. Night Splitter cannot save us. It can heal us for 9. But then you leave the 4 winds up. And that's 4 damage. This is actually deviously good for a Starry. That was a really nice turn. And if you go down to 9 and you heal for 9, we're up to 18. Night Splitter placed kind of out of the way so that it might survive, but I don't think a Starry's concerned with it at all. They're just going to try to kill you right now as they have Vortex, Heaven's Eclipse. They pitch a Gotatsu. I might have thought about that a little bit longer. But hey, they found a Chakri. They have an Inner Focus. They have access to 4 mana. Is it enough to kill you? They're thinking about Lantern Fox instead. So it would have been Chakri and 2 spell casts. The Chakri would only do 3 damage. It could have been 3 spell casts depending on that Rhythm Weaver's pull. So 2 spell casts, that would have been 3, which would also have been 2 pings. So that's 5. General would have been 7, and the 4 damage from 4 winds would have been 11. So not quite enough to kill. Now, Songhai's hand is a little full. The Lantern Fox will not generate Phoenix Fires if it's hit. I don't think Basilico wants to hit anything right now. And it might have been worth to leave the Night Splitter in a position where you like wanted it to die, you know? I guess it's fine in this circumstance. Basilico has some removal. They're walking out of range of Riva. Hey, Starry does have the Chakri there. They have double Inner Focus. That's going to be with a Phoenix Fire tacked on 6 plus the second Inner Foci. They're actually going for the Heaven's Eclipse. They find the third. That is significant. If they get a Jux here, it'll be a +1 damage. Not enough to kill. Oh, Mana Vortex. Wow. Basilico better heal for 12 HP on the next turn. And remove that Chakri. They can remove the Chakri, but alright, they're not dead yet. They have Keeper the Veil. This is gonna be 5 mana. So they can heal to 11. And stay in it. Fortunately, no Sphere of Darkness. Oh, barely escaping lethal. Just in case you find another keeper, I'm surprised the 1/1 Night Splitter isn't kept back in the... Oh, right, you know what? Well, yeah, if they had a Juxtaplay, your stuff is close enough to you. So I am surprised it's not kept back in case you want to copy one again. Basilico might have to opt for some removal of minions here. They're so close and yet so far away. They could remain committed. So you could play this 4 wins, you could play 2 Phoenix Fires and a Gotatsu, right? Actually, I only have 8 mana, so 2 Phoenix Fires. That's probably what you want to do. Take out the 5/3, or send them face. Yeah, send them face. Assume that Basilica will not kill you. And then next turn, try again to finish off your opponent. Uh-oh, we don't have any more healing. Basilica, no! The death is looking inevitable. As far as damage goes, they have 7 and 5, so 13, 12, 12. And that's all they can muster. It's just about half of a Starry's total. They can get 3 out of hand for 15 if they wanted. It was a well-fought battle. But that is going to be the end for game number 1. As Basilico gets burned to death. I think a Starry made the right call there. Going for it was definitely the way to go, not removing minions. So very happy about that, I'm sure. Game number 2 between these two. I imagine Basilico wants to go first because you do not want Songhai to go first. They're definitely a lot crazier when they are first. Also, we have a faction switch. We are switching to Lionar on Basilico's list. However, a Starry is sticking with the red. Okay, let's load up some games here. The Lionar v Songhai, the natural predator. But will it be enough? Songhai can burn through yellow, even if it's Heliodor. Okay, game number 2 is ready to go. Let's get it synced. Pretty good hand for a Starry. Basilico has this Dynasty Standard. I keep calling it Banner. Turn 1. At least it's something. It's not ideal, but it's something to do on the first turn. I don't think you want a Kaido front and Phoenix here, and most Duelyst players will, you know, you get a good chuckle and a laugh if your turn 1 as player 2 is Phoenix Fire Face, even your turn 1 as player 1. So yeah, we do see Turtle Opener into Lantern Fox. I think that makes a lot of sense. Basilico can establish the healing monument that is Isby's. So healing procs are active, could be relevant as soon as next turn. A Starry. Do you go smash face? You could let Chakri develop and just go all in with your Kaido assassin doing 8 damage. Now, while it would be a little suboptimal if you wanted to. Ooh, interesting. Charging up the Fox as well. Yeah, I was gonna say, you could have the Fox hit twice and take the mana tile, shoot a Phoenix Fire instead of having Kaido hit twice. Smork. This is a powerful, powerful turn 2 from Songhai on the player 2 side. Most factions would not recover from this. Lionar, however, with the power of Isby, Sunriser, and Sundrop Elixir, the power of the sun, the Songhai foe shall fall this day. I don't think you could ask for a better response than that. A Starry is going to have to try to charge up here. And they have to redirect some of their aggro to the Sunriser. They are in top deck mode, sort of. The Gotatsu will cycle itself. So they're not completely out of options yet. Oh, second Sunriser. Man, the Isby's value here is astronomical. Alright, we're digging for cards. Probably gonna develop Kaido. We are not developing Kaido, just removing the second Sunriser. That is 2 major clear tools gone for Basilicovi. Keeping up the face damage, so every time you hit, if your opponent's not hitting with Isby's up, you're simply maintaining the HP. Sans any other healing going on. Staying at 19 each. Basilico has a ton of leeway to do whatever the heck they want. You could set up a Sloth here. But if you think Juxta is a likely next move from your opponent, I like this healing and a full surround more. This is probably a lot safer overall. A Starry will be hard pressed to like kill you from this point. 2 Isbys are active. They have to spend resources doing something about it. They're not gonna win just trying to hit you in the face from this point. They had a great turn 2. Basilico had a great turn 3. And steamrolled from there. Excuse me. And this is a tricky turn. You could Phoenix Fire the Komodo and then try to develop some of your things in the back line. You could just play them out too. Alright, nice little anti-holy immo formation. 4 wins is left in the lurch, though. Can be traded on board if Basilico desires. With the sloth, it can be traded into efficiently as well. Sloth Sunbloom or Sloth Martyrdom seems like a fine play. If you're going to Martyrdom, you could martyr the 4 wins and then have Sloth below you set up the ruby tile for your healing mystic to utilize and just let it take 2 damage for hitting the for hitting the Kaido assassin. He's actually being very conservative. I guess with the 2 Isbies active, Basilico isn't too concerned about it. He could have killed both things, but decides to just develop a sloth. Also puts Emerald Aura under a Starry's General. I think Basilico would be more than happy to full-on fatigue his opponent here since they're already down to 19 cards. This could be a long game, depending on how long A Starry wants to play it out. They still have burst, they can make it happen. But they lost a lot of inner focuses, so I don't think Basilico has to worry about too much backstab. Like maybe you get hit here. I don't think you're gonna get hit and then get inner focus, though. There, we have some Thief of Moments action going on. One more blink to spend, decides to do a ping with Flame Wreath and to develop a Rhythm Weaver right there. Very vulnerable to Holy Immolation. Kaido dies for free with this play that was made too. I'm sure Basilico doesn't mind whatsoever. If they want to, they could play their 3rd Sunriser on the bottom right, move your Mystic down 1, and kill that gang of Songhai peoples. Punch the Kaido and just, I don't know, drop an emote on your opponent because they're Songhai. You could copy a blink with Ether Master and start blinking stuff. I don't know why you would, but you could do it, and you have the luxury to do it. You could do that and still kill everything with the Sunriser. Does Blink disappear if you copy it with Alcuin? I actually don't know if it just always disappears at end of turn. Huh? Okay, we trolling now. Basilica gives the oops. It kind of wasted Martyrdom. I don't know why he bothered punching face just the Martyrdom. He could have just hit the thing. It's funny though. It almost seemed like a BM play of sorts. A Starry is looking for some gas. Their hope would be that this Chakri becomes absolutely gigantic and somehow goes unanswered, but we can see in Basilico's hand he has like literally 6 different ways of answering the card. It's especially with the Alco and Lore Masters. Yeah, maybe we can copy Heavens. This is the last inner focus. Hey, Starry needs to be very careful. They're very low on card count. So if there's going to be a window of opportunity to do 25 damage out of hand, they're slowly decreasing that window. Just playing it safe, getting rid of the third Sunriser, so you don't have to worry about Sunriser anymore. One of the Isbys finally drops as well. Phoenix Fire on the stack. If I was Basilikovikai in this situation, even if it's a tournament for money, I would copy 2 Phoenix Fires and then kill the Chakri Avatar with them, just to assert mental dominance over my opponent. We do copy 1 Phoenix Fire. Unfortunately, we are using Sunbloom. You can't kill it with 2. You have to do this. My play costs 10 mana. You can't do it. A Starry Concede. Lionar controlling Songhai the way Lionar does. That was a very brutal game for a Starry. Very good game for Basilica. We are 1-1 now. So I will bring up the decks. I didn't hide the other stuff. Let me hide the other stuff. There we go. Will a Starry faction swap? That is the question. Assuming Basilica wants to stick with Lionar. Oh, interesting. So, as the rule set, what to make a 900? That's a good question. To be difficult for my quiz bot. But yeah, as the rule set goes, Basilica would have had to have announced what faction they are playing, and they have actually chosen to return to Abyssian. A Starry will remain on Songhai for Game 3. I'm looking at the wrong thing here. So in the first match, this didn't go so well for Basilico. I'm a little surprised they didn't just run with the Lionar. A Starry's other deck, I forget what else they brought. I think it was a Vanor. They might have gone double Songhai though. But anyway. Let's bring up the match. Game 3. Let's see how it goes between these two. I think it's going to... slow down. I think it's going to really depend on how egregious of the early turns a Starry ends up having. And we do see a Tuskboar Rhythm Weaver opener, potentially. Oh, now I gotta pause the other one. Me being all inattentive and shit. I will remove the player 2 hand in a second. Just listening for the sound effects to try and sync a little bit. There we go. Okay, we have a clean set of answers for turn 1 on Basilico's side. Sphere Void But can you keep that up? We shall see. I gotta slow down player one here a little bit. And now we think. You could demonic lure that Lantern Fox if you're concerned about it. Put it right on that creep tile. It will die, only generating 1 Phoenix Fire. But if you do that, you do not have a board. However, your Rejuvenator, while having a 4/4 is nice and all, having 4 healing is also nice and all. Do you save Sphere Darkness for a Thief of Moments / Flame Wreath / other thing? It looks like yes you do. Backing off 2 tiles because we are afraid of dying to Songhai things. Astari has the luxury, full control of the mana tiles in the center. Phoenix Fire gets replaced. There's various things that Astari could do. You could set up Thief of Moments and then some 2-drop just to do a slow 5 mana play. You could do 2/2/1 Rhythm Reaver Chakra Kaido if you desire. You could boldly charge forward with your general here and be hyper aggressive and just play the 4 mana out. Yeah, that seems to be what we're doing. That is a threat to ramp to 7 mana on the next turn. That is terrifying up against the Songhai opponent. See Sphere of Darkness come out, Kaido's getting picked off, Spectral Blade getting equipped. I do like this because it protects you from a Tuskboar deciding to just stay in the middle. Yeah, general questions category is fun. I had to put extra thought into them. And I continue to add, every once in a while, I try to add like an extra general question, so it is the biggest category over the individual games. I don't know how many. I have some odd amount. It's probably like 43 or something weird like that at the moment. I add like 1 or 2 when I'm updating the bot with game category. Okay, we're going full development here. Lots of blinks for Chakri Avatar to grow nice and powerful. Playing around Night Splitter. It can't be Yuki because it's a girl's name. Wow, you deduced it. Nice deduction work. A respectable 15 points earned. Alright, big threat Chakri taken out. Emerald Rejuvenator getting full value. There's still a couple scary Songhai things on the board, but what can you do? You're doing the best you can. I like that. Basilico and Astari's generals have been having this personal talk with each other for the past couple turns now. Just sending Tuspor away. Getting some major Thief of Moments value. That pretty much nullifies any usage you would get from Night Sorrow, Assassin. You're completely reliant upon your ranged removal. Yeah, Thief of Moments is the guy getting hit here. Tuspor will return the hand, but we're equipping up a Spectral Blade. Do you move? We're staying on the back wall, so we're limiting Kaido's efficacy. But this is looking a little dire for Basilica. The creep tiles are not near him, which is the issue, so future plays with Night Splitter are going to be not so good. A Starry can break this artifact with Flame Wreath movement if they so desire. And they can set up this Chakri avatar. They don't have blinks anymore, so they do need to be somewhat mindful of a second Shadow Nova. Okay, looks like they're gonna wait on the Chakri avatar development. We're just gonna do some more face damage here. Full surround on Basilico. Not ideal for Basilica. Thinking about cashing in on an extra 3 damage. Decide to cash in on the Flame Wreath. Why does Flame Wreath have that sound effect? It's just weird because it comes from human entities and he's a dragon thing. I can't answer the Quizbot questions. I'm not paying attention to it. But feel free to enjoy them. Also very nice. NSA. Rejuvenator puts you to 12. If they had a spiral, you won't die yet. Yeah, I think you don't have a choice. You need to block the general from hitting you. Deciding to do this instead. So remaining next to a Starry. A Starry's going for blood. We're looking for the nuts. Heaven's Eclipse. Chakri is out. They have one inner focus left. I think they used 2 of them. They do not find the third one. Won't stop Chakri from growing really damn big, probably. Also, I do have to hand it to a Starry. It's been numerous times that they've happened to have Phoenix Fire go Tatsi to deal with a 4 HP threat. Now. Tuspor on the replace with the juxtaposition. Is that enough damage? It's 6, 8, 10. They're 2 off lethal, but they can do it anyway. Because why not? Can't cast it all. But you can surround Basilico again, yeah. Since they seem to refuse to leave the back of the wall, may as well cash in on the Kaido damage. 5 cards drawn, likelihood of spiral is astronomically high. Basilico is essentially, you know, up Schitt's Creek without a river, or Songhai's Creek, I guess, or without a paddle. They could sphere splitter, but that doesn't answer Chakri. If they DT, they can't do much else. You can punch one of the Songhai things and then heal for 4 and probably die on the next turn. So I think I talked about it a little bit the other day. And this list does seem changed. I forget if it was Basilica or someone else. They had low creep generation. And the low creep generation ends up becoming a problem because the deck is very reliant on the Night Splitter effect proccing. And I think that was kind of a case here. There was a little pile of creep out of necessity of removing Songhai things, but because Basilico was stuck to the wall, they weren't able to capitalize on it at any point. Night Splitter became a dead card, and then they just couldn't keep up with the constant threats. But GG to Starry. He takes it 2-1. We are going to the last game for the losers round 6. And then after this game, we will return to the winners bracket for, it'll be the quarterfinals. So we have Ghoster Driver against Jack Just. I don't have Jack Just, right? I do not. So we have Ghoster. Wait, did I say that right? I did say that right. Ghoster Driver. Jack Just. Let me see what they're playing. And then I'll pull up the decks. Always answer 5 Super Mario questions. Alright, we have Shidai and Lilith. So, these are the decks that are going to be utilized. Jack Just is another player who... Oh wow, that's a huge image for some reason. They are running a double Songhai. Brought 2 red decks to the tournament. This is their Shidai list. SW Mask 2 for Ghoster Driver. They are running Abyssian. So this is the 4th time already we've seen purple versus red. Something like that. Lots of purple, lots of red. Very popular at the moment. Where is Ghoster Driver's Abyssian list? There it is. Alright, Ghoster Driver has these elongated deck list images, so he's gonna be tiny to fit here. There you go. If you guys can see. Ghoster Driver lost the last one, I think. As for Jack Just had to go on quite a journey to get here. They lost in round 1, and then they took Zabane, Catpaw, Incognito, Project 2L, Dragall, Ghoster, he's playing Ghost Driver now. So we're up to Ghost Driver. He took out quite a few big names, Jack Just. Now that I'm seeing it, Incognito went down second round of the losers bracket, so yeah, quite a rough tournament run. Anyway, we can get this game started here. So only one perspective this time around. Only goes to drivers because they are serially epic. 12 Songha banners. So far, Songhai going first against Abyssian. Abyssian is not doing too hot. We have a turn 1 Tuskboar, no Rhythm Weaver follow-up. Not sure how this game will turn out. This Creep Abyss list, we do have the Archons. There's a Dark Seed as well. 2 Shrouds. So I think the fair... Well, you would think if you can make it to 6 mana and you get a clean Archon out, you might do slightly better against Songhai. But Songhai is likely still troublesome. Lantern Fox, Inner Focus just to take out the NSA that killed your Tuskboar. In this matchup, I think playing Tuskboar turn 1 as player 1 has that risk. It might get NSA. So maybe you don't want a Tuskboar on an empty turn 1 to avoid that. It's a nice punish from Ghost Driver. I don't think the Inner Focus is worth using there. Converted it into a Phoenix Fire. But it's just a 3-1 assassin, you know? I feel like you could have done a slow, just develop Lantern Fox and chill. Ghost Driver is doing Riftwalker Grasp. We're pushing 5 damage, but instead of punching face, we're not aggro. We are a Creep Abyss list after all. We're running to the back wall. We just watched this happen. For the past few minutes, it didn't turn out so well for the Abyss player. Let's see if Ghost Driver navigates the back wall in a slightly more efficient way. 4 Winds being developed with Mana Vortex and a Phoenix Fire from the Lantern Fox. Tied up the game 20-20. That was a pretty nice replace. So you have an answer for the 4 Winds. Going to use Riftwalker aggressively to push 2 damage. You feel out of place tuning in during a Duelyst stream? No, it's all good. It might not be your game, but feel free to hang around if you wish to. Okay, we've overcome our slight shyness. Ghost Driver feels a little more comfortable moving forward now. The game's moved along, the mana count's gotten higher. The Riftwalker could have denied the mana tile instead. It could be significant. I think Songhai uses tiles the strongest out of any other faction. Maybe Extreme Flash plays and Extreme Darkfire Sack plays are also kind of abusive to it. You have no clue what's happening. I think that's the general viewer consensus for any card game, right? It's one of the reasons why card games don't get extreme viewership. It's because they can be hard to follow. I'll give you a quick TLDR. We are casting a tournament, or I am casting a tournament that just happened recently. It's the biggest Duelyst community tournament. Epic series. 2 players enter the battlefield. You have these generals. I don't know if you're familiar with Magic the Gathering at all, but pretend this is your player character. Yeah, this is a card game on a board. So you're trying to deplete your opponent's HP. And you summon creatures and play magical spells to make it happen. And everything that happens is just card text. Read the card text. They all have cards. They all have text on them. Should be easy enough to follow along now, right? This is the quick down and dirty of it. Anyway. Shadow Nova Void Pulse gonna make sure that Jack just doesn't have a board, but they do have a full hand. They do gain some more Phoenix Fires off of the Lantern Fox that just took damage. He's getting a little low, but still putting on the pressure. Blood Rage Mask turn. Oh, we're gonna get some DPS in, maybe. Yeah, Inner Focus on the board, I think, so that's gonna be 7 extra damage. Ghost of Driver is gonna feel the hurt. Something else just got casted, maybe a Mana Vortex. Shimmering Sensu. Jack just will draw an extra card for that. Down to 4 HP. You only need to do 11 damage, but Jack just has with 4 cards in hand, your Darkseid only does 4. We're looking at Shadow Nova. I guess you're gonna rely on healing Mystic Nova and walking away, walking up into your creep. Alright, enjoy your lecture, May. You have a good one while you're looking. Well played is Seed immediate spiral technique. So that was kind of a risky play, but at 11 HP, and I've mentioned it numerous times, Abyssian isn't killing you. As long as you're over 10, I think it was 10 is the magic number, they can't kill you with this current deck. The exception being a Night Splitter and 4 tiles. That was really quick. So here are the deck lists again. I don't think there was a deck swap. So I will load in game 2. And then we can continue. Just arrived to see that. What's up, Dual Track? Hope your stream went well. Welcome on in. We are in the last game of the bottom 8 players in the losers bracket at the moment. We're about to be in the quarterfinals after this. Set wraps up. Oh no, the turn 1 pass. I think this Abyssian list post-tournament, to all my Abyssian gamers out there, I think we need to refine this list. The general creep list. Because the fact of the matter is, in this tournament, it's the Abyssians that have turn 1 passed more than anybody else. It's a pretty nice Riftwalker to make up for the turn 1 pass. Tuskspore Blood Rage Mask equipped for Jack Just. That is a nice turn 2. Oh, he has the Ghost Lightning. Now, Ghost Lightning has kind of been dropped off from most Songhai's lists, but Jack Just is still relying upon it. No timeless on this artifact, so holding back from attacking make it harder to lose their mask. You miss out on 2 damage now, but you generate who knows how much damage later. Shadow Nova. So while this play denies the bottom mana tile and might be decent because of that, I think it actually would have been better to take the top tile and surround yourself in spikes. Maybe. Because now that you're away from your creep, you're you won't be able to benefit from your guy. Man, this is like classic Songhai right here. Feels like the old school Spell High list. Probably it's just the Ghost Lightning flavoring with the Blood Rage mask. Ghost Driver is in a lot of trouble. You can kill Chakri with a Shroud. You could just tempo Shroud and use your NSA and then walk away and hope for the best. If you leave the mask up, that really sucks. But if you punch down to 7, you're standing next to Jack Just. Even though he's in top deck mode, he only needs 7. He only needs 5 damage to kill you. His general will hit you again. So tough call. Do you leave the mask up or do you punch the mask? It's only turn 3. I guess it's turn 4, not 3. Alright, Assassin Tempo Shroud. We all in. Did not punch. Decided to leave the mask up. We get the immediate well played. Yeah, Mana Vortex Spiral. Oh no. Damn. Okay, well, that was fast. I was gonna say, you have, with only 2 cards, you have decent odds of surviving, but, you know, what can you do against Mana Vortex Spiral? That is unfortunate for Ghost Driver. Okay. So that wraps up the round 6 of losers bracket. Before we continue with losers, we're gonna go back to the winners bracket because we need to see who falls from grace there. We are on the semis, right? Not the quarters, the semis. We already did the quarters. Okay, first game will be Top Deck Timmy versus Kolos, the Wagon Dragon. So let me, we don't have Timmy, right? That's one of the ones we don't have, so this will be another Kolos perspective exclusive. Timmy keeps winning, which is wonderful for Timmy, great player, but I can't see his hand ever. Alright, we have Xerix and Maeve. So let me load up their deck lists and then I will not have much to say, because as far as the bracket things go, these players have been winning the whole time so far. So their journey, we've witnessed their journey to the top. Here is the Xerix list. Let me make that bigger for all of you fine people at home. And Maeve, Kolos Maeve. There is the Maeve list, which I can also size up a little bit. So we have Zoo and I Believe. Kolos has some funny deck titles. You hope Timmy wins. He deserves the victory after all the effort he put into training. We shall see. Nobody knows, right? Definitely not. For the Zuvitruvian versus Sarlacc Abyssian. Sarlacc Factory Abyss. Who will come out ahead? Let me take a look at these lists here so I can do some predicciones. There is no Dispel in the Zuvet list. So hypothetically, if the Sarlacc Factory gets going, it could be problematic, but likewise, the removal suite for Kolos is 3 Ritual Banishings and 2 Shrouds, I guess, to remove all the buffs from the Zuvet. So, Kolos can get overwhelmed by sheer value quite easily. We're going with Sarlacc. And it's a good idea. He is impossible to delete from the game. That Sarlacc will not be removed. Right there, there's no Dispel in this list whatsoever. So, Sarlacc turn 1 seems pretty good to me. Now, I am a little surprised Kolos didn't do a turtle opener, just because that Araki can easily hit 7 attack power on this turn and just bop you for 7, which is not insignificant damage. Man, it's amazing how fast time goes by. Have I really been doing 4 hours? It's been more than 4 hours because the stream, I had to reset my router as it went down again at the start of the stream. But it's crazy that we're already 4 hours in. 4 to 5. Yeah, it's been about 5 hours. I got started at 6. How the time flies when you're enjoying Duelyst. Portal Guardian setup. Dreamgazer popped out the backside. No trades made. Kolos has decisions to make. Shroud on Guardian. And clear the Jaxi. Pretty good Sarlacc spawn. It's very relevant to the situation. Alright, we prioritize the Jaxi. Really? 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 But why though? That's my question. I don't think demonic luring the 1/7 Portal Guardian does much. And in the worst case scenario, depending on your draws and depending on Sarlacc's position, you might have needed that to kill this Araki if it gets really big all of a sudden. You were 4 spaces away from the Portal Guardian. Syzygy play, do you care if it got blast? It's not gonna get attack and blast, right? I don't know about that demonic lure. That seemed like I'm floating 2 mana and I don't want to float 2 mana play. Rather than a good idea. But that's okay. I didn't make it this far in the tournament. What do I know? I got Songhide. Kolo somehow avoided getting Songhide as a Abyssian guy. Alright, Rocky doing a little bit of damage, getting healed up as well. And now, yeah, Kolos has no removal. There is a 5-3 in front of your face, Kolos. There is a 5-3 in front of your face, and he's going to get bigger. I think I would double body block with these Jaxies. the Araki. It wouldn't matter, but I would probably put them front and center. We're doing one Jaxie Sarlacc. I'd put them front and center too. Protecting the Jaxie, I guess your idea is you're going to trade into it later, but Kolos is about to get decked for a ton of damage. I can't see Timmy's cards, but worst case scenario, it's going to be Chronomancer and a spell, right? Alright, it's Sloth Guard Lotharius, which is pretty bad too. Sarlacc on green tile, that's an intuitive way of dealing with Sarlacc. Provoke it onto an Emerald Aura, then he can no longer attack. Araki is getting way more value than it should have ever gotten. Sarlacc spawns on point as always for Kolos. He needs to replace into an answer. He finds a lure. So you can lure Araki and kill it with Jaxie. Or you can put it in the bottom left corner. We're thinking... Okay, DFS, Darkfire Sacrifice for a 2-mana discount. They missed 2 heal procs. That could be significant. Oh yeah, you can lure Sloth, and as long as you don't fuck up by putting Jaxie on an Emerald tile, you can kill Araki here. I mean, I guess Sarlacc can save you from a fuck up, although not if you move it back. Okay, no fuck ups. We're at 8 HP. That was an okay turn, but I think we could have avoided at least 7 damage from the previous turn. Top deck Timmy's gonna want to look for a way to seal this fast before that Shadow Dancer gets carried away with healing. Everything marches forward. He trades 2 health. Oh, no, that was on blue. He trades 1 health. Archon Spellbinder. Alright, he does trade 2 health. Just get rid of the Jaxie and Mini Jax. We have no answers for this Archon unless we draw Ritual Banishing. We did not draw Ritual Banishing. You can copy your Shadow Dancer and get a bunch of healing in. You can get 4 healing in. Unfortunately, you can't play your Nightstar Assassin to kill the Dreamgazer. So, 4 healing, you go to 14. It looks like we're going to not double up the healing, so we're only getting to 13, I guess. I think that's a no, that's not a mistake. That's smart. And we found a way to 14 anyway. That might be enough. Hopefully. I would have walked down 2 spaces, but that's just me. So we got the oops. I don't know if the oops was for the general position or moving the Shadow Dancer down for some reason. But here we are, 8 damage for Timmy. Assuming he has 2 syzygies, that's +6. That would be enough to kill. If he doesn't have 2 syzygies, he probably can't reach 14 quite yet. Maybe some combination. Do you have Primus Fist in your deck, Timmy? He does have Primus Fist, so First Wishes Primus might be enough if you have at least 1 syzygy to go along with it. See a Portal Guardian. Timmy is entering the green tile that Kolos had placed earlier. He will be able to avoid dying 2 Shadow Dancers now. Thanks to Emerald Tile. Once again, he can play the long con. This looks like an Inner Oasis turn. We're out of mana though, never mind. Like how Sloth just slowly runs away from all the crap in the back there. Oh, Kolos has some tough decisions to make again. Ritual Banishing. Ritual Banishing helps a lot. You can banish Archon and dispel probably the Portal Guardian, but Araki is also scary. Kolos is back to a healthy life threshold though. You know what? This might seem strange, but considering how this deck works from Timmy, I would Ritual Banish Portal Guardian and Dispel Araki, or vice versa. I wouldn't do vice versa because there's an HP difference. But instead of hitting the 6/6 Archon, I think I would hit both of the attack increasing entities. Also, if you kill the Portal Guardian, you can walk to the left, which would be a huge deal. It might be a mistake to not kill Archon though if he's 1 turn off of Maelstrom chaining, so I don't know. I might kill Portal and Araki here if it was me. If it was 9 mana, then Archon's probably gotta go. Because that thing would hit you for way too much damage. Timmy's thinking. He doesn't want to let this game get carried away. Oh, he left the safety of the Emerald Tile. Okay, he's making a new one. He had to wait to kill the Shroud because the tile would have saved the Shroud. 9 damage, 12 damage. On to Kolos. He is fully surrounded. This is not good for Kolos. See, this is why I would have killed both of the attack up guys. So Archon would have hit you for 7. That Portal Guardian wouldn't exist though. So you would have taken a total of 7 and 3, 10 damage. I guess my play only saved 2 HP. He'd be at 13. There would also be 2 less entities on the board, or there'd be 1 less entity on the board. Demonic Lure on Sloth. That means Revenant is going in on the Iraqi Headhunter, I imagine. Allowing it to die so he can get 2 extra heals. It's a very good idea. Back up to 19. Back up to 21. And deciding to stay on blue tile. I would not have done that. I would not have stayed on blue. These things are going to trade into you for free on Time Maelstrom now. I think he had to get off of blue or sapphire aura. He needed to take the ruby aura. So things could only hit him once. There's no Maelstrom in the list, and I'm worried about nothing. You're right, there's no Maelstrom. I've been concerned with Maelstrom this whole time. There is no Maelstrom. It's just sheer zoo aggro. I still would have gotten off of the... I would have gotten off of Sapphire even more now that I know there's no Maelstrom. It would have been much safer on the Ruby tile. No, I guess it doesn't matter. We got a 3rd Sloth. Another Primus Fist. Here we go again. Bop the Mave. Mave Bop Party. This might do it. Kolos doesn't have removal in hand. Okay, that helps a little bit. He can heal some HP. You can ping the 1 HP Primus Fist or Blood Tier. You can assassinate something. I would probably assassinate the 2/3 Primus just so I can... no, right, you have to do this play here. You need to get rid of the Sloth that you can't move. Yeah, you have to assassinate Sloth and get it a corner. Hope a Rocky can't hit you. Oh, that really sucks. This isn't good enough. Maybe you just stay put. If you assume Syzygy is happening, you might want to punch the Primus Fist on Sapphire for 2 more HP. And then just use your Ghost Links to body block up top. Maybe BTA and Red Tile could have been better. Ah, interesting thought. Interesting thought. BTA on Red Tile would have been an idea. Kolos would be at 19 right now. I think Kolos should have punched that Primus. Like... the likelihood that he has Syzygy is so fucking high, you need to remove damage from other sources, I think. He might not have Syzygy here, in which case Kolos is a mad genius. Uh-oh. I guess Chronomancer was the card we drew off of Inner Oasis. That's why he missed out on the spell. Okay. So if Kolos did stay in range, he would have got bopped by Araki. He would still be alive because there's 6 damage he would not have taken, so he wouldn't have died. Holy Shadow Dancer. So many Shadow Dancer. He is trying his best to not die here. Gotta hand it to Kolos. Unfortunately, he can't remove that big thing in the back. Actually, more unfortunate, if Kolos top decked a Shroud, he could have killed Xerix. He just needed a Shroud to remove the Emerald Aura. Having to sacrifice your healers. They were keeping you alive so damn well. This was a really fun game to watch, though. Does Timmy have the Sizz? He's fishing. Yeah, he's got it. It's over. That is 16... 18... Is that double syzygy? It was double. Yeah, props to Kolos though. He came back from the brink of death like 4 times over with the things. Also shout outs to Sloth, Emerald Aura keeping keeping Timmy alive, enduring the brutality of that situation. So we do have a deck change happening here. Let me load in Timmy's other deck. Even though he won that match, I guess he didn't feel too good about that victory. So he has switched to his Vanar list. He is playing Faye. Walls Vanar. Definitely a better matchup against Sarlacc Factory Abyssian, I would think. Oh, excuse me. Okay, let's see how game number 2 goes between these two titans of Duelyst. Turn 1 pass. You love to see it, or you hate to be it. Turn 1 Sarlacc. Kolos is nothing if not consistent as fuck sometimes. No, I know Kolos gets some really awkward hands at other times. He can definitely hit the low odds of the spectrum. We have some mementos aspect of the worm and another memento plop down. Free mana ramp into Chromatic Cold. What a turn. Deja Vu Engineer gets kicked out. What? I guess that's the power of skipping turn 1, huh? You get juiced up for turn 2. Oh, that is really unfortunate. But it is Walls Vanor. You don't want to be surrounded by a bunch of shit already if you can avoid it. Ghost Links being Ritual Banished just to remove a 3/4. Without that turn 1 Sarlacc, Kolos is going to have a hard time here. Timmy can... If they can do a walls play with like Borean Bear, I think they'll be in a really great position. If they just Snow Chaser Fenrir or something, they'll also be in a pretty great position. That looks like a Hearth Sister, so we're gonna draw cards. Okay, that was done before the replace. You placed afterwards. Borean Bear. Hit and face. Seems good to me. Nice turn from Timmy. What to do? What to do? Shroud on wall. Most people probably would have shrouded Bear. This does let Kolos reach the Hearth Sister though. He'll have a bit of an HP deficit. Goes up to a full hand with Ghost Links. I think I would have shrouded Bear myself and just left the Hearth Sister alone. I've been in a similar situation to that before, and then the Vanor player, if you're not out of range of the bear, is just gonna put down like 2 Bone Shield barriers or a Gravity Well and a Bone Shield barrier. I know there's no Gravity Well in this deck, but that's like how it goes for me, and then suddenly I'm getting Spiral Techniqued for no reason. And it's like, well damn, I guess I fucked up. Another summoning. What do you do here as Kolos? I imagine Blood Tier plus something. Probably Sarlacc. If you want to hold off on Sarlacc for a turn, you could Sarlacc Deja Vu. I do like this. It's not your ideal Deja Vu target, but it gives you something. You know, the 1/3's become a 2/4. That's not insignificant. This isn't ideal though. So I'm sure Timmy doesn't mind seeing this turn of events. If Timmy wants to, or if they have it in hand, they can probably get a Glacial Bone Shield barrier clear going on stuff. I don't think that's a glacial position, so Ladylock, and a War Master. Yeah, this is fine, right? You're just gonna be like, I'm gonna put all my minions back here and I'm gonna try to kill you. Your minions are out of position to help you with my minions, so Kolos at 13, probably looking at his Shadow Dancer here. Could do a Revenant, but Revenant won't save him from the wolf tokens. I think the main strength of this turn from Timmy is there are wolf tokens that are not going to be dealt with. I think Revenant equals death. You're gonna get Razorbacked, more than likely. Kolos decides to remove an entity from the board. Razorback is going to equate to lethal. It's going to be 13 damage out of the minions and 15 with the general. So Kolos has to dodge six cards. He dodges the Razorback by some miracle. There might be another lethal here though, so red tile right there. That's so your minions can commit suicide. He's double checking his math. Might have fucked up maybe. Hard to tell when we can't see the hand. Alright, that's 3, that's 2. We need 2 more. We need 1 more. Chromatic Cold. Chromatic Cold. And unfortunately for Kolos, his turns were just too inefficient to deal with the I guess just the Fenrir War Masters being established, so Kolos is knocked out of the tournament here. Top deck Timmy moves on. GG to both players. Let's bring up the decks again. This were the 2 that were played. We will be moving on to the second game. Of the semis here. We have Scuttle versus Mezelgy. So let me take a look at one of them, see what decks went in. Scuttle. Alright, Mezelgy is second. While I am loading up the hands, let's load in their decks for you guys. So we have Siphoron from Scuttle. Scuttle Siphoron. Osirix is in this list, as well as a Sinja and a Dominate Will. There are a lot of one-ofs. As for Mezelgy, Mezelgy is rocking the Lionar list for game 1. So, Argion. Helionar with a Sinja copy, pretty much, for Mezelgy. Get the player 2 hand set up. Against Skittle. Alright, here we go. One of Sinja versus one of Sinja. Both players have them in their starting hands. It's almost like it's destiny. Always find it weird when shit like this happens. It's a small thing, but it's just weird that it happens. Anybody else think so? Okay. Promise fist opener. Hails, yeah. Messelg is utilizing the lasting judgment tech that seems to be all the rage this ES4. Mostly a fuck you card to Thief of Moments, in my opinion. But it hits a lot of other things that are fairly significant to hit. Especially Songhai things. Scuttle's passing turn 2. That is very not good. I'm going to hope that they don't fall too far behind because of that. Messelg just gonna develop a light chaser, hold on to their other cards and tools. Thinking about replacing the orange tiger. No, change their minds. I think this is a good idea. Take out the light chaser. Gonna have a 4-2 afterwards. Which isn't great though, but it's an idea. You denied some mana tile rampage. That could easily get out of hand. Messelg is no problem taking 4 now. Light chaser on the bottom, and then rejuvenator to offset the saber spine damage. So we're back at square one. Scuttle's vet list is quite unique. I don't know if it tends to play. No, it's just a one of saber spine, so it's more like a mid-rangey list. It's not quite aggro. I'd say it's a... I was gonna use the word adaptable. You could shift how you play it when you have this much variety. But you can also run into some consistency issues, as we saw in turn 2. Portal Primus is fairly nice. Very backline development for both of the things. That portal will always prompt the most prudent responses without fail. And Messelg has enough mana to just develop a rather dominating board. We have 2 frontline wind blades. Scuttle is going to be pressed to address the situation here. We're digging for solutions. Chronomancer Blood Tier Syzygy is an option. You would lose your Primus, but you could blast the 2 wind blades. Oh, right, if you want to keep your Primus, you could blast that direction. This is much better. I like this much better. That's a pretty good solution. Now, Light Chaser could become a little scary depending on what Mezelgy does, but he didn't really have much of a choice in the matter. Lasting Judgment is replaced. Could have been used to clear the 5-3, but not good enough for Mezelgy. Sunriser Mystic Heal Bottle. The only problem with the Sunriser idea, it's kind of wasteful healing. You're not going to take enough damage off of anything to maximize what you're getting back, so you're going to lose some of it. This actually might be a bit of an awkward turn for Mezelgy. We do see Sunriser go down, we're taking 3. I guess we're just burning the bottle. And I guess, yeah, you can heal your Light Chaser. Well, that would be a little suboptimal, right? Archeon could have had the drink, and Sunriser could have had the healing mystic targeted. It's not important, probably, but there's a missing HP there. Scuttle's in a rough spot. I would jokingly say, in Aymara we trust, but that is going to get you killed. It will not save you. We're highlighting it. Scuttle is surrounded by very scary things that become even scarier as more healing triggers happen. Oh no! Alright, so when that Aymara inevitably gets martyrdomed, Scuttle will heal for 10, they'll go to 22, the Light Chaser is going to go to 9, Sunriser can move forward to do 2 damage, 4 damage for free. So that's gonna be 18 plus the 9 is 9 HP left plus general punch. So we're going back down to 7. He issues the well played. Oh right, it's 2 healing procs, it's 11. So now we're at 5. And now we're dead with the rejuvenator procking. Aymara being the being the gravestone for Scuttle there. We'll have to see if they decide to switch it up from this list. Let me what are the decks that were just utilized? That's a SNES knowledge, looks more like a general question. You mean the 3 Kingdoms one? The general question category covers the system and developers, people, real world events around it. All the other questions are based on video games, so software on the system. That's how I have it set up. Alright, I imagine Scuttle wants to go first, so let's check their history with Mezelgy. Oh, we have a double faction swap. So after that game, Mezelgy wanted to go Songhai, and Scuttle also decided they're gonna go Songhai. So here we go with Who did I select here? This is Scuttle. So Scuttle, she die. There we go. Scuttle is bringing in the more minion-focused Songhai, and as we know, Mezelji is utilizing the Arcanist splash of Songhai. So Minion High versus Arcanist High. There are dispels in the Minion High list to deal with the HP boons. Gonna have to nail those when you need them. Otherwise, Arcanist High can outvalue you with trades depending on how things go. Okay, and I have both hands ready here. Let's get everything swapped over. On to game number 2. Once again, the Songhai Mirror. We get a lot of red this time around. Alright. They both were ready to go at about the same time. It's a little bit ahead on the player T side. Alright, Jaxi opener, but it's on the diagonal, so we can see the damn, Mezelji had the flawless response to this. I would say Jaxi is sort of a tech against Songhai. But the Gotatsu with Tusport can get around Jaxi trading favorably. How's Chaos Elemental get used in this deck? Well, he's a value guy, right? Because Songhai has the repositional tool, I think Songhai has probably historically made the best use out of Chaos Elemental. And with the popularity of Abyss in the tournament, he's a good sort of hate pick against Nightstar Assassin and whatnot. Chaos Elemental's always been a decent unit. And he will feature from time to time in the Songhai list. Alright, Tusky's back. He went to hand, he comes back down. Going face. He's in inner focus. And Mezelji is tapping out. Still 3 cards though. And possibly 2 more on the way as Rhythm Weavers are on the board. Scuttle thinking about using his own Tuspor. If you're going to use your own Tuspor for trades, yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on some things, but Scuttle seems to be fearing Mezelji is backing off a little bit. I might have tried to preserve my board and put it where Scuttle is now. Possibly. Possibly. Mez has got it. Some would say he's pretty good at this game. Alright, we have Albeast development turn. Casting Vortex Phoenix Fire to tack on some HP for Albeast. If there's no Dispel from Scuttle, this would be very strong. Thankfully for Scuttle, he does have the Dispel. For anyone who didn't catch it because it had to replay orders, Rhythm Weaver filled Scuttle's hand up and then Tuspor killed itself when it went back to Scuttle's hand. Oh my. Preemptive killing edge on a shroud. I have a beastly shroud. Yeah, 6-4. You know, this 6-4 is a stat line. I don't think Duelyst has any minion that's at the 6-4 stat line, right? This is an underutilized stat line right here. You would need a pretty good ability to justify this sort of stat line, I think. Anyway, Al trades with this thing. You may as well, right? Black Soul, this is a 6-4. Was it? No, it wasn't. Was it? Ah, when he filled your hand with 8 things. Yeah, I forget what his stat line was then. I remember him being a 5-7. He gets Jihugic, and that's what I remember. I do remember the fill hand with Wraithling's iteration. And now he's just a 4-3. Who doesn't show up very often. Mezzalgy is in a commanding position. Scuttle is also running minion high, so if he doesn't have a solid response here, he's probably going to die. Because your opponent is spell high, it could be prudent to go Tatsu the Tuskboar. And even though you really want to heal, you might have to play Keshrai. But that's just a losing play to buy your turn. He has nowhere to go to avoid getting punched by this 4-winds in the next turn. And he can't remove the 4-winds. So it's basically game over. You could hide in the corner, put Jaxi down and rejuve, and then punch the boar. Yeah, I think Keshrai technically saves your life from death. Technically is better than healing 4 HP. Mezzalgy planning on a replace, thinking 1 Chakri, possibly a focus. Man, if Mezzalgy only had something to cast the inner focus on, he could kill. Phoenix Fire is just 2 damage off. Or it's 1 damage off with the general punch and 4-winds hit. So, just opting to bring him down to 1. I feel like he could have replaced. He probably should have just replaced. If you find a Gotatsu or Jux or anything that's not inner focus, you would kill. This technically gives Scuttle a chance, but I guess Mezzalgy's feeling confident enough that it doesn't matter. It probably doesn't matter, but could have replaced. Find the final Rhythm Weaver. Yeah, he can play it. He has 7 mana. He could play a 4 mana Phoenix Fire and a 2 mana spell. He just can't cast Inner Focus because he doesn't have a minion on board. So if you found like a Gotatsu, you could Phoenix Fire Gotatsu for 7. Or Jux Mana Vortex, yeah. Scuttle is racking his brain. I would try to rack my brain, but I don't think there's any solution out of this. Your Keshrai wants to trade into Chakri. Did he just punch that? Oh, he rejuvenated first. I guess he had to do it this way because Blood Tier. Well played is issued. And then we get a classic Chakri finisher. Been maxing damage. Oh, Mez could have played the Thief of Moments and did a couple blinks. They may as well tack on some blinks, right? Okay, GG to Mezel G as he takes that from or he takes that game and moves on to the next round. 2-0 over Scuttle. So that is the semi-finals done. Our winners are Top Deck Timmy and Mezel G. Before we continue with that one, we have a round. There's a couple rounds of the losers bracket to cover. So we will cover the remaining losers bracket rounds. So first up we have a majoring hobo and Zabiul. Okay. So for a majoring hobo, they are bringing in their Cassiva list. For Zabiul, they are also bringing their Cassiva list. I can increase the size of Creeper Creep here. So, mirror match. One has Deathblighter, one has no Deathblighter. Also, one has Spectral Blades, and one does not. Juggernauts as well, too. These lists are so varied. Give me a second to get player 2's hands set up here. Oh wait, there is no. I do not have Zabiul. Then we shall simply watch from the one side. Majoring hobo. We find ourselves here again in the losers quarterfinals, I suppose. Abyssian v Abyssian. There's been a lot of mirror matches in this tournament. So, can we laugh about this play, right? Because this is equivalent to a turn 1 Phoenix Fire. The creep is slightly more useful later on in the game, but this should be the Teehee Phoenix Fire. It sets up lure. You're right. It does set up a lure. It is slightly more useful than just 3 damage face. Actually, I remember in Duelyst 1, with Sphere Darkness existing, it was played turn 1 quite often at times. If you didn't have your ooze, you were probably getting sphered. But I also remember during Duelyst 1, a lot of people would sphere the mana tile, not face. Granted, creep did 1 damage, not 3, so it was much less desirable to just hit for 1 damage. It's interesting how things change over time. You like in front of the mana tile? Ooh, that's a good one too, yeah. Force your opponent into a diagonal opener or one forward. That is a good choice as well. So I didn't really pay attention to what happened. We did spend a demonic lore to answer a crawler that was developed. Zabiul, we can't see what they're gonna do. They so in the earlier games, this mirror match at the moment can get awkward. I think it's a consequence of the deck's constructions currently. So that was a decent for Abyss, right? Decent for Creep Abyss. It had a tempo shroud, but New Moon Hex is good. It's fine. But yeah, Abyssian can have some awkward turns in the mid game because they just don't have anything great to do. It seems like. I almost wonder if these lists shouldn't employ some annoying minion like a Sworn Avenger or something. Just so you have a proactive play of some sort some of the time that your opponent has to deal with or it gets carried away. Because as it stands, we we hit this sort of situation. So Hobo dropped some creep, answered the board. Zabiel moved right away, sitting on 3 cards. So major hand advantage for Hobo. But thinking about what they do, if I had to wager a wild guess, their hand is probably some sort of answer card. Okay, they got a sphere. And we're about to find out what their random minion is. It's a Night Sword Assassin. The hand's filled with responsive shit. So this mirror match is funny to watch because they're both doing the same thing. I imagine it's kind of annoying to play this mirror match out currently. Which is why I'm wondering if the current direction for these decks might need some tweaking for the 3, 4, 5 mana turns. But I don't plan on building a Creep Abyss list, so I'm not gonna worry about innovating where I don't need to. Alright, Crawler comes down on the tile. I'm guessing a possible Void Pulse for this NSA. Thinking about hitting the Spectral Blade. It would take you down to 13. You're not that far up. But 13 is a safe threshold still. Zabiel is standing next to Hobo's Creep though. It's only 1 tile. Oh right, it's gonna flip over. Never mind. It's gonna flip. Alright, no solution for the assassin. Just gonna leave that there. This is 7 damage. They could replace for a sphere. Or I guess they don't have enough to do sphere Night Splitter, so never mind. Just gonna heal for 6, deal. This won't deal anything. Just gonna heal for 6. It's pretty decent pressure. You're standing on a creep tile, but you're over 10, so you're gonna be safe max they can do is Revenant right now. Zabiel's gonna want to move top right and probably develop their own Night Splitter. But they don't have it, so Dark Terminus. That could equal death. They need to heal. We need a Mystic, we need something. That's a Riftwalker. Alright. Looks like game one goes to Zabiel. They had more things to do. They happen to be on the responsive side of things. They had the Shadow Nova play early on. There's too many pass turns for Zabiel there. Moving on to game number 2. We do have a faction swap. I imagine this is Hobo who swapped. It is Hobo who swapped. So, as a reminder, Hobo is running the ever lovely excuse me, Harvard Alblanc list thing. Right? Yep, and that's them. It is a shame these images do not default to some sort of standardized scale. There we go. I won't linger too long on the deck list now that we've seen everybody's decks for the most part, besides the ones that haven't been played. So let's transition back. So, Creep versus Albach. Creep has the tools to answer these things. Getting out of control is just going to come down to will Zabiel have answers when he needs them? Or will Hobo be able to pull off one of his 2-win conditions? Creepy crawly center tile. You could beam shock the crawler and then it won't generate a second creep tile. It also won't ramp. Hells yeah. Keep the fiend in place. Alright, setting up a new moon hex and passing. Hobo's digging. If you want to keep digging, you could Lionheart Blessing your Ether Master and send it in for 1. I think we're gonna do just that. He might drop all of his cards if he beam shocks the general here. Oh, he drew an augury. What a draw. Drew an augury. Plays a beam shock. Does not play the aerial rift though. Decides to hold it. So holding the aerial rift might suggest that Hobo is going for a psionic resonator victory. As you want to have 2 of these to ideally infinitely draw aerial rifts with the Lionheart Blessing. It's also interesting Hobo decided to stun the crawler again so that it can't move and produce more creep tiles. That is one way to keep the creep under control while you build up mana through the turns. Shadow Nova. Alright, New Moon Hex is used up. This is a one of Prismatic Illusionist, right? You could try to set it up. Might want to fish for a different card, replacing Martyrdom first with Ethermaster. Alright, cashing in on the Aerial Rift. We do draw a Resonator. Beam Shock was added back to the deck. Partial combo assembled. I feel like at 5 mana, if you get a second Nova, you're feeling pretty decent. This looks like NSA, which is also fine. Demonic Lore. So threats are being answered. Zabiel is likely, this is a prediction, but because of the creep list having so few minions and board control, you're very prone to this combo popping off. So we'll see what happens here. Hobo doesn't have a Mana Forger, so this isn't going to go infinite. It's just going to do a lot of damage. And then just like that, a full hand for the Lionar player. Illusionist token getting some value. And then walking away from your Resonator guy. I'd say that was a pretty good turn. It's no OTK. This is going to die more than likely. Dark Terminus. That's actually good for Hobo, because your owls survive the other removal options, so you want to see the Terminus used on your Resonator. Owl Forger, and then play some stuff. Divine Bond is in hand. The plan can change on a whim, so you might want to find that Magnetize now. Aegis Barrier makes the owl mortal. Almost immortal. Blessing on Forger just to get that extra juicy 2 health for maximum security. Revenant is not good enough to kill that owl. I would say Zabiel needs a Dispel, right? And they do have Shrouds. They used one earlier? I forget. I do forget if we saw a Shroud earlier. I don't think so. If they do not find one of their 2 Shrouds, then this owl is going to be very scary. As they have no other way of answering it at the moment. Okay, Revenant can answer Forger at least. You can hit Siran for 1 with your token. Hitting the owl for one could be relevant depending on how many spells are played, but probably irrelevant. Owl moves forward. Zoran moves down. Because Zabi will cross sides, they're slightly safer from an owl bonk. Magnetize is less of a problem. This is going to be a friendly martyr. Maybe. You could pump up the second owl and then kill it off. Probably keep the first one because you got the barrier running on it. He doesn't have to martyr though. He can just cataclysm. You can play owl, you can augury, and then very likely to have a third spell that you can cast. And there's a beam shock. There's another beam shock. So Cataclysm getting some genuine value this time. Taking out a mini Jax, a Revenant, and a Wraithling. I'll be shrugging off 5 damage like it's nothing. Unfortunately for Hobo, that stun really sucks because the owls are in range. They are in range. Also, funnily enough, the Magnetize is here, so he can use an offensive Magnetize to pull a blocker away from its blocking position and let the owl get in range. I don't think there's anything Abyss can do about that currently. So this bonk is happening. There is one thing you could do. If you have a shroud, you need to unstun yourself right now rather than hitting the owl with it. No, the misplay. It does kill an owl, but the other one is in range. No, the second misplay. Oh, why? People don't think about it, but that can be used to move the enemy minions. You probably had lethal, right? How much damage did you have? Yeah, and Sundrop would have healed the owl for 5 health, too. It doesn't matter because obviously, yeah, Zirian can just punch the shroud. But that Magnetize being replaced could have been important. I was hyping it up more than I needed to. You got a 29 owl bonk. I'm happy that Hobo has been able to bonk at least 3 people in this tournament with the owl bonk. So Hobo goes 2-0. Well played to Hobo. He will move on through the rounds. These are the lists once again. Let me see if I can find the next game. Alright, let me double check something here. Okay, we can do the next like 2, I suppose. So Astari versus Jakjus will be the next game as they vie for their redemption match. Oh boy. We're red on red action. Starry is actually player 2 here. I do not have Jack Just, so that doesn't matter. I could have just stayed in. So I will load up the deck list in a second. And once we get started, I will step away for just a minute or two. I'm feeling hungry. I'm gonna find a snack. I will start the game first. We have a Starry Songhai on the left here, and Jack just Songhai. Wait, what is he playing? It's Shidai and Riva, so I need to make sure it's right because both of these players took 2 Songhai lists in. Alright, Shidai and Gigantic Riva image. Song Weaver Songhai. That is Jack Just's list on the right. Oh. That's the wrong list on the left. The left list is Riva, not Kalios. So we want Riva. Where is Hold up. Actually, okay, I don't have that list selected, so it's Starry's Day 2 submissions, and I will double check the tournament thing. Let me go look at deck lists. Starry has submitted a Kalios list and a Vanar list. So I'm not sure if they swapped decks or it's just a general change, or maybe it's the wrong general, but they are Riva, not Kalios. So hopefully everything is correct there. I'm not gonna worry about it though. But yeah, like I said, I will let this get started. And I'll be right back. I just want to find some food because I'm hungry. Alright, I'm back. I kept my headphones on. I did not hear that much trading going on. Jack just said 17, I see. I was wondering if we spent some serious time thinking, as sometimes happens here. Looks like A-Star is being fairly aggressive though. I'm gonna be snacking for just a moment, and then I'll get back to riveting commentary. Is that death? I think that might be death. Because of the 2 mana tiles, A-Starry has 3 damage with the Flame Leaf, and then 6 damage with the Phoenix Fires. Oh, they're actually 1 off, aren't they? I think this is a good backup strategy for A-Starry. You get rid of the mask, you put them very low, so they're in a bad position. Six cards in the hand, you've got as many options as possible. You can't see them, Jack, but can you weasel your way out of this? Going to need to gain some HP to avoid Phoenix Fires. Ooh. OBS. I think Jack just might be the only player who is utilizing that card. So they did the damnedest, but they couldn't heal enough. And A-Starry will take game 1. A-Starry's aggression has been working out very well for them in this tournament so far. Moving on to game 2. Is there any no swaps for game 2? Well, there could be a swap. Alright, there is a swap. So Jack just decided their one deck isn't working out. They're actually switching over to their other Songhai list, Kalios. So we are doing a ancestral divination deck. I actually didn't think I would see ancestral divination show up at all in this tournament. That strategy has definitely fallen out of favor. Songhai has a lot of superior card drawing options. They don't really need to waste time with ancestral. Curious to see how it turns out though. The ancestral deck does have triple profit of the white palm. Yeah, what's up, Cosmic? It's a hell of a sports question. Did I forget? Oh, my bad. Yeah, I'll leave the real time off for a second. I thought we were just taking a long time to pick our card. I didn't realize I left it on pause. Easy game. He gets it right. Cosmic has superior knowledge. Alright, Songhai v Songhai. Jack just did retain going first, which is the popular choice to do. Did I double click it? Jesus Christ. Let me find out my mouse clicker is starting to go. Turn 1 Tusk Boar. Denying the mana tile. Turn 1 Phoenix Fire. Denying the Tusk Boar. Equivalent exchange. 1 minion for 1 spell. How does Jack just respond? Oh, we're doing the div play. I guess 2-1 drops the cycle. Nope, just a Chakri. And a Sensu. Well, I suppose, you know, you draw 2 cards with that. I see your Chakri and raise you my Chakri. But I have juxtaposition and will kill your Chakri. As well as Mana Vortex. And a blink. That is a 4/5. So, unless Jack just happens to have a Phoenix Fire or Tusk Boar in hand, they're in some deep shit. Okay, they do have a Phoenix Fire, but they actually prioritize the Thief of Moments here. Can he get the Chakri too? Helm of Mac, 2 cards left. They do have the second Phoenix Fire. Weird position to have the Chakra at if Thief gets answered. A Starry could have backlined that Chakra instead instead of putting it where they did put it. Maybe they were banking on Jack Just's deck being a bit awkward on the response due to how it's constructed. And they might not have wanted to gamble on drawing another Juxta just to make use of it. They wanted to gain control of the board, so they spent their general's attack. They did do the general attack, right? I think they couldn't get the whole board and Shimmering Sensei. They had to hit the Jade Monk. The Sensu is a good card. It's definitely a good card, but I don't think it's a you must remove me or you will lose immediately card. No, not a mech deck, just an Ancestral Divination deck. We looked at it earlier. We'll see it again after the game in a moment. But there are 3 Helms of Mechazor. I think just because they're a 1-mana minion with 3 attack power. For the Ancestral Div, there are no other mech pieces. Jack just developing a big old Chakra. Astari is going to have to consider taking a hit here, but they're going to develop their own big old Chakra. One of the rare cases of a card you can leave up for a turn in Duely. Indeed. Some might say it's a balanced card. I would prefer it costed 1 mana because I'm a 0 mana hater in card games, but that's just me. This card doesn't bother me as it is, though. This Chakra is likely going unanswered. So we're doing this around. We have a bunch of minions, but Jack just wears the Ancestral Divination to go with them all. Yeah, actually, another thing I'm surprised about, since you're running an Ancestral Div deck, I'm surprised that your Hearth Sister didn't make the cut, considering you have Killing Edges. I would think Hearth Sister is worth more than the Helm, although you wouldn't surround you are on this turn. This is a lot of damage. It might be lethal. I haven't done my maths. It's +2 to the Chakra, so he's going to hit for 9. 9 and 4 is 13, 17, 19 damage total. I believe that was lethal. Oh, damn. And Astari takes game 2 over Jack Just with some brutal Songhai on Songhai slaughter. So these are the 2 deck lists that were just up. Granted, I'm not 100% sure on Astari's because the wrong general is on display there. But it might be the same. Hopefully it's the same. So that closes out the losers quarters. Yeah, that was the losers quarter finals. So moving on, we're gonna do one more losers match before we return to the finals of the winners bracket. We have the losers semifinals between Astari, who just won, and Kolos. So it's going to be yet another Abyssian against Songhai experience, as both players' decks, they only pick the one faction for their decks. Let's see how this goes. I will switch the deck list in a second. Astaris is already on there. Kolos is gonna be on there in a moment. Kolos is bringing his Maeve, Skin Soldier, or whatever. So, Sarlacc Factory versus... Oh, right, I switched the wrong deck. It doesn't matter. I'll just... Sarlacc Factory versus Spell High. Why is that so small now? Alright. Good enough. Good enough. So, losers semifinals. We're almost there. You know who wins? Shh. No, we don't. It's a secret. It's a secret. Hold on, I gotta open the, I have to switch sides here. Oh, this is an unfair matchup. If the entire past history of Songhai the Abyssian is any indicator as to who wins, then there should be no different results here. But Kolos isn't a Creep Abyss player. He's a Songhai nerd. Not Songhai nerd, Sarlacc nerd. So maybe, just maybe, he can overcome the trend that has currently been set in ES4 of Songhai shitting on Abyssian really hard. Alright, I'm almost done setting up here. Here we go. So losers semis. Get this show on the road. We got Kolos, we got Astari. Gonna hide that player 2 hand. Blood Tier turn 1 in the middle. Good on Kolos for putting it in the middle. So now the Tuskboar has to take the center tile, and it can't go anywhere that you cannot reach it, while simultaneously grabbing the top or bottom tiles. I wonder if we'll see Astari dump their hand. They could. Mana Vortex just to make the Chakra a 2-3. They actually hold on to the Mana Vortex. Alright, Kolos is more than happy to take the boar trade. Unlike, I forget who it was. Sorry for all the uhs and ums, but the previous Abyssian player that we watched a few games ago, they let the boars stay alive and then got rid of them on the overdrawing mechanic. Sarlacc does go down, so against Songhai, they tend to try and ignore your board as much as possible. Sarlacc's damage output being as low as it is, he's decent against Songhai. So long as you can control their high burst or outlive their high burst, Sarlacc does match up pretty well. Astari has no answers to Sarlacc. It is going to be permanently on the board. Excuse me. Okay, so play the Flame Wreath. I got one ping off. Kolos can trade in Sarlacc and his general for dealing with that, but there's a greater priority on the field called Chakri Avatar. And Chakri Avatar will always command the utmost respect. Now, unfortunately, developing a second Sarlacc isn't exactly ideal, so Kolos is going to suffer some damage from this Flame Wreath here. Astari could have opted to trade in the Rhythm Weaver for a spell. He's just going to develop some more minions. Trades in the Flame Wreath. I think trading in the Flame Wreath is fine because both Sarlaccs were in range of it. So it would have just died for free if you didn't get the 2 damage out of it now. We do have Shadow Dancer. Kolos is going to gamble. 14 HP is enough. He actually dispels the Lantern Fox. And that means we're going to be developing a Jaxi. Kolos is actually in a lot of danger because this Kaido is going to be in range of reaching his back. In fact, with the teleports, everything is going to be in range of him. Just depends on your sequencing here. That's 2, 4, 6, 8 damage, 9, 10, 11. This is going to be 11 damage coming in at Kolos' face. Depending on the spell that's drawn, Astari has 1 mana left. If it's a Phoenix Fire, if it wasn't Inner Focus, Kolos would have died right here. The power of the Thief of Moments, but he is a totally balanced card. And we replace. They still had a replace left. Inner Focus. I bet Kolos felt great about that game. Well played by Astari though. That was a good setup. It was a good setup on the turn prior, and they were able to capitalize on the Kolos had kind of a weak response when he just dispelled the Lantern Fox and played a Jaxi. Focus Songhai. Okay, game number 2. Let me load it up. I think Kolos will want first. I know he was taking second yesterday, but that's pretty sure that's because he was playing as Mech Vet. No, Kolos is just a I want to go second guy. He's actually chosen second. I'm shocked. So Astari will be player 1. Kolos will be player 2. Let me load up the player 2 hand. Game 1 was kind of a stop. Game 2, will we see anything different? Actually, I'm not feeling confident for Kolos. That's not knowing results, but Songhai has been absolutely dominating over Abyssian at the moment. So I think Abyssian is struggling a bit to overcome the Songhai guys. Let's get started in game 2. Probably looking for some mulligans to happen here. Actually replaces all of his answer cards and gets a very colorless looking hand. Hold up, I unsynced. Okay, it should be fine. Hide player 2 hand. Oh, goody. Skipping turn 1 against the Chakri development. He's preemptively Grasp of Agonying that Chakri and giving the Lyo forehead. This is some colorless RNG right here. But it can happen. In the game of Duelyst, this can happen. Man, that Phoenix Fire getting Chakri out of Nightstar Assassin range. And he replaces it into an NSA. I'm so sorry to show off this game, Colas. I'm sure you would have rather this not be played before a starry, astoundingly powerful performance right now. I think Colas is just gonna likely die. Yeah. This is 6. 6 and 6 is 12 plus 2 is 12 and 7 damage coming at Kolos here. Hold your chairs, people, the game is over. Yeah, imagine this was a premiere event that people paid money for. Well played. A gentleman. A fine way to go out for Kolos. He gives the well played to his opponent. To be perfectly fair, I believe the misplay Kolos made, it wasn't his draws, but it was the fact that he went second against Songhai. Currently, Songhai going first is hyper oppressive at the moment. But GG's to Ace Starry. He will move on in the losers bracket. Let me get the deck list up again in case anyone wants to roll with these decks. So with that match done, we will return to the winners finals. As the last losers bracket game is after we find the loser of the winners match. So we have Mezzle versus Top Deck Timmy, and it is now a best of 5. So first to 3 wins is the name of the game. Or maybe I'm a little confused based on what I'm seeing here. It is a best of 5, right? Okay, I don't have Top Deck Timmy, unfortunately. So for the finals, we're only going to see it from Mezzle's perspective. I'm a little confused based on the match history that Mezzle has. We'll try to we'll figure it out as we go. But Timmy here, he is playing Xerx. And I can resize. Size is fine. Let's just get Mezelgee's Songhai list. We know Mezelgee's list by now. He is rocking the Owl Beasts in his Kalios list. So this is what we have. And let's transition over here. So entering the finals of ES4. Game 1 out of question mark games. When we get to the part I'm confused about, I guess I'll mention it. So we'll see how this goes. Alright. Turn 1 pass. I think that's the first time we've seen that Mezelgee skip his turn 1 for the tournament so far. He's been fairly consistent. I guess it's about time you hit your miss game. Now Timmy has the zoo list, right? Yes, he has a very anti-Songhai zoo list. And he performed really well, even against Kolos's Shadow Dancers. He survived triple Shadow Dancer. Somehow. To make it this far. Lady Locke into Prophet of the White Palm. Surprisingly good play against the turn 1 pass Songhai. Safety shields down though. Mezelgee gets to develop a Rhythm Weaver behind them. So I think Timmy is probably going to want to overwhelm with constant at least 2 card a turn plays. If he gets a Chronomancer play here on this turn, that could be tremendously huge. And if this is a Healing Mystic in the Chronomancer Oasis, that is going to be damning. Okay, it's just an Oasis. That's still pretty good. As there's now 18 HP of stuff on the board. Songhai does not want to deal with 18 HP of stuff on the board. Mezelgee on the back foot now. He could choose to play slow and try to develop an Owlbeast or something. He might want to consider spending some cards as the Rhythm Weaver is currently set to overdraw. You could do Chakri Tuskboar or Chakri Phoenix Fire. Tuskboar does get replaced. There is an Inner Focus that might help if you want to use the Chakri to help you clear right now. Alright, we're actually going for the slow play. Switching the 2 Provoker units just to work with the lower damage one, because Rhythm Weaver profits off of this exchange more than the White Palm guy. That's some good hand draw value from the Rhythm Weaver there. Owlbeast is at a 4-8 now on the flip side. So while Timmy has a lot of value, Timmy does not have removal. He does not have Dispel. That owl is never draining from 8 health. It is only going to become a titanic issue as the game goes on. I'm really curious to see how aggressive Timmy decides to play here, because he's also sort of on a clock. Now, this is pretty good for Timmy. He's got another Lady Lock play coming. Mezelgy is currently stuck, and because of his Juxta usage on the last turn, the Owl Beast cannot do anything at the moment, which might be a mistake that he used the Juxta the way he did. It helped him clear, for sure. Maybe the Owl Beast should have been one tile up instead of in the corner. Because Timmy doesn't, Timmy has no way of dealing with it, so it didn't really need to be in the corner. Alright, 2 Phoenix Fires will allow Mezelgy to get out of the way, and then Owl Beast can trade with the 2/4 Mystic in the center. No, he can't Phoenix Fire this turn. A second Prophet of the White Palm was played. Mezelgy's hand is essentially dead. He can only develop a minion. Looks like recycling some Gotatsus. Wait, he's casting spells! They do not do any damage! I think he just wants the health buffs. Yeah, I think he just wants the buffs on Chakra. He knows they don't do damage. Timmy only has 2 Prophets, so he won't be able to block spell damage again on the following turn. It's going to be hard for me to predict how Timmy decides to try and solve the situation. You could use Syzygy to maybe clear the Owl Beast this turn, thanks to the blast properties of it. You actually could probably clear both. Alright, more minions. More minions. The Chakri avatar is answered the hard way. Mezelgy goes down to 13. Another Jaxi popped down. There's too much stuff on the board. One owl can't handle it, boss. Mezelgy has his Gotatsus that he didn't spend in another Phoenix Fire, so he can do some removal here. I know the 4 Winds heals you, but I'm not sure it's worth playing at the moment. I feel like you need the extra spell cast, but with the Juxta, Mezelgy is able to escape. The Gotatsus will cycle themselves, so he will still have a nice healthy hand of 5 at the end of this turn. Actually, a full hand of 6 because Mana Vortex. Songhai making use of a wall of flesh. 2 fleshy manly minions against an army of neutrals. Top deck Timmy is in top deck mode. He's gonna have to be really careful with his approach here. And I gotta hand it to Mezelgy, those draws are fucking insane. Yes. Triple Tusk Warrior to help him clear these minions on the next turn. Timmy, undeterred, marches forward, plays Archon Spellbinder. It's a pretty good minion. Does Mezelgy have lethal? He has 7 mana. He had 10, 13 damage. With the inner focus, he had 16 damage. If he could get his general up there somehow, which I don't think he could. I think 16 damage was the max. Alright, we're just going for the arc and the shield. This is funny to watch. It's a whole new way to play Songhai, yeah? You make a shield of unkillable minions because your opponent refused to have hard answers in their deck. Yeah, I'm not sure how Timmy gets through this now. Mizzle has recovered enough health. Syzygy blasts are not going to be good enough. You would need let's see, if you have one Syzygy and everything went into the Owl Beast, right? And that's 8 and 6 would be 14, that'd be 16, your general would be 18, one of them would gain 3 attacks. So you could kill the Owl Beast with one Syzygy and the sacrifice of all your minions. One to 4 wins has been dealt with. A Portal Guardian is being dropped down. And a Sloth. Putting the Ruby Aura away. Man, this is such a weird game. Very outside of expectations. This is why Duelyst is so fun. Get to see funny stuff happen. Replacing a Tusk Boar. I'm surprised the Tusk Boar was replaced and not the Rhythm Weaver, because there is space to play the Tusk Boars after your minions trade stuff off. He's free! He's escaping! Inner focus on the Rhythm Weaver, drawing a free spell from the Sloth Guard. Up deck Timmy worked so hard to try and break through. He does have a mini Jax to play with. Possibly buffing that thing's attack with Syzygy could help. It's only 3 cards for Timmy. The Rocky Headhunter is one. So if Timmy doesn't deal with, the Chakra, his life could be in jeopardy. He has the means, though. His life might be in jeopardy regardless, but we shall see. Second Archon Spellbinder. Oh. That might be a mistake. Yeah, I agree. The increasing health being +4 is going to make that increasingly impossible to get to, but I don't think you can afford to leave the Chakra unchecked. That's going to get even worse for you. There are 2 Archons before Mez plays the spell. He's going to want to answer the 1 Archon at least. If he can. Okay, decides to pay the 2-mana tax on a Jux first. Respects the fact that a Rocky exists. Damn, I gotta say, that was... That's a applause kind of moment, right? Maybe. It's a beautiful job clearing every single thing Timmy had except for the fresh Archon. And now Timmy is, if he had an Abomination, he could plop it down in the center to concede the game right now. I don't know what Timmy does about this. There are too many things to deal with. Hitting the Tuskboar out of necessity makes sense. Another Sloth Guard is going to help you stay alive. Now the Chakra gets taken out. Chronomancer. Placed on the ruby tile. Alright. Solifid can spend 2 of his dudes to remove the Archon, resetting the spell count. Because of the green tile, he does have to use the higher attack guys. So I guess he won't be able to find lethal this turn, as the Emerald Aura is protecting Timmy from the nastiness that is ping minions. But I think this is done and dusted. It's just way too much HP to go through. The Rhythm Weaver did not draw a spell from the deck. Veselji's deck is out of spells. His Heaven's Eclipse is a dead card. He's only got 7 minions in there. Gotta hand it to Timmy. He isn't ready to give up yet. We're trying to survive. And pump up the provoke minions' health as much as possible. So, if it's any consolation, the Songhai minions can only gain 4 more HP. Never mind. Thief of Moments changes that entirely. I lied, by the way. They can gain infinity HP. That is much more than 4. Very balanced. It's funny to me because Timmy's he's really entrenched in there quite hard. So Mezelji has to put some effort in getting him out. Yeah, infinite spells, I see no problem with this being a thing in the game. No problem at all. He has drawn so many blinks that they are fizzling. The blinks are fizzling. Jesus Christ. If Timmy wasn't on a emerald tile, I think he just took like 80 damage out of blinks and 4 winds match eyes. What a misplay not moving the thieves back. Spiral technique. Your emerald barrier can't save you from spiral. Gotta give Timmy some credit. He almost decked out Mesolgy as Vitruvian. It's not often you see a Vitruvian deck out Songhai and live long enough to make that happen. It should open a space rift and kill all your minions. Now. Alright, so on the game 2. 1.4 Mesolgy. We have a lot of games to get through for these. Timmy has decided to change factions. So he thinks that he can't handle the Arcanist aspect of Mesolgy's list, which is probably... oh shit, hold up. Probably a good call. Let me reload that. Miss the pause button. So he's going Vanor. Vitruvian is deemed too weak to be profitable. Where is Timmy's Fey list? There we go. So walls versus Spell High. That is what we will be seeing for game number 2. And of course, Timmy has chosen to play first. He gets to choose since he lost. Okay, I think I understand what happened here, by the way. I am a little confused, but I guess it works out. I'm trying to figure something out here real quick. Hold up. I'm also gonna try to do something random here. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I'm hitting the right games. I'm still a little confused about something. It'll probably make sense when the next game happens. I think there's a reset for some reason. In the match history. I was trying to figure that out with the second file. Anyway, what's happening here? I've missed stuff. We've had some minion development. Not much removal going on. Just board development for both sides. Albeast is at a 4/6. We have a Ladylock Walls play. Some Mimitos. The Mementos let the Borean Bear trade in to the Albeast a little more nicely. And Ladylock bolstering Ghost Wolf now. Mezelgi is provoked once more. I don't know if you want to sack your rhythm guy, but you could dig for a spell card. Alright, they're digging for a spell card. Changed their mind. Found a mana vortex. Choosing to simply remove the walls and then blink our guys away to safety. Oh, Timmy. Timmy. You have 2 threats, 1 in each corner. You have an assortment of tools with which to deal with them. They are lined up for Mesmerize. It is a one of in Timmy's deck, so not reliable that he has it in hand right now. Would be very destructive to Mezelgi if he did have it, though. This looks like a Healing Mystic Heart Sister. Does he have Healing Mystic? He probably doesn't. Yeah, no Healing Mystic here. Only Ladylock and Sloth are the only not blue things for Walls Vanor. I feel like I've seen this situation somewhere before. Songhai being surrounded by Walls Vanor. It's feeling a little nostalgic. Almost like we've witnessed this. Actually, this one's looking a little more nostalgic because I think I did catch a little bit of Smarty streaming these matches. I don't know if it was this one exactly. Maybe it's just a similar situation that occurred in one of the featured games between these two. That's a pretty big Albeast. You know, play 3 spells, get 6 HP. Turn into a 4/10. Alright, making a white worm. Deals with Kaido. Temporarily getting rid of this owl. Maybe we deal with it later. And then, of course, when you are Walls Vanor, you get to trap your opponent constantly. Over and over again. Timmy is thinking, I don't know if they replaced yet. They might be thinking about a replace or they missed the end turn button. Tell you what, we can speed it up a bit. Okay, they were thinking about a replace. I turned off the real time for a second. Alright, just going for more Arcanist buffs. So you have the full family suite here. You can dump your entire hand out. You'll end up with 3 cards at the end. This is pretty good. Surely something manages to survive here. And with the Rhythm Weaver being present, you'll probably be able to juice up your hand as well on the next turn, because it's not going to be the priority removal target for Timmy. Now, we don't have any AoE Dispel, no Lightbender to punish this sort of play. Only 2 Chromatic Holds in deck. I think the Hailstone Prison that we saw was a 1 of, and the Drakes are a 2 of 2. So Timmy's list is a little modest on its removal package. Not too many 3 ofs there. Glacial Elemental might not have enough damage output that's focused. Ooh, Mezelgy loves to see this. So this is a Lady Lock play. 3 cards form the Rhythm Weaver as Timmy opts to deal with the only thing they can remove by force. They do create a sizable army though, but they just gassed up Mezelgy like crazy. I was wondering if you look for the replace first before you move. It looks like we're going to take it slow. Clear some things. No reason to be greedy here. And you get a bunch of chip damage with your 4 Winds Magus. I think that's, what, 5 free damage coming in? As Mezelgy dumps his entire hand with triple Gotatsu. Or was it double? It was double Gotatsu. It was 4 chip damage with the 4 Winds Magi. You know, once again, Songhai, you can play all 6 cards in your hand, and then, hey, look, you get up 5 of them back. 5 to 6 come back to you. Timmy is in a really bad position here. Actually, I think this game is just over. Again, I don't like to call a game over preemptively, but Timmy lacks removal to deal with all these things realistically. Like his best removal would have been turning one of them into a Drake, and because Mezelgy had a open slot in hand, that wouldn't have even been a very good response. Oh yeah, Timmy's gonna be Tim gone in a moment. He is Mezelgy's rapidly clicking attack actions. That is a lot of damage, as they say. So, game 2 from this best of 5 goes to Mezel G. Now, I will swap the screens here. This is where I'm getting a little bit confused. I think I'm gonna load this game up. I think it's going to end in like a surrender or a disconnect or something. So I'm gonna run it because I don't know what the situation is exactly. Just be aware of that. Okay, there's a disconnect. This is why I was getting so fucking confused. So ignore that game, that doesn't mean anything. Let me hide results again. That makes more sense now. So I guess we gotta disconnect. Going into the next game, Timmy once again chooses to go first. So let's see how this game goes. Game number 3. Of the winners finals. Banar and Songhai. What is Timmy's other alright, Timmy's other deck is the Vitruvian thing. She is off of currently. And Mezelji's other deck. So he hasn't used his other deck. Guess we could talk about that a little bit, but his backup deck is not Albeast. I need to double check it. Where is the folder with the decks? Oh no, he's got Argeon, right. He's got Lionar as his backup. Now that's a pretty solid opening from top deck, Timmy. Mezelji is going to attempt to establish a Chakri avatar. If this thing gets Hearth Sistered, he will be behind. It is getting Hearth Sistered. So expected, but not what you want to see. Timmy will draw 2 cards here at the expense of power on his Borean Bear. And I suppose the nature of the mementos are slightly counter-synergistic to a Borean Bear, since you want them to die, typically. Excuse me, Hearth Sister being returned to hand. Pretty smart idea. Mez knows that no matter what he tries to develop here, it is going to get got. So you have to ask yourself, how do you play this out? Exactly. Do you replace an Albeast? Alright, we're keeping the Albeast. We're playing an Albeast. You know they have it, but you may as well make them use it. And Albeast will give you the most favorable trades. Timmy is thinking. So they're gonna have other things to do besides this likely Hearth Sister. Well, there it is. Interesting. Moving the white worm up and left one tile. And then plopping down some chasers of the snow. This game is looking much more favorable for Timmy. Mesalg, it's kind of annoying to really answer anything because the two problematic enemies have 4 HP, and the snow chasers are kind of a waste of your attack action. Plus, Razorback is in its absolute most powerful at the moment. On the next turn, you can at most remove 2 things. Tuskspore helps maybe a little bit. You can get rid of Borean Bear. And then I guess the Phoenix Fire Hearth Sister. No, we're playing Kaido. So Razorback would be 8 damage. And then that would be 10, 15, 18, 20. So Razorback is 20 damage with everything hitting face. I'd do it. If you have it, I'd do it. You're at 21 HP. He ain't gonna kill you. I'd do it. Fuck up the sun, huh? It's bully time. Alright, that looks like we're gonna go for a surround and develop glacial barrier walls with glacial elemental out. Bone chill barrier walls with glacial elemental. That's exactly what we're seeing. I do think you probably could have positioned in a way that you got a full surround off. This guy was up top, right? You could have taken the center. This guy could have taken this center. Her sister could have taken the corner. Bone chill barrier. I guess one spot. You wouldn't be able to fit one spot. No, the bone chill barrier could have fit the whole bottom. Yeah, you could have had a full surround. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. So, Mesalg, he plays a Phoenix Fire. And an Owl Beast. So, we have, what? 6 minions on board times 2. So that's 12 damage. Plus 4, 7. That is 19 damage. 21 damage. Razorback is lethal at the moment. Top deck Timmy might not have the back. If he doesn't have the Razorback, then I guess I hope you can answer the Owl Beast. It could become problematic, maybe. Fenrir War Master. Chromatic Code. Owl Beast is answered. A full surround is what we are going to see. Mesalg is going to be trapped. Excuse me. Okay, not a full surround. Keeping the Snow Chasers spread out a little bit. I don't think there's... Should we word that to I can't think of the advantage of doing this over forcing Mesolgi to spend an attack action first? Or at least spend a Gotatsu or something first, but... Top Snow Chaser can no longer reach. And because Mesolgi didn't have to spend an attack action, he is able to walk out. He would have been able to do that anyway, because Gotatsu would have opened up a slot to summon. So he's out of the woods somewhat. You're at a health deficit, you do not have a board established. The Rhythm Weavers will draw cards for you. This is looking like the aspect of the worm, so that's the second aspect of the worm down. We have a Lady Lock. This is a Bone Chill Ice Barrier. Interesting to note, when it's played out of hand, it is no longer considered a token card, so it is treated as a real card. Or I guess it's no longer treated as a summoned card, it's still a token. Yeah, it's summoned. Rather than spawned. Okay. So, Mez does have a Gotatsu, but the Fenrir is going to turn into a wolf token. He can not do anything unless he kills something first. Looks like he's going to try to play it out. Third Owl Beast coming down. Third Rhythm Weaver coming down. So he is dead on the board. There's 10 damage around him, even if he does all this spiel. Yeah. Alright, well played to Timmy. So we're 2-1 now. Mesolgi will have the luxury of choosing to play first if they so desire. Alright, let's get back into... I went to my break time screen. I meant to go to the cards. That's old habits. Deck changes, no deck changes, so... Same decks. We are committed to this matchup probably until the bitter end. Also, I'm on the wrong screen here. Hold up. Scene swappage. I went to the inverted hand scene. Mesolgi not wanting to test the Lionheart deck. He did use it in a game earlier, but I suppose the consensus, I'm not sure if you're aware, Cosmic, but the general consensus of the community is that Lulz Vanar does decently well against Lionheart. So he probably trusts his Songhai list more. This opener looks awfully similar to the last game, except Top Deck Timmy's on the other side doing it now. So Mesolgi is willing to trade in on these walls. Yeah, you might want to avoid giving card advantage to your opponent, but in this circumstance, your board trades in more favorably, at least. And I think generally Songhai doesn't want to leave stuff up because it starts to become too much, too many resources for Vanar to tap into later in the match. I think on Timmy's end here, you're absolutely going to want to answer that Chakri. If you don't have a Chromatic Cold or the Mesmerize in hand, then hopefully a Hearth Sister, and you'll have to let the boar go. I mean, you don't have to, but I think the Chakri tends to be the greater evil over the boar. So we moved forward. We have Blazing Spines. And that looks like a Hearth Sister. It is indeed a Hearth Sister. Alright, I like this. Take the tile away. Missile G has 4 mana to work with. Can't get the 5. And without Mana Vortex stuff or other 0 mana spells, the Owl can't get too ridiculous here. If he chooses to develop an Owl in this turn. Missile G is going with a Tuskboar to manage the walls a little bit. If he wanted to, he could have had the Tuskboar played behind him or something, but I think he's offering the board to the wall on purpose. It would be better for him at the wall trades here. Unfortunately, Slothguard comes down. Unfortunate for Mezzelg. Very fortunately, top deck Timmy plays a Sloth and is able to get a pretty clean clear and develop a good sized 6 health Provoker body that Mez is going to ignore for this turn as he throws away the Phoenix Fire. So Owl Beast was always on the development plan. Could use the Mana Vortex here for 2 HP, decides not to. I think the idea might be let this first Owl Beast go down, and then maybe the Mana Vortex will help you have a superior one on the next turn if you try it again. Oh, here we go. Ooh, and Blazing Spines, that's not good. That is a near full surround on Mezzelg. If Timmy gets the Razorback, that is 10 damage. That would be 14 damage. And yet, he's still apprehensive about hitting here. It makes me chuckle. Yeah, don't be afraid. They're just Songhai. What are they gonna do to you? Totally not kill you on 6 mana from 18 health. Alright, so Mez, I am very surprised about the Tuskboar replace, only because he has Inner Foci. Alright, he's on the setup and pray plan, which I respect. I respect. So you don't die to Razorback. You do die to something like Razorback White Worm. You are taking care of one of the walls, so that's 2 damage going. That's 4 damage going. Okay, you are taking care of 2 of the walls. This is probably better than keeping hold of the Tuskboar. Timmy does have a white worm. I see things hitting, so Razorback is happening here. And that is going to be lethal, regardless. Damn. Yeah, even with the 2 damage walls down, the Razorback was enough with, like I said, a worm. That 3 attack power minion was the main difference maker there. Alright, well played, Timmy. He's tied it up 2-2, so this next game is a huge deal. The winner of the next game takes it and will move on, securing their shot at victory. The loser will have to earn their chance at a rematch. Alright, we're up to game 5. No deck changes, and of course, MezzleG gets to choose to go first or second. He is choosing to go first. That is the thing to do. Timmy's bringing it back currently with the walls. Can MezzleG Songhai find a way around them? I do like Timmy's deck, even though he doesn't have the maximum amount of removal you can carry, as he uses a lot of 2-ofs and 1-ofs instead of 3-ofs. He seems to have just enough things to keep the Owl Beast in check, and to remove MezzleG's other early plays. Bone Chill Barrier to deny the mana, and an aspect of the worm. Alright, we saw a replace afterwards. It could have been the Bone Chill Barrier. You could also keep it. If MezzleG doesn't take that mana tile, it would be a free +1 into 5 mana next turn. Yeah, Thief of Moments and attacking a wall would allow Kaido to kill the worm for free. So even with just 1 blink, the power of repositioning is very much, you know, shown off here. Oh yeah, and it's 2 blinks. This is probably the craziest part of Thief. It's the fact that you can hit and then escape from your predicament because you are hitting and generating another one. I'm curious to see if Timmy will prioritize Thief over Kaido. He's actually prioritizing both of them with the one of Mesmerize. Ooh. It's only a one of. You could debate on if it's worth playing around or not. MezzleG could have moved his Kaido onto this tile, bottom left of the glacial, instead to play around that. Since it is open deck list, he does know there is a one of Mez. But anyway, clears out the wall, develops an Owl Beast. If the Owl Beast gets answered here, Mez could continue to fall behind, as we've seen so far, and that does seem to be the case here. As long as the first owl is answered and then you get surrounded. Excuse me. It might have been worthwhile to stay in range of the Fenrir War Master and use your general's health pool as a resource, instead of allowing yourself to get easily cornered. coming down 2 might be a critical error. We'll see where it goes. Timmy seems to be reconsidering what he was going to drop down. I feel like if he had a second Bone Shell barrier, that would be pretty damning for Mezelgy to deal with. Just another Fenrir, which is good value. We all know Fanar loves their 3/3 Fenrir Warmaster guy. Alright, trying to develop something here. It's considering a Juxta just to make the Chakri a 2/3, but honestly, Timmy's removal suite would kill that pretty much no matter what. Chromatic Cold would dispel the buffs, and her sister, he's got a Fenrir on board. So I think it's not really worth it. Yeah, if he's gonna get answered, it wouldn't save it from any of Timmy's answers to that card. Mementos. The bulbous white spheres are here, as well as the spiky glacial walls. How does Timmy keep drawing both of those aspects of the worms? Was I missing it earlier? I thought he only had 2 of them in the deck. No, he's got... I think it's a 3. I think he's got 3. That explains why he constantly has 2 of them. Alright, so Mez is surrounded. He does have 2 Juxtas. I think they're both going to matter here. You could Jux the if you want to get out, I guess the white worm and the mementos on the top right of you. If you want to remove the bigger threats, you could Jux the Fenrir and the white worm. Going for a Chakri play. Damn. Those are some decent draws. Alright, Mez is spending resources for removal. Oh, that guy went face though. Eh. I wonder if it wouldn't have been better to kill both of the mementos walls so they couldn't hit your one Chakra avatar. So I don't know if removing the 2/3 really changes much. You know, it can still be aspect. aspected. I guess Hearth Sister trades better if it's a Hearth Sister response. Oh, this hurts. Oh, it hurts to see. Yeah, this aspect. That's the third aspect of the White Worm. Yeah, Mezelji fought well. He gave it a valiant effort. Timmy is down to 2 cards. He'll be back at 4. So it's not over yet, but it's not looking good. You have to Phoenix Fire Glacial, otherwise you cannot get anything developed. You can juxta the White Worm with Glacial first, just to get it away from you. And then maybe step right and kill a wall. If you want to go aggro, you could not kill the wall and then punch Faye in the face and then backstabber with Kaido Assassin and just declare a face race. That might be an idea. You could also develop the 4 winds and go for a few pings. Alright, so we're making this Jux so we can walk up. Taking out a wall, go Tatsu in the Fenrir, turning it into a token, and backstabbing one of the White Worms. This gets you out of the pit, but you are surrounded by a bunch of stuff, and you didn't answer the Glacial Elemental, which I think you needed to answer. So, assuming a Razorback happens, that is 10, 13, 15, 17 damage. Timmy only needs 3 damage. If it's a double Razorback, you're dead during this play. I do see a Lady Lock come down. And that looks like a Memento. Either that or the other one. Ah, there's a Razorback. So, going for board clear, wasn't able to kill, but now you're practically dead. the mouse cursor. Well played by Top Deck Timmy. He wins the finals, but that's not the tournament yet. Alright, so one more view of their decks. Mezelji falls into the losers bracket. So we are going to return to the losers bracket. We have a Starry and Mezelji. This is the last losers game. They are both fighting for their chance to take on Timmy, who is the winner of the winners bracket. So let me load up a Starry and Mezelji. Now I assume this is going to be more red mirror matches because you know that's just the way things go sometimes. So there's a Starry's Songhai list. No, I was wrong. Right. I was wrong. So Mezelji is going Lionor, but a Starry is sticking the red all the way through, it seems. So Mazelji is going Lio. There we are. That's a little large, right? That's... Yeah, that's good enough. Let me load up the games and then we can get to it. Excuse me. Okay. So game number 1 of the losers finals. We have Songhai and Lionor. And we're able to see both hands this time. Oh yeah. Full mulligan on Mezelji's side. No mulligan on Astari's side. Alright, here we go. Kaido opener. Mezelji can choose to do a double 2-drop or play it slow. Just play one of the mystics for now. I am very curious to see if Astari's aggression can surpass Mezelji's Lionor list. They may be slightly disadvantaged, is the common belief for this matchup. But it's far from impossible to win. It's a pretty good turn too from Astari. They took the center tile to limit Mezelji's ramping ability. They could have opted to take the bottom tile if they wanted the second Kaido to be out of range. Mez is thinking... In the previous game we saw him play today, the early Isbies was extraordinarily useful. The only thing is if he wants to do the 2 and 3, he is going to be exposing his back here. So I don't think he wants to do that. Which means you either do 2 and 2, like so, capitalize on the 2 healing, or you develop the Isbies, which probably isn't good enough at the moment. I like that he keeps his minions' backs protected here, so they're harder to remove. But Astari has 6 mana to play with at the moment. Just gonna do 4 Winds Phoenix Fire, Juxta back, Scratch times 2. He's all in. Now, I actually think Astari made a misplay. Right? No, they didn't make a misplay. Never mind. He had to move the bottom Kaido. I was thinking, man, if the bottom Kaido got juxted, then the other Kaido could have walked down and get the Mystic. He couldn't do that then. He's fine. He's fine. Alright, Mezelji's hiding his ass. It's a little sore. Yeah. just play an Isbees and do some healing. Gotatsu is a pretty good draw, honestly. It's gonna help you gas up for the next turn. So you're out of top deck mode now. You have a decent set of options. Ooh, Mezelgi, not afraid to get off the wall. I feel like most players would have stayed parked on their wall. Mezelgi putting Archon in a Starry's face saying, deal with this. If you draw 3 cards of Heaven's Eclipse, that's your entire turn pretty much. You can cast some spells. Alright. Could jux the Archon into a corner and just punch with your general or something like that. You could stay reserved and be patient here. Alright, we're staying patient. Staying patient and passing. Excuse me. If Mez wants some serious healing, he could drop the Isbees. Assuming the Isbees do not get answered, his Sunriser would do an insane 12 procs, or 6 procs, right? Insane 6 procs, 12 damage. I do like this more because it kills the kills the Kaido now. Deals a lot of damage on its own too. Yeah, Starry throws in the towel. The Archon is just too much to deal with. They had a combo heavy hand, but I think Archon was preventing it from being very good. And Mez was able to heal enough HP to get out of any, you know, dangerous killing positions. Alright. So here we are with the decks now. I think Mez won here. Astari gets the cheese, so I assume Astari wants to go first. Okay, so Mez is doing a deck swap here. An interesting twist. He has the 1-game lead. He's actually going to try his Songhai list out. So I'm just going to switch into it. We've seen his Songhai deck on the screen plenty. I won't pop it up there. So now I gotta tab out to do that. But we will go back into the game momentarily. So Songhai v Songhai for game number 2. Let's see who the stronger red banner waver turns out to be. Alright, we have immediate Chakri, Mana Vortex. All the way in the back. Just want to point out that Songhai as player 2 once again has a Tusksport in hand. How do they do it? I do not know, but I'm starting to think it's a conspiracy. Game is rigged. If Tusport in deck equals true, and if playing second equals true, then place Tusport into hand after mulligan. Alright, the story is off to a good start, showing the power of the player one aggression. Now, Mez did not have an answer for that Chakri avatar. This game might come down to the fact that he could not answer the Chakri avatar. Thinking about Heaven's Eclipse, yeah. And it powers your guy up more. And you could bring it in now, you could just leave it to cook. You know, you could just let him cook. He is bringing it in, you can take that other mana tile. Interesting. Using an inner focus, sacking a second Chakri just to get rid of this boar. Do you hit here or do you leave him at 7 HP? He does hit. 6 is a big hit. 5 HP Chakri. It is answerable at 5 HP. You're gonna have to take another 6 there, Mez. Unless you replace into another boar or something. But that's a steep set of resources being used. I suppose a Kaido assassin would have been most wanted there. Kaido, backstab, and... yeah, considering Kaido, inner focus, backstab, I probably would not have punched on the turn and just kept the 6-7. In case they have the Kaido Gotatsu. But bringing in bringing this story down to 19 and before going down to 10 themselves. We got plays happening quickly here. So, Rhythm Weaver, Flame Wreath, juxtaposition. Alright. We're down to 9. We're down to 7. Nezalji replaces Juxta. Oh, his hand is not good. His hand is not good. We do have Mana Vortex into Spiral happening instead of Gotatsu. Alright, I guess he's placing bets. You don't have a 3 attack thing. A Starry could fish for a Phoenix Fire and be almost guaranteed to hit it. Damn, all he needed was a Flame Reef for Tusport. Actually, not fishing for the greed, he's going for a setup Lantern Fox, and he didn't even put it in Mezalji's face. He has it away from Mezalji. That's curious. Exciting times here in Songhai v Songhai land. Orwin's Magus gonna try to recover a little bit of HP. I guess you're still on the prey train. Playing the Magus is slightly risky because juxtaposition. Maybe that was what Astari was betting on. They replace into the Juxta, and that is GG. Astari will win this Songhai Mirror. That was probably one of the more brutal games of the Songhai Mirror we saw. Both players explosive. Playing the fox away from him achieve anything? I'm not sure what the idea behind it might have been. I'm not sure. The only thing I can think of is you might have missed your Jux and then been out of range with it. But I don't know. We would have to ask a study. So, after that game, Messelg gets to choose to play or first or second. I'm going to assume he's going first because that has been the track record so far with Mez. And he's back on Lionar. So got some Lionar happening here. Where is Messelg here? There you are. What game are we up to? Third game. Alright, here we are once more. Messelg going back to old reliable. And Astarte, I don't think they have any plans of ever utilizing their Vinar deck. Songhai all the way, all day. Excuse me. Okay. Let's hide the player 2 hand. Light Chaser turn 1. A solid choice. Play diagonal. Light Chaser won't die to Tuskboar alone. He will die to Tuskboar Gotatsu, which means the diagonal play can still be heavily punished, especially if it's something like a 4 Kaido Gotatsu. Astarte just sending the Gotatsu away for chip damage here. You know, in day 2, the Gotatsus have been a lot more on point. Day 1 of the tournament, a lot of the Gotatsu usage was just thrown away as a cycle card. We've seen them used on allied minions just to cycle the card. Or operate as a spellcast and stuff. And Mez going for the martyrdom. Doesn't want to deal with Phoenix Fires. Okay, Tusk into the Healing Mystic. And Chakri. How angry the Light Chaser guy is. Just looks like he's baring his teeth constantly. Alright, Isby's Monument trading into Tuskboar. That Light Chaser is going to get huge. This Light Chaser is going to get huge. Chakri is left on board, but I don't know if Astari can afford to ignore the board and just go face. We'll see what they plan to do. They have a very aggressive play style, so I think going face is going to be their option of choice. This is practically suicide. Surely the Phoenix Fire will hit one of these guys. If I was in Astari's shoes, I probably would have done a similar play, but before moving, the Lantern Fox could be in front of the Light Chaser. And that could be game-changing decision. As it stands, I assume we're gonna see a Sunrise or Sun Drop to clear Chakri, and then you're gonna get decked for 13. Never mind, we're just gonna hit you for a ton of fucking damage, period. Bezel G is saying, fuck the Chakri, I'm gonna kill you. Let me show you how it's done. Right, I forgot that Sunrise is going to actually deal like 4 extra damage with the ISB procs. Destructive. Very destructive. So game 3 goes to Mezel G. It is 2-1. Astari will likely want to go first. Game number 4. Okay, now I'm also slightly confused on this game. It might just end immediately. Interesting. I think it will end immediately. Hold on, I'm gonna scrub through it real quick. Alright, I think I recall this in the stream. They had one game that sort of like rendered twice. That was happening twice, and I think this is that game. Yeah, I think this is that game. Because no one's replacing anything. So, let me go back to the menu. We will skip that one. Pretty sure it's incorrect. The reason why I'm pretty sure it's incorrect is because Astari's in second, and I know he is not going to want to be going second when given a choice. Also, the number of matches doesn't make sense. Okay. So, here's the deal. Both of the replays are bugged. I don't think we can watch game 4. So game 4, the correct one is not properly loading. The incorrect one is instant concede because it never happened. It was like the game rendered 2 games occurring. So we're gonna have to skip game 4. I will tell you it was Songhai versus Lionar, and Mezelji won as Lionar. We will not be able to witness how. Unfortunately, that game no longer exists. We can go to game 5 though. And see how game 5 goes. Wait, I'm confused. Why is there game 5? Maybe that game never happened, period. You know what? Ignore game 4, right? Because how many games are left? After this, it is the grand finals. And whoever wins the grand finals... It depends on who wins the grand finals. If Top Deck Timmy wins, the tournament ends. If Top Deck Timmy loses, then Mezelgy falls to the... or Top Deck Timmy falls to the loser's bracket and then has to play Mez again. Or a Starry, depending on who wins this one. So it's like the 1 to 2 more games. You're just gonna work tired? Oh boy. Alright, well, we're gonna load this one up. As I was saying, with the 4th game, the problem with the 4th game is it never happened. So ignore the win and the loss, because if Mezelgy did win that, they wouldn't be playing a 5th game right now. So what actually is happening is Mezelgy is switching to Songhai. He is 1 up, so I suppose Mezelgy wants to assert his Songhai superiority or something. Damn, I let it the wrong game on player 2. I need Mezelgy's perspective. Because a Starry is first. So we're gonna have a Songhai mirror match. The last one was vicious. Let's see how this one goes. A Starry is first as well. Okay, tabbing over in a second. I know. There we are. Let's get it started. Alright, Starry happy with their starting hand. Mezelgy full of place. That's concerning. Hold up, player 1 is like way ahead of player 2 at the moment. Okay, we're gonna have to wait a second. And then I'll fix the player 2 hand on the thing. That should sync up a bit. Alright, Tuskboar Rhythm Weaver. One of the strongest openers you could possibly have. Right up there with Tuskboar Heart Sister. Excuse me. So Mez opts to go Tatsu the Rhythm Weaver. He could have taken out the Tuskboar if he wanted to. I am not sure anymore after watching this series what is the better play to make. I mean, the Rhythm Weaver does gas up your opponent. As we learned from one of the previous games, if you're too gassed on turn 1, playing Tuskboar, unless you tap it out, it's going to overdraw itself and then die. So yeah, as we can see, the inner focus is going down. Astari is even tacking on a killing edge here. A casual 10 damage, turn 2. No big deal. You know, played a bunch of cards. Perfectly reasonable turn 1. Turn 2. It's a reasonable turn 2. And the Tuskboar survives. Which is the most thrilling part. Mez is backing off, and he's just gonna plop an Albeast down and hope for the best. It's about all you can do, right? There's no way you take that 7. You'd rather just take an extra 3 on the following turn. Starry has a couple of different things they can do here. They actually throw away Chakri. I'm kind of surprised. Chakri, you have the Jux, so it could get out of hand. You could just throw Gutatsu into the Owl with the Boar as well, and then you would have killed it. This also works, I guess. Putting a Lantern Fox in Messelgee's face isn't a bad idea. I like the 3/4 Chakri avatar more, personally. You also wouldn't have taken 4 damage. Alright, owl number 2 played very aggressively. Double inner focus to conserve some HP and to draw extra cards. 4/8 Albeast, is it out of range? It is not. Of course, you just supplied these Phoenix Fires to your opponent. And they are paying maximum respect to the Albeast here. Also a Gotatsu while Mez's hand is full, so you will not draw a card for that. Okay, both players' hands are looking pretty full of minions. Mez finds a spell in the replace though. I like how they each have 1 Thief of Moments. And it's in the last slot. Alright, Mez is going for a setup. He's setting up Arcanist. 2 threats on board. The Flame Wreath can do some damage and take out the Chakri. With the juxtaposition, it can do more damage, especially with the Rhythm Weaver Jux. Starry's trying to figure out how to maximize this. I think ideally you want to throw your Flame Wreath into 4 winds, but you need to hit the 4 winds twice and the Chakri twice, right? With this movement. I guess this works too. The Rhythm Weaver to top it all off. Back to 5 cards again. Messelgee. Or we're doing a Thief of Moments turn. Oh yeah. Oh, he's going ham. He's got, I think, 3 healing, which is why he's doing this. And he'll probably use the Juxta just for the extra ping and heal. Yeah. So he's going to be at 15 HP. On 7 mana, unless they have something like Tuskboard, Interfocus, and Killing Edge, which you can afford, you should survive. They would have to have the extreme nuts. Man, look at this back and forth. Fucking Shanghai mirrors. So vicious here. Clear your opponent's stuff and develop your own. Ooh, he gives the well played though. I guess he feels he's dead. It's because he's at 10 HP, you do die to Spiral if it's in hand. And if there's one thing I know about Mezelg, he has the Spiral at all times when he needs it. Alright, well played to Mez. He got what he wanted. I'm sure he did that game on purpose. He wanted to win the Shanghai mirror match. I do not doubt it, so it makes a fun story. For us, he does take it 3-2, which means we are going to be seeing the rematch for the grand finals. We are almost done. Mezelg wins the losers bracket. Congrats to A Starry. He takes 3rd place in the tournament. But we're going to see Mez versus Top Deck Timmy. I need to find what deck Timmy is rolling with, and then I'll load it in. Right, I don't even have Timmy's thing still, so for these finals, we are only going to see it from Mezelg's perspective. Timmy is not my friend. I cry every time I think about this fact. Okay, there are some game hiccups here too, so we'll just get through them as they come up. It seems like somebody's internet was having problems. Or Duelyst was having problems. It is going to be Shanghai versus Vanar again. So we just saw this. Top Deck Timmy came out ahead. Let me change the decks here. Where's Timmy? Timmy Faye. Walls Vanar and Galio Shanghai, or Spell High. As soon as my eyes find the words Mezelg, there we go. These are your 2 grand finals decks. Let's get into the game. So the way this works, Mezelg coming out of loser's bracket. This is do or die for him. If he loses here, Top Deck Timmy wins the entire thing. Top Deck Timmy, if he loses, Mezelg will have to win again, a whole extra set. And these are first to 3, best of 5s. Because Timmy has a spare life if he enters the grand finals losers bracket. So will Mezelg hit a reset? Shanghai players tutor their Spiral into hand as soon as the enemy hits 10 HP. They do seem to do that. It's very mysterious. Alright, some blazing spines being developed here. And a bear. Pretty good start for Timmy. Mez could don't know if you would want to. You could do like walk your avatar up to the top, put the thief on the tile, get the 4th mana, and then do some spell spamming bullshit. Can punch the bottom wall and go Tatsu it, Phoenix fire the other wall. Chakri can then trade into the bear, as it'll be plenty powerful after some blinks and maybe the Juxta. That's a bit of an all-in. Excuse me. I've been talking for a while, so my throat is getting a little rumbly. Scratchy. Okay, we have Phoenix go Tatsu going on to the Borean Bear. This is totally viable. Yeah, no reason to do all the crazy shit I was talking about. This also conserves your hand. It's a little less all in. It's a little bit less. So I think Timmy is going to want a Chromatic Cold or a Hearth Sister. If he fails to find those, might be in trouble. Do you see the Fenrir? And a Snow Chaser. Ooh. Might be in trouble. Alright, it's thief time. I'm gonna not be able to keep up with all of the teleporting shenanigans. There's going to be 3, possibly 4 teleports, depending on inner focus getting utilized here. Sending Thief back to safety. We're sending Avatar in. It looks like. Pretty sure this is going face. Protecting the boar. Really protecting the boar. Alright. So, again, Timmy has a sort of limited removal package, right? If he doesn't have the Chromatic Cold, he's gonna need to use his face and Fenrir to deal with that. His other options are to bounce it, but I think the Hailstone is a one-of. And then the aspect of the Drakes are not ideal, as there will still be a 3/4. Yeah. Boar got stuck in one of those video game glitches, so even though he's like looking stationary, he's just sliding, you know, he's sliding backwards on the map. It's hard to say how Timmy will approach this. He does have some provoke shit, so he could put down provokers and hope that they stall hard enough for him. He still has 2 other problems to deal with. We are going on the provoker plan. We are punching the Chakri. Alright. Do you replace 10 damage is likely out of reach for turn 3, 5 mana. With this hand, at least. And Songhai can totally do it if their hand was a little more catered towards it. We have one blink. Forerunners might be too slow. However, if you play the Rhythm Weavers and whatnot and the boar, you're gonna end up overdrawing on the boar, probably. Because it depends on how Timmy handles this. You could hide the boar, right? You don't have to leave him there. There are blinks in hand. And we're going for an extra blink. Oh, we're blinking in the thief. Ooh, spicy play here from Mezelji. Sneaking in an extra 2 damage. And then blinking the thief back out. Body blocking the wolf. Look at this little arrow of minions down here. While Timmy is contemplating their turn, I have a couple of Ritz crackers behind me. I'm gonna go grab some. Do a little more snacking. I did watch all that. Timmy made a valiant effort to try and remove some of the board there, but it wasn't quite enough. And with no healing, he was susceptible to the spiral. Mana Vortex spiral. Alright, game 1. Going to Mezelji. Let's swap over here. Game number 2 coming up. Where is this Alright, I have to make sure I'm on the right set here. It's after a study. Okay. I feel like I get to be nice and lazy because I don't have to set up the whole player 2 hand thing since I can't set it up. Top deck Timmy. Taken first, sticking with Vanar. Mezelji, sticking with Songhai. Once again, Songhai is player 2, has a goddamn Tuskboar in her hand on turn 1. It is unbelievable how consistent that is. There are 36 other cards in your deck. I'm just saying. Alright, Heart Sister with the diagonal opener. Heart Sister trades in the Tuskboar, so you don't care as much about opening center or not. Snow Chaser. That's an aspect of the worm. And then play the Heart Sister once again. Deal with the Thief of Moments. I like moving the dragon. That way you block the bottom mana tile off. Double Boar. With an Inner Focus in hand. So, Mez has been using these as removal. I think he'll likely hit the Snow Chaser and hit the Heart Sister. He doesn't have to. He could just do 9 damage to the face. He could keep the Inner Focus and be a little conservative. You could also at least clear out the Heart Sister, I guess. But I mean, they're likely gonna kill your boars anyway. Why waste their Inner Focus clearing them when, you know, they're naturally gonna do it? And now, this positioning denied the mana tile, which was the whole point of doing it. If you didn't care about denying the mana tile, which is a big denial, 5 mana enables Heart Sister or Lady Lock plays with Vanar. You could have avoided the Snow Chaser value if it wanted to hit a boar by sending one up into this corner. I do think taking the tile away though is probably the stronger move than denying this guy. Munching on my Ritzies. We're about to see another prison, aren't we? Yep. Oh my. And suddenly, I can imagine Mezelji just saying something like, I really hate it here. When he's up against Vanar. Like, god damn it, not again. Probably play a double Arcanist. You could do Rhythm Weaver first and then Forwin second. You could even use the Inner Focus on Rhythm Weaver. If you want to get out, yeah, you could play them down. Rhythm Weaver probably wants to trade into Snow Chaser if I had to wager a wild guess. Yeah. Now, Mez normally just punches these things. He's going for the bear. I guess before it becomes a bigger problem. Aspect of the Drake isn't going to clear your 4 wins by itself. So, no reason to get rid of that wall. and supply your opponent with more cards. Oh, Timmy's in the retreat. I was wondering if we would see Wall, Snow Chaser, and Minion, which is what we're seeing. Holding the Borean Bear back. If you have the opportunity to make it deal more damage, I say yeah. Keep it back for later. Why not? I think a lot of players would have probably just thrown it in for 5. But why not hold it back? I'm curious if Mezelgy keeps Spiral in hand, since he is able to cast it next turn. With the Jux, if you want to call out Timmy right now and say he doesn't have the Razorback, you could Phoenix Fire the Bear, Jux over your 4 wins, and that'll be what, 6 damage? It's not quite enough for. Oh, this is a good idea because double 4 wins. Huh. Yeah, I was gonna say you go face and set up Spiral lethal. Man, the only reason why this is possibly going to work is because he hit a second 4 wins and the damage output skyrocketed. That's crazy though. The Chakri replace was also very interesting. He could have done the same play and just developed the Chakri to be nothing impressive, just a 3/4, but I think Timmy is dead. They do not have healing, they do not have Bubblesmith. I feel like if you were running this walls list and you found a way to squeeze in Bubblesmiths for this turn, you would probably not guarantee, but increase the odds of winning against Songhai even more so. I don't know what you would replace for it, but I just feel like you would. Anyway, that was game 2. Oh, Mezelgy is 2-0. He is on match point to reset the bracket. From what I understand. Okay. This game may or may not break. We will find out. I know one of these is going to be problematic. On to game 3. Timmy taking first once more. Denying Songhai having the first player position. Double Rhythm Weaver. Another Hearth Sister opener from Timmy. Not the ideal opener, but, you know, if you have Aspect of the Worm, you kind of... It's not too bad. War Master denies the bottom mana tile from Mezel G. And with the top, we summon Blazing Spines against our Songhai enemies. Kaido replace. Alright, this is a little bit problematic for Mezel G, right? You can clear 2 of them if you really want to. You could clear 1 of them and save a Rhythm Weaver for later. Heaven's Eclipse. Say, that's a nice little square Songhai minions over there. It's a cool looking army. Pretty decent turn on the Mezel G's part. Top deck Timmy. What would you want here? I think the 4-mana turn is probably the weakest for player 1. A lot of decks are designed to capitalize on the 2 and 3 play of the 5-mana turn. So once you have no tiles to ramp to, the 4-mana turn can oftentimes be awkward if you're not a mid-range list with 4 drops. Timmy could make his wall into a Drake. He could push 3 face damage if he wants to just pressure Mezel G. Opting to just have Fenrir hang around. Orion Bear. Maybe some mementos, maybe some more walls. A Hailstone Prison to tempo dispose of Kaido. Well, Kaido will be back later, more than likely. Albeast is the priority now. Gotatsu and a Rhythm Weaver can take out the wall. Yep. You also could have opted to take out Fenrir and turn him into a token. Might have been better to take out the Fenrir and turn him into a token. Oh, we're gonna do that and take out the wall. Okay. Ooh, inner focus. Yeah, change your targets, change your plans. Inner focus lets you get the bear. Heaven's Eclipse is not what Mezel G's looking for, but there's that spiral coming around right about when you'd like it, maybe. Maybe a little early. I feel like this is the first time Timmy's found his chromatic cold for these games. Hey, what's up, L-Man? You're just in time to witness the grand finals of ES4. What game we on? This is game 3. Mezzalg is 2-0 over Top Deck Timmy. If Mezzalg wins, the bracket will reset as he is coming from the losers bracket. If Timmy can reverse sweep it here, he will win the tournament. You're on the road number 2. There was a lot of thought put into that attack there. Do I really use Albeast to clear this? He could have used Rhythm Reaver to clear it and keep the Albeast around. But then he wouldn't have been able to get the rest of the other minions out. Alright, for the first time in a while, Mezzalg has Top Deck Timmy surrounded instead of the other way around. And giving him a little bit of a taste of his own medicine, as it were. It's going to be a tough situation for Timmy to get out of. See the Hearth Sister come down. Tuskboar is going to be dead, as it'll go back to a full hand. Just another Fenrir being developed for Timmy. His back is firmly planted against the wall, so he doesn't have to worry about the backstab, but this is a lot of blinks for the Chakri avatar. This is a lot of potential damage. We have 4 blinks coming, so that's +4. Mezzalg playing conservatively though. Excuse me, conservative as in he's not hastening the Chakri to then have it go face right away. He actually held off on doing that. +4/+4 for 0 mana is a great card. I don't know if this would be a great avalanche spot because it's an open decklist tournament. If you play avalanche, your opponent knows, and the Thief of Moments can blink your stuff out of avalanche range. But I mean, if you completely ignored the existence of avalanche, then maybe. Alright. Going to need to do something about the 8-9, probably punch the 2-1 Kaido, and then I hope... Wow, Timmy just calls it there, didn't even try. I wish I could have seen his hand. He has provokers and stuff. He might have been able to continue to struggle. I imagine he had no answer for the Chakri avatar. GG to me. Yeah, with that, the bracket is reset. So Mezzalg has won the first series of games. We're into the final set of matches. First of 3, Mezzalg versus Top Deck Timmy for all the wins, all the prestige, yo. This game may or may not work, like I said. I think it should work. Alright. So on the game 1, reset bracket. Let's get it started. Also, seriously, what the actual hell? How does he do that every single game, man? Now, I don't know how they set this game up. Mezzalg won, the bracket reset, I don't know if Timmy chose to go first or if they randomly set up game 1 here, which I believe it would hypothetically supposed to be random because it's a new game set, but I'm not sure how they handled that. Please take the 7, take the 7, coward. You take the 7. Alright, once again, I do wish I could see Timmy's hand, so it's hard to make as active of predictions. Playing a Fenrir Aura Master in the way of the Kaido and out of the way of juxtaposition reaching your back. That seems pretty good to me. These Kotatsus have been extraordinarily useful overall. The power of 1 damage. Debating on where he want. He might be debating on setting up Chakri instead of 4 Winds here. I mean, you could 4 Winds the tile. You could 4 Winds the tile and then go Tatsu. Yeah. Yeah. Hells yeah. Now, this leaves a wolf token on the board. So, you could do this, and it is what Mesji did. If it was me, I'm not sure how I would have played that turn. This kind of sacrifices your Kaido or your 4 Winds. The idea might be, I hope he kills my 4 Winds and it kills his token, because these 3 health minion spam things that Timmy has been doing in the past games have been problematic. You get to enjoy the lovely Songhai theme while Timmy is contemplating his options here. He's gonna see a Lady Lock play. Going for the value trade with the wolf tokens, so 4 Winds will survive. Snow Chaser out of infiltrate. I was gonna say provoke. Out of infiltrate Snow Chaser, a couple of mementos next to Kalios. Very interesting. So mostly there's no juxtaposition play that can lead to getting backstabbed or hit by a test board or something. With this setup, your provoker, well, I mean, yeah, I think it stops Jux from getting around your Lady Lock. You would swap around the wall with a chaser, so the backstab position is a meme instead. Could put the chaser somewhere else where one of the walls are, but I don't know if it changes too much. He doesn't want the chaser to get hit by the 4 Winds, is the main thing. FIFA Moments plays are happening! The engine is online and it's doing its engine thing. Damn. You know, just played 7 cards on 5 mana. No big deal. NBD. Chakri gets hit with the chromatic as it has to, because it is the biggest issue of the 3 issues. They're all really heavy problems to solve, but Chakri is slightly heavier. Slightly heavier. Aspect of the worm. I think Timmy is just kinda... He's gonna be hoping that Mezelgi bricks somehow, but the spell high list is so damn efficient. You can't really brick with it. Typically. Mana Vortex gets the boot. Not sure if there's a lethal here. You get 1 blink with your general. You can blink in the thief and suicide it. You could blink in the 4 winds and have them trade. Okay, yeah, just take another turn. You don't have to kill your opponent right this instant. Just ping him 3 times and get a bunch of HP on you guys. Seems pretty good. Shouldn't be lethal even if we ignore the cost. Are you sure about that, L-Man? No, I don't think there was a lethal there. If there was, it's beyond my my understanding and my knowledge, my comprehension. Timmy says there is no way, and he taps out game 1, goes to Mezelgi. We are going on to game 2. Mezelgi is making a comeback. He's being a gamer, Shanghai gamer. Alright, what do we have here? Alright, that was that game. You think Blink should pay you mana? Then there was maybe a Hey, it should pay you, man. So you play a Blink for 0 and you gain +1. Alright, hold on a second. Pay you mana blinks. Alright, game number 2. Timmy v Mezelgi. I guess on the bright side, because it's a Shanghai in the finals here, this game shouldn't be too lengthy. I am getting a little tired. It's 3:18 a.m. I am pushing time a little bit. Did a nice 8-hour stream today. I'm still good to go though. My throat's just getting a little sore from all the talking. But I can handle it. We're in the home stretch here. Let me move forward. Even places. We're looking for walls into something. There's the mementos. There's the bear. That's the opener that Timmy needs. Alright, so Mezelgi. Replace the focus. Alright, Rhythm Weaver on tile, Thief of Moments. You could burn your Jux now and then get a blink and use the blink after punching something, but no reason to, right? I'm a beast, thank you. Perhaps. I do try. Calvin is a certified golfer. Oh yes, he got the golf question correct. You're L-Man Beastio. Definitely being a beast is a compliment. Or half a compliment, you don't know. Being called a beast by the guy who is named a Beastio, I would say is certainly a compliment. Okay, Timmy is definitely feeling the pressure since of the bracket reset. They're taking their time. Mesmerize is their answer to the Thief of Moments. That is the one of, so no more Mesmerize in the deck. Yeah, you used to play Super Tennis? That game is pretty hard. And it's got that ultra uber secret boss guy who's super OP. So Mesmerize into a Snow Chaser. Here's the thing, we've seen this situation play out before. Mez has nothing going on at the moment. Timmy's down to 3 cards. But if Timmy can keep answering what Mez tries to develop, he was winning in the first time these two faced off. This was the recipe for Vanar's success. Is this exact situation? Mez's hand might be a little too slow for just relying on developing an Owl Beast alone here. He could do Owl Beast Juxt on something. You could have, we do see the Owl Beast Jux, so this might be a minor misplay. He doesn't want to get hit by the bear, that's fine. I think if you're gonna do this play, it might have been better to stand here, Owl Beast here, and Jux the Snow Chaser with the wall. Then you can get rid of the Snow Chaser permanently. So same play, but this one gives Timmy an extra chaser to utilize. The Masta's here, Hearth Sister on Owl Beast. So this would have happened regardless of how you handled last turn. How's your general attack chase if you poured it away? Well, I mean, if Mezelgy had stood here and then juxed this wall with the Snow Chaser, he could punch the Snow Chaser. But he decided to move down and do the play over here instead. Alright, one Hearth Sister gone. Warren's Rhythm. I don't think you go Tatsu here, no reason to. Mez needs these to stick. Timmy needs these to die. Who has the greater need or the greater will to achieve their dreams? Oh, that is going to be a wombo combo. The Mez's board is dead. He is surrounded partially. And honestly, that might be enough to set him so far behind that he's gonna just he's gonna keep falling behind here and probably end up in defeat. Now you can Tuskspore the Glacial Elemental, you can Phoenix Fire the Glacial Elemental if you want, you could Phoenix Fire the Fenrir guy if you want. You could tusk board a glacial and then inner focus it, bring it back, have it hit one of the glacial walls, and then hit the other glacial wall with your dude. You could develop this Kaido assassin, I guess. We're sending Kaido to the front lines. Oh, and killing the memento there. You don't like this. If Banner 1 devs are gonna think players don't know shit, placing them 6th. Nani? I mean, if Vanar wins, then Songhai is clearly a well-balanced, fair, and well-designed faction, as people rate Vanar to be pretty low at the moment. Ergo, buff Songhai. Am I right, boys? This is some nonsense. Songhai is totally balanced and there's nothing wrong with the faction, alright? It is a skill issue on the players that they cannot handle the Songhai. You know, the red faction with the cheap spells and cards in general, 0 mana stuff, spell synergy, unlimited generation of spells, infinite card draw and cycling, there's no problem with that. Oh, and the highest damage output of any faction in the game, by design. This is okay. Very healthy for a game. Pretty good Lady Lock play here. I think I would have put the one Mementos on top of Kalios, as you don't want him to stay up there if he Phoenix fires Lady Lock or something, or juxes it. You would want him to have to walk down into your crap you just played around him. He also could have put the wall where he's highlighting right now, so that nothing could get out. I mean, it is 7 mana, he is Songhai. I think they can do 16 damage on 7 mana by sending a Tuskboar your way. Mana Vortex, Heaven's Eclipse, and then, oh look, I drew a bunch of ways to kill you. Alright, I think Mezelji just died, and that is 6 minions, so 12 damage Razorback, plus the base stats of the other things on the board. Yeah, there's nothing he could do about that. Once behind, Vanar does have the edge in this matchup. They have too much stuff for Songhai to deal with. So game number, what was that? Game 2? Goes to top deck, Timmy. Songhai is balanced. Yeah, they're balanced. Everyone's just playing the game wrong, you know? We have to change the way we play the game. They're actually really balanced, unless you play it incorrectly, in which case they're super OP. Look at the spirit cost. I never pay attention to the spirit cost since I have pretty much all the cards, but what is the spirit cost for these? Where is it listed? 65.90 and 75.90. Honestly, those are on the low end. I feel like this Vanar deck has the Sloth guy was free via in-game achievements. You can get 3 copies of him. They only have the one Jack's True Sight, which we haven't seen him hit the field at all. And then the 3 Lady Locks are their legendaries. You barely see legends and epics? What do you mean? We see plenty of legends and epics. I think what you really mean to say is we barely see expensive legends and epics. We see cheap legends and epics all the time, though. Teehee. I loaded the game on the wrong fucking thing. Right, I can close the second window because we aren't using it anymore. So let me do that. This Taptic Timmy's not my friend. Okay, game number 3. It is 1-1. First to 3 takes it all. The grand prize cash pool, which I don't know how much money first place and second place earns. It was like a $3,500 tournament, and I think that most players who got in the top 16 made like $100 or something. Pretty good. Why is the Statue of Liberty in the desert? That is a good question. I believe the Earth has become a bit of a wasteland in that game. You know, lots of environmental destruction and stuff. I have no idea what that emote is. I think it's the first time I'm seeing it. Somebody gift you a sub to their channel. Alright, Timmy marched forward. I'm sure he had a plan when he did, but he's thinking about it now. That's a global emote? Must be new. Oh, is that Heimerdinger? That might be Heimerdinger, right? From League of Legends. Looks like Heimerdinger. The Dunkster. Maybe something happened at a league tournament or something. I don't pay attention. Bone Chill Barrier into Worm. I like that Worm is placed 4 spaces away from Callius, so you cannot die on board. Granted, I don't think Mizzlegy would have wanted to sacrifice his Kaido just to get rid of that. But instead, he can do this and dump his hand. You remove the dragon, you remove a wall, you get a 3/4 Chakri. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. By the way, Mizzlegy taking player 1 since he lost the previous game. Everybody loves that player 1 spot. Something targeting Kaido. Hearth Sister? Oh. The one of Mesmerize has been doing some work. It's definitely been doing some work. I think that's a good card to have as a one of. Actually, with the way the meta is, I don't know, Mesmerize might be fine at like 2 or 3 copies. Alright, here we go. This is going to be the deciding moment. Can this 4-win stick or can it be answered? It is being answered with a hailstone. It's gonna set Mizzlegy behind, and Timmy has one more mana, so Snow Chaser, I imagine, or Mementos. It is this Chaser. Once you get behind in this matchup, it gets very, very hard. You can try setting up Albeast, go Tatsu on the Snow Chaser. If you really want to go ham, you can dump your mana vortexes. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. Alright, at least one. He hasn't casted the second one yet. Might be thinking about it. Okay, he does cast it. So they're gonna cycle. That's gonna overdraw. right? Because you draw 2 cards, so we're missing 1 card. Because all 3 of those cycled themselves. Ooh, the chromatic cold. Mesolgy can't get anything going. That is a problem with his list, but very good for Timmy and keeping Mez under control. We have the surround. We've seen this before. This spells the inevitable death of the Songhai player. Timmy might be taking this game. He only has 3 cards. Mez isn't dead yet. He's got options in hand. We do have ways of getting out of here. I don't know what you want to find on your replace, but I do think you want to replace something. Kaido gets the boot. We get another 4 Winds Magus now trading into a wall. If possible, you probably want to man mode this time around instead of escape. Al probably should trade into the 3/3 wolf token if you can proc that. He's going for the escape. I think he should stay. It's really hard to say because you could like tusk bore that wall he's aiming the Phoenix Fire at, punch the Fenrir, use Al to get rid of the wolf token, Phoenix Fire, something else. Yeah, I guess it doesn't help the situation. I can understand wanting to develop your minion and see if it can stick. Timmy's at 3 cards, so his ability to remove is at its weakest right now. Maybe instead of the 4 Winds, you could have done Thief of Moments, Rhythm Weaver or something. You know, just have the 2 threats out. Oh, this is bad. Mesolgy is trapped. He can't play anything. Kind of surprised. Oh, right. You get the buff when it turns into a token. Timmy's on 2 card top deck mode. Mesolgy cannot play anything except Spiral Technique. He can spiral Lady Lock to get out. He has Concede, it's very meta. Concede's the edgy play. The meta play is to take it like a man. I think you needed to punch the Lady Lock there because you're just going to be stuck again on the next turn. Like, Timmy at 2 cards, he doesn't necessarily kill you, so I think you really needed to punch that Lady Lock. That was definitely like a rage pass, I think. Yeah, another Fenrir. Yeah, if he had hit that Lady Lock, he could Tuskbore and do stuff. He has a good Tatsu, it's gonna cost the mana to cast it. If he had punched last turn, he could have go Tatsu'd and walked up 2 tiles. But that is out of the equation right now. I think this is all ogre. Yes, it is true. Timmy could have pulled it back, but I don't know if he would have. It is the only provoker. And based on the stuff he played last turn, it was just a Snow Chaser, pretty much. So I wouldn't have survived any better than the 2-1 Lady Lock. Wow, the double Razorback as the last two cards. Holy. Is it happening? It looks like it's happening. So Timmy is up 2-1. He is on tournament point. One more game. He takes it. Mezelgy needs to win the next two in a row in order to stop Timmy from cleaning up here. We have a faction swap. So I won't switch the deck list. We can just load into the game quicker than I can switch the deck list, but Mezelgy has decided he's going to play Lionar. Songhai is not working. Lionar is commonly considered weak against Vanar. Let's see how this goes. Mezelgy does take the player 1 position. Now, while Lionar is considered weak against Vanar, the Team War statistics would have you think otherwise. Granted, there's a lot of different considerations to take during that period of time. But I do have to say, sorry, I went to snack on another Ritz cracker for a moment. Turn 1 pass for Mezelgy is not a good start. Timmy is going to love to capitalize on that turn 1 pass. There is no Tempest in this Lionar list. Mezelgy does have the Lasting Judgment. However, you won't be able to develop anything else if you do that, so you probably just want to back up and drop Silverguard Knight, right? And then hope it doesn't get answered. Maybe walk down to and punch the Bone Chill Barrier. The Ice Barrier. I'm surprised he would place that. I guess a lot of the Vanar things have 4 HP. And answers are half answers of Fenrir, though. Alright, I don't mind this. He's staying in range of 1 wall. If Timmy wants to hit with it, he can finish it off. He kind of needs to make these kinds of trades at the moment. There is the War Master. So, no answer for Silverguard Knight. That is nice. It gives Mezelgy a chance here. Alright, so you gotta do a little decision-making time again. You could ignore the Fenrir. Take the slightly more optimal wall kill. Knock out the Chaser or something. And then develop another Silverguard. You could hit the Fenrir. Yeah, do this and still develop Silverguard. Heal the other one. That is on the table. I think this is pretty good. If you really want to hate on the Fenrir, you could have martyrdomed the thing. I think Fenrir and the bear are probably the best targets for the martyrdom. I mean, unless you want to save it for Timmy's one of Jack's True Sight. I wonder if Jack's True Sight is going to come into play here. I actually didn't catch this game, so I really don't know. And there's no Tempest in Mezelgee's list, so Jax is actually an issue. Timmy able to clear Mezelgee's board. And then once again in this series, Mezelgee is being surrounded by Vanar's shit. I'm sure he is livid about that. Yeah, going for an Isby setup with Light Chaser, punching the dragon. So I doubt we see an aggressive Razorback now, but Timmy could Razorback now. You get a good trade with Snow Chaser on the Light Chaser. There's a lot of chasers in Duelyst. You can also have your wall hurt the Isby. So basically a not hyper aggro Razorback, just a good mid-game Razorback to do. Looks like we're gonna play the Casino. Double Glacial Snow Chaser. Alright, there are 3 chances of hitting that guy, so pretty good odds that you get the Light Chaser. Wall does go into Isby's. Second wall does go into Mezelgee himself. Archon, way too slow. Too many things can deal with it. Yeah, I would throw it away too. So, Sunriser can get some damage off. The only main issue is you can't kill both of the glacial guys. You can only kill one. And unfortunately, with this positioning, top deck Timmy can reach the Sunriser with his general, so he can probably get rid of it without relying on RNG pings from the elemental. You could cast the dice first if you have the second Bone Chill. We know he has at least one Snow Chaser in hand. So that's going to be one shot. That is a wall of some sort. Momentous, they are not Vespirs. Alright, Snow Chaser. Isby's is down. Snow Chaser number 2. Healing Mystic is down. One more Vespir. Alright, has to resort to a Chromatical. He gets a full board clear no matter how that played out, so that's not too bad. He probably wanted to hold on to that. Yeah, he actually saves his health. He had another Vespir. There is a bear. This is most dire. Yeah, you can Sunrise or Martyrdom, Sundrop Elixir, and then punch a wall. You could Martyrdom the bear and Lasting Judgment the glacial. Hope that there's no Razorback in Timmy's 2 cards. It's not over yet. Maybe spend the Sundrop just for the extra HP, or you could hold it for clearing things next turn. You could Lasting Judgment the Blazing Spine and then have Sunriser kill the Borean Bear, because you'll be able to walk up. Oh, she won't kill it. Right, she won't kill it. Yeah, it's like, what do you do? I almost made a misplay there. He switched at the last second. If you can kill Judgment, kill Judgment. Don't use a mortar on it. I think letting the bear trade into Sunrise is your best bet at turning this game around. God damn it, Timmy, you keep surrounding me with walls! Oh, damn. Okay, so Martyr Archon on the top left. I don't know where you put it. I don't know if it matters where you put it. Bottom right. Considering healing to full. Okay, I guess there was a bit of a glitch there. He had a Windblade in hand too. That wasn't showing up, so. Windblade Rejuvenator seems okay. I might have double blocked the two guys on the top instead of playing them like this. There was some rapid movement on the units, so I think Timmy does have a Razorback, and he was counting. I think he didn't quite have lethal. Razorback was plus 8 damage for things that could hit Mesolgy. So just clearing the board this turn. Timmy can get chip damage with these chasers, put him back out if he wants, unless he has other better things to play. Here. He's got a Borean Bear. Blazing Spines. A full surround. It is over. And a hit to top it all off. Mesolgy is stuck. He can martyr one of the provokers. He can't get both. No, he can. You could martyr the Ladylock and dispel the bear, or I guess you can't do that. You can Lasting Judgment the Ladylock now. Just gonna play an Archon. Drink a last bottle of orange juice. We are so dead. Timmy! Slay him! Claim your rightful place atop the throne of Epic Series. If he doesn't have a Razorback in hand, then I would be surprised. He currently has 12, 16 damage, 18 damage. The Hearth Sister can't get in because the walls can't die, and even if the wolf token moves over, Faye can't get down there. So, Archon currently saving Mezelji's life at the moment. Seems like we do not have the Razorback. And it's not going to stop us from cashing in. And I should correct myself. Our sister can get in, but not with Faye. Right? Specifically not with Faye. Nice Mesmerize for the stun on Archon. Snow Chasers are coming back again. Yeah, Mezelji is, he is fucked. You can Lasting Judgment the Wolf, Dispel a Snow Chaser, and then heal up for 2 damage. Make sure you play your minions above you to body block. A aspect of the worm. And that is about all you can do. No, you gotta Shroud first. This Healing Mystic has to be on the top left of you. I mean, it doesn't have to be on the top left of you, but I think it would help if it was. Yeah, it wouldn't matter. The Shroud gets bopped by the general, regardless. Mezelji finally finds a Holy Immolation card. But it's too late. We see the cards are lit up. Congratulations to top deck Timmy. He takes it the whole tournament. And well played by Mezelji. There's some very cool games in there. Alright, with that, ES4 is wrapped up. So, before I close out for the night, because it's 4 in the morning, I do want to say once again, thank you to Calvin, their tournament organizer, for hosting the Epic Series, as well as Chromatic Cup and whatnot. He keeps the competitive scene alive currently. So major shout outs to him. And of course, shout outs to all of you in the Duelyst community as well. Epic Series 4 had a good turnout. So hopefully we can keep seeing that sort of turnout as we move along. The prize for this tournament included card changes. So the top 3 winners, which is Timmy, Mezelji, and Astari, aka Top Deck Guru, get to change cards around. I think it's 3 for 1, 2 for 2, and 1 for 3. So there'll be at least 6 changed cards in the coming patch sometime. It'll be exciting to see what they hit. I have no idea what anybody wants to do. I'm pretty sure, based on what I've seen in DO, nobody has any idea what they want to do. So they need time to think about it. But thanks for watching, those who tuned in. I'm gonna head off for the night. Yeah, I don't have too much else to say. I will get this stuff uploaded as soon as I can to my YouTube. I will apologize in advance. It'll be in some oddly split videos because of the router problems that I seem to be having, which I don't know why. You know, I just did a 9-hour stream, no problems, but for the first hour, the first thing I need to do is reset it. I might actually legitimately get in the habit of just resetting the router before I stream and see what happens for a while. But anyway, I hope you all have a good night. I'm gonna head off.